does. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh.
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so say you need me. Don't let go. I know you feel it. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost.
Search for you, stay on.
We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too
again. So stick around. So stick around.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away our love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away our love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars. but we're making this too hard, and I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We're nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost.
Search for you, stay on.
We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard, and I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are.
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
Yo, what's happening? What's happening? Good morning. Good morning. Happy Saturday shenanigans. What y'all doing? What y'all doing today on this fine Saturday morning? Dang, look at CB in here shaking the bushes all early in the morning. Shit. Well, good morning. Good morning. CB gifted 20 memberships. If you guys got one, please make sure you tell her thank you, and thank you for supporting the Hive. I really appreciate it. Thank you for showing love on this fine Saturday morning. Let's see, Miss Blue Travels. Thank you for becoming a new member. I appreciate that. Thank you for showing love. Miss Happy Life. She says happy Saturday morning Hive with the $2 super sticker. Hindsight 2020, in my opinion, member for 5 months. Love it here. Wish I found you sooner. Hey, you know what though? That's okay. You found us now, and that's all that matters. Come on, what are you doing over there? 1 second. Come on, Nuna, what are you doing? Come on. Is your toy under there? No, it's not. So get your butt out. Go on. You're messing around. Go on now. Okay. Sorry about that. Anyhow, I know you guys, we were okay. So I know y'all probably was with us last night. We were on here for like 4 or 5 hours and it was late as hell. All right, I got our spot pulled back up. Had to make sure so we stopped at 30 minutes in, 30:38. So that's what I was doing, was trying to get our spot back up. We listen, last night we were having fun. Oh, here, let me put the link laid down. Let me put the link down here real fast. Let's get that done. Hold on 1 second. Let me pin that bad boy. Anyhow, have you guys been running the YouTube streets this morning? What's been going on? Look, listen to this. We were trying to figure out the timeline because it said he said he got a call at 6:33, but then he didn't get there till like 8 o'clock in the morning. And when he did get there, the police were already there. Man, we were having a hell of a time. All right, here we go. What happened, Cambry? What happened? Hold on. Maybe that was an accident. Let me see here. Microwave. What happened? What had happened was, what did Miss Cambry do? Was it an accident? Girl, we know. Girl, we know that bitch is so goddamn jealous she can't see. She can't see in front of herself. Her little starved week didn't work though, did it? Because I still see super chats and fucking memberships rolling right on in. So your little bullshit didn't stop nothing over here. That's for damn sure. Oh, did you guys listen? Did you guys see Nick was going the fuck off on Dolly yesterday? Did you? Did y'all see that shit? Okay, hold on. Mama Duck says, let's see here. Oh, it's okay if you just found the hive. You got here as fast as you could. Pull up a seat. Let's buzz about the YouTube streets. Love you, Queen. Hit the like button. That's really sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that, baby. Not one bit, huh? Didn't stop this shit. Not one bit. Because we got a good community over here. You ain't stopping shit over here. I'll tell you that right fucking now. And look, we got people over here that show love. We don't like showing hate every fucking day. We get tired of that shit. We like to laugh and have a good fucking time. And we sure as fuck do. Let me tell you guys something. We do laugh and have a good fucking time over here. I will say that. They can talk a lot of shit, but they can't talk shit about that. That's for sure. We get some good fucking belly laughs. Fuck. And I'll tell you what, some of the names that y'all come in under are the absolute fucking best. It's probably one of my favorite things when you guys troll with the names, like when we're talking about something and you'll come in as like Sean's braids. That shit is fucking hilarious to me. Man. No, I didn't say it was Dolly. Listen, baby, listen. The Hatter's Madness. I didn't say it was Dolly. I said, did you see what Nick was saying to Dolly? Here, let me pull up the screenshots real quick. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Because I fucking died laughing. And I'm like, hell no, what the hell happened here? What is this? What is going on? And what is this about? I need to know because I'm nosy as fuck. Just call me Nosy Rosie. Hey, Miss Petty, how you doing today, baby? Hey, B-Thug, what are you doing?
What's up? What's up?
I heard you was already up and awake and on the streets hanging out.
Yep.
Out here diddy bopping.
Diddy bopping.
Moaning.
Rock queen. You rock queen.
Yep. Listen though, I'm not a real queen. I'm not a real bee.
Oh shit.
Don't fucking say it though.
Okay,
Don't say it out loud.
I won't say anything. This is between me and the 700 people in the chat. Absolutely between us. We'll keep it secret, right, guys?
Yeah, we're gonna keep it a little secret.
You know.
Well, there we go. We had we since we don't go through YouTube, we can't set a super chat goal like them little fucks do. So we got 10. We already did ours. So there we go.
Yeah,
we don't have to set a stupid goal. We got a goal already. Our goal's already been hit. So
your goal literally gets hit when you start the live, like the intro. Oh, the goal's done. All right, guys, we're done.
Yeah, because we have, like I said, we have good people over here that don't give two fucks. They don't care what, you know what I mean? What these other little assholes got to say, all jealous little motherfuckers.
Right, man. Right.
Little shug. Here, Maddox gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Always showing love, my babe. Tribal Gal, $5 super sticker says it was good hearing you laugh. Maybe you were in the couch. In the couch. No, it was no, but last night it was fucking hilarious last night.
Oh my god, that guy's look when he was asked, like because I found out it was actually the detective that asked him the what if game.
Hold on, no, listen. When TikTok Tony came up there, I said, "Oh fuck, he looks stressed. Shit, he needs some milk."
Oh my god, yeah, he was. You know what I mean, and.
He looks like he is so fucking stressed out.
Josh had like such a look on his face at certain points. He's like, "What the hell?" When Tony's like, convicted because like apparently Dog read him the Miranda rights. He's like, "Are you willing to go to jail for your client?" And he read him, and he's like, I'm ready to stand on my, you know what I mean, like, and then he's like, what was it?
Wait. Dog read who the Miranda rights? Wait a minute.
Tony on the phone read him the Miranda rights.
Oh my god. Why?
Because he asked him, "Are you willing to go to jail for your client?"
So does he think Seth did something?
He originally believed it, and he said, like, "Are you willing to get your client to have hypnosis and Truth Serum?" And he said, as long as I'm there watching, yes.
What?
And then he read him his.
Okay, that's in the interview. We got to finish watching it. You're blowing it here. You're telling us what happened, huh? This happened in the interview, didn't it?
Yeah, that happened in the interview.
Damn it, B-Thug. We're only 30 minutes in.
It's like, and I swear, I was like, man, I wish we had that clip of like Dog reading the Miranda rights. Because that would be such like, like whenever I'm like, where I'm worried about someone self-snitching on this live stream, I would just hit the play button and let Dog read them the Miranda rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
My goodness sakes. Anyhow, this is, like I said, covered under fair use. Before we'll do the disclaimer real quick. Oh, hold on. What's up, voices?
I made it.
What you got going on today?
Well, I still got to read you your Miranda rights before you come on here. You have the
I
right to remain silent.
I probably will give up that right and self-snitch. It's okay. I understand. I'm not a good criminal, so I just avoid all criminal activity. So there we go.
Exactly. All right, let's get into this video. Let's get into the shit show. By the way, trademark has to do with, when he says trademark, we are not at night, nor we are at world or whatever the hell he is. So please don't confuse us with them. Thank you. This is their video. Or you doing it under fair use.
Absolutely. We are sharing this under fair use. This is their video. And you know what? They got 20,000 views on it. That's pretty good. They did pretty good.
Damn.
You know, that's, you know, that was their whole thing. They didn't want to be stream sniped because they didn't want people getting the views, right? In my opinion, that's why that was the whole thing. Well, they got their views, so I mean, I don't know why they're complaining. They're gonna get more views when we share it, you know. So
yeah.
Last breadstick did a $10 super sticker. Says can't stop, won't stop. I know that's right. Let's go, B. Hope you're having a good day today. Last breadstick. Pistol Amy did a $5 super sticker. Says I got 5 on it. Matter of fact, I woke up jamming today. Miss Firefly gifted 10 memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you for showing love, Miss Firefly. If you guys got one, make sure you tell her thank you. And wishful thinking, not a puzzle piece. Did a $5 super sticker. Says for the starving channel, feeding the masses.
You too.
Merry fucking Griffmas. Merry fucking Griffmas.
Yeah, I mean, should you play In the Eyes of an Angel or something like that while we're starving here? Arms of an Angel, whatever.
Chandelier and Sigs, member for 2 months, says good Saturday morning to Queen and all the bumbles. And Tanel Suzanne says member for 18 months. Have a great weekend, everybody. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys showing love, and we will get this party started here. Staying up voices for this interview, the rest of it.
Oh yes, I'm up to speed where you guys are. I got.
Okay, I know you had to cut out last night, so I didn't know if you was, you know what I mean? If you had a chance to get caught up with it.
This time change has me all fucked up. I don't do well as a chicken. Like early to bed, early to rise. Like I've been up since 4:30 again this morning. So I'll probably be in bed by 7 again. I'm trying to get out of this, but so I'm all caught up. Like last night, it all of a sudden hit me, and I was like, "Oh fuck, I'm so gonna pull a Brittany J if I don't get off this panel." Like my eyes.
Oh shit, you were tired.
I was exhausted.
I bet you was. Casey says I just emailed YouTube support, y'all. I'm cursed. What's wrong? What happened? Why are you? What happened?
What happened?
I don't know. She said she messaged YouTube support. Or did something happen with your account? Why are you cursed? I don't know, baby. I don't see what happened. Hold on. Nick's parole board says don't share a video about awareness on a missing child. My birds are in there going off. Hold on. It's not been about Sebastian since Seth found out it was a cash cow to have a missing child. Sick motherfuckers.
Well, he was more concerned about him watching TV and getting his electronics back. So we'll look at that. Spoilers.
Spoiler alert.
Steve Bonbon says, didn't the time change 2 weeks ago?
Yeah. I've been on this schedule for 2 weeks.
She says Texas and won't pick me for any channels, and I've opted in for all of them. You're talking about the gifted memberships? Because Eris had the same problem. People were gifted memberships trying to get them one. Is that what you're talking about? You're not getting a membership? That's right. Smoke them if you got them, baby. Smoke them if you got them. Yeah, your account Voices told us about this already. It might be something called a brand account where you can't get a membership. Like Eris, we tried with his. There was like 15 people that donated memberships to try and get him one.
Let me see. He hasn't gone back because they know he was using Sebastian's talk. I don't know about that, hindsight. Do not know about that, and I will not comment on that. Min Mama says, stay jealous, bitches. She is our motherfucking queen. I'm strong. From Mitten Mama.
Thank you, Miss Mitten Mama. I appreciate that. Casey says, no, I've tried everything. It's weird. When Eris gets up, I'll have to have him tell you what he did. I don't know what he did to fix his, but he ended up fixing his.
What I suggest is you close your eyes, you stay in the room, and you grab like a bat, and you just twirl around really, really quickly for about 2 minutes, and it works.
Here, Little Mink says, go into your account via computer and turn on gifted memberships. Or Mystical Magnolia says you're going to have to make a new account. If anyone set up a YouTube account as a brand account, you can't receive any gifted memberships. Right, Sierra, we figured that out last time because a lot of people were trying to buy memberships so that we could try to get Eris one. And it wasn't working. He still, after like fucking 100 memberships, he still wasn't getting one. So anyways, we looked into it and we figured out that if you have a brand account, well, Voices told us as well, if you have a brand account, you can't get them for some reason. So you might want to look into that. I don't know what a brand account is. Voices, you want to tell them real quick what it is, and then we'll get started?
A brand account means that you've got you've got brand sponsorships. So like brand names, Stitch Fix, Amazon, or I'm sorry, Amazon is a company. Like anything that's brand, Under Armour, etc., means you're sponsored by somebody else. So that's what a brand account means. It means that you get brand sponsorship deals. So you can't gift and you can't receive. So if you're set up with a brand account, it's not going to work for you. You have to change out of that. But there's a downside to that, because if you're seriously working on sponsorship opportunities, then you're going to miss out on those sponsorship deals. So it's 6 1, half dozen the other. YouTube is aware of the issue, and they're working for a rectification. That's what I've been told by my content manager contact. So there's that.
Well, I mean, there you go. So it kind of explains what I don't even know. Didn't even know shit about a brand account until we figured out what was going back on. Until we figured out what was going on with Eris. But anyways, Sammy Activity says turning it on and off may help. Try buying one. It might. Well, if there's not an option for it either, then she's not going to be able to get it. You know what I mean? It's just, you'll have to go check and see if you have a brand account. That's all. Where do you find that? In your Google? How do you find out if you are one?
It's in your YouTube settings.
Oh, okay. So your YouTube settings, baby, that's where you're gonna have to go look to see if you are one. And then can you change it on your own or no?
Yes, you can. I think you can undo it. I'm not sure. Maybe you can't undo it.
Yeah, because I don't think you can. I think Eris had to make a whole new account. Remember, he had to make a whole new YouTube.
Yep. You're right. I do believe that.
So yeah, you might end up having to make a whole new account if you got a brand account. Just make sure when you make your YouTube account, you do not push brand account on there. Anyhow, Casual Art gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Casual Art. I appreciate that. Thank you for showing love to the Hive babes. Let's see here. Christy, member for 7 months. I should play the lotto. This is my 7th free one. Dang, girl. Gosh dang. Okay, ready to roll? Let's get this party started here. We are 30 minutes in.
22-minute mark.
What's that? We're at the 30-minute mark.
Oh, you're at the 30-minute mark. Okay.
Yeah, we're at 30, 38. What do you mean 22? What was that? What was 22?
I thought I just saw somebody say at the 22-minute mark there was something that Tony said. I didn't. I apologize. I didn't.
Oh no, well, I don't know about that. I just know we stopped at the 30-minute mark. So we'll have to go back to 22 minutes and see what they're talking about, or just keep going.
Either or.
What y'all want to do?
And you can still set your goals, Queen, for super chats. You're going to do it over on the YouTube side, just like what you do when you set up a poll. It's just up at the
I
top.
can't. No, here I'll go to it right now. I don't
No,
think
it's
it is.
okay.
I can't find it. I already looked, and I looked to see how they, like there's a setup. I know you got to go through YouTube to go live and stuff, but so do I go into the studio or just my YouTube channel, like the
No,
live that we're on?
You just go into the chat, just like when you're going to do a poll. Where do you do a poll at? You go over, you pull up the live.
Your bottom right hand side.
Right. You should be able to do it on your mobile. If you pull up the,
I'm on the laptop.
Yeah, you need to do it from your phone. So you would just on your phone, you would go into the chat like you're going to type in chat, and that's where you would set up. That's where you set your goal. That's like when you can also make a poll that way too.
I see. I don't know why mine doesn't. Maybe I'm just not updated or something. I don't know. Because mine just says start Q&A and start a poll. That's it. There's no other.
Are you doing it on your phone or are you doing it on your laptop? Because it's not available on the laptop. It's only available on the phone.
Oh, okay. Well, here, I'll do it on the phone then. Hold on. Let's see.
Sorry, sidebar. I wanted you to know that you still have access to setting that up.
Okay, I'm on here, but I still don't see it anywhere.
Okay, so you're gonna pull it up like you're gonna just type in the chat like any other YouTuber would.
Yep.
It should be up at the top.
Yeah, no, mine's not there.
Okay. Okay.
We'll keep it moving. I'll figure it out. Okay, here we go.
But I mean, it is completely odd that a child goes missing and that people are in and out of the house.
Right.
You can walk in and child.
You stopped it. Not really. Bo said not really. It's not odd that people walk in and out of the house, and it's not odd that you were able to walk in on the house because you were still in uniform at the time, so they probably thought you were a police officer. So that's not
odd. Child's room, nobody checking on who is who. That's
because without them knowing, they could speculate. Clearly, they speculated he was a runaway.
Yeah.
But without them knowing, it's also fair to speculate that it could turn into a crime scene.
Yeah, but the problem with this stuff is you got to understand this isn't like Chicago or New York or something like that. A lot of these small county sheriff's offices have never really they've dealt with runaways and things.
Yeah, but don't you recall Chris saying that this is one of the biggest, they had the dogs and the drones and, like a huge search team. It was one of the biggest ones that they had ever had, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So while there may not be a lot of, what they say, missing kids or runaways, whatever he was going to say. They still are fully prepared and equipped to go out and look, at least have everything on,
Yeah. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Look at the bottom right of the screen. Is that Nick or is that Sebastian? Okay, that's Sebastian. Okay, I was about to say,
that's R.Rogers, Sebastian. It's probably Sebastian.
Yeah, it's just so small.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was my question. I thought
it's a watermark.
Yeah, I know, but is that Sebastian or does that look like Nick with the glasses?
It's Sebastian.
Oh, my eyes not that good. Maybe being 100 years old has affected my eyes. Okay, that was my question.
Oh, father time.
Father time, just like Mike Tyson, can't beat time.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
It's like, fuck, I don't know about that. What was
I
Scott
feel
wants
like that was rigged, anyways, in my opinion. But we'll keep it moving.
Things like that. But when it comes to like this large of scale and this search that they went through, they're not always equipped for that stuff, and they're not experienced at it a lot of the time. I would imagine that this case was probably something that the sheriff's department has never seen. Anything quite like Sebastian's case. And if you go into a bigger city, unfortunately,
but when we take it back to listen to what Josh just said here. Okay, what are we at here? We're at 32 minutes. Back here, when he says he got off work and came and got there, by the time he got there, he couldn't even pull up to the fucking house. He had to drive by, turn around, and pull back up because there was so many police officers, drones, dogs, and people searching that there was nowhere for him to park.
By the way, people are saying that's Nick.
That is not Nick.
Look, there are people saying they zoomed in.
Okay, it might be. That might be his trademark copyright thing. So that he can strike if you're playing it.
It's on here. It says subscribe. It's his channel little button.
Yeah, but that picture, that's
okay.
weird.
So we'll click the picture then. Here, we'll click on it and see where it takes us.
Where does the picture take us?
The picture takes us to his channel.
Okay. Weird. That looks.
All right.
I don't know that. All right. Well, we've settled. Some people, I'm still thinking that looks like Nick a little bit. A lot of people saying it looks like Nick. To be honest with you. Why is
it looks like Sebastian to me. I don't know. It looks like Sebastian in his glasses, and I would think it would be Sebastian because it's his channel and his dad's channel. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't see why they would have Nick on there on the channel for Sebastian, but I don't know. I've seen crazier things done, so I don't know. Yeah. It looks to me like it's Sebastian, but I could be wrong. I guess what in my opinion, it looks like Sebastian.
Okay. I don't know. Sidebar. Sorry about that.
So Skip says it's not Nick, it's a younger Sebastian.
I feel like this is like
let's keep it moving.
That test.
The Rorschach test.
Yep.
Sources, they have more experience. But it does sound like Sumner County did eventually call in for help. But the initial stages of an investigation of a child going missing, I mean, each hour is
crucial.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I mean, on the outside chance that it would turn into something else, I mean, we got people running in and out of the house and in and out of the bedroom. I mean, at that point, it's contaminated.
It's contaminated. No question about it.
So.
Well, like I said, I don't know why he keeps saying that they were added to it afterwards. That's not true. They were as soon as the police were called, they came out. Like I said, like he says in this interview, they brought the dogs, they brought the drones, they brought the search teams. They were out there and on it. That's why Chris said this case will be studied for years to come because it was the biggest search that they had. Like in that.
What's really?
I get tired. I feel like I fucking repeat myself over and over and over again, and it falls on deaf ears.
Well, what's really interesting though is that, like, they say that it's contaminated, the crime scene. It's like I don't think they quite understand how crime scenes work and stuff like that. Like, if it's clean and it's like absolutely clean, and there's just an unmade bed, what is the crime scene that they're talking about? You know what I mean? Like what? Like I don't get it. It seems just like they're trying to nitpick at things that just don't make sense.
Oh, now it's a crime scene.
Yeah.
Are these like two umpires communicating with each other out on the ball field? Two of these things are not like the other.
Yeah.
I don't know. Here we go.
Yeah.
How long does this go on, Seth? I mean, is it
Well,
2 or 3 hours of just people running around the house like crazy people, or what's going on?
me personally, I'm losing my mind. My son's missing, and I see nothing going on. I don't know how long they've been searching. I don't know when, they were initially contacted. I saw that nothing was going on in the house. I left, you know.
Oh, really? So instead of staying there and saying, hey, what's going on? What can I do? What can I do to help? I left.
How long they've been searching. I don't know when, they
Didn't ask any questions from my understanding. I just got to listen to this again because maybe I misheard and maybe I heard it wrong. So I just want to hear it one more time just to make sure.
Is it 2 or 3 hours of just people running around the house like crazy people, or what's going on?
me personally, I'm losing my mind. My son's missing, and I see nothing going on. I don't know how long they've been searching. I don't know when, they were initially contacted. I saw that nothing was going on in the house. I left. I turned around, got in my truck, and started driving everywhere with my window down, screaming for my son. If he ran away, I don't know how long he's been gone. They didn't tell me when they thought that he had gone missing. I didn't have.
Well, I mean, they called you at work or on your cell phone right away. So, I mean, at that point, I don't think anybody knew how long he had been missing or where he was or when he left or anything else. The answers you're wanting, they didn't have them, from my understanding. No one knows what time he left or was taken or whatever the fuck happened. No one knows.
Any type of time frame, no nothing. I just started driving around. Like, I took a road until until 2 or 3 miles had gone down the road, and I was turned around and road would show up. I'd make a left on it. I found out at one point in time I was at the very top, the highest point in Sumner County, because I was speaking to a gentleman that lived in a house, and it, he was like, "Who you looking for?" Because I saw him in the yard, and I was like, "Hey, have you guys seen child about 5'5", sandy blonde hair, white kid, skinny, very, anywhere?" And they were like, "You're talking about the missing child?" I'm like,
Right, so people were being made aware. Also, good time for a disclaimer. Do not show hate to anyone mentioned in this live stream. Do not attack, harass, reach out, contact, or in any way, shape, or form show hate to anyone mentioned in this live stream. And nothing stated in here as fact unless we say so. Otherwise, it's all opinions for entertainment purposes only. And make sure you do your own research and form your own opinion.
Also, make sure to hit the like button or the dislike button.
That's right. Free way to show some love or some hate, however you want to do it. What link, baby? Should be pinned. I always pin the link. Is it not pinned?
It's not pinned.
Son of a gun. All right. Well, I'm epic little fail there. All right.
You had one job.
One fucking job, and I couldn't even damn it do it.
We have to get voices to replace you. Voices, you're the new queen around here. We're gonna put the crown on you.
That's it.
Well, I fucked up because I was going to tell you, hey, the link's not pinned. I had to scroll the chat to grab it.
Oh, shit.
That's totally on me. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It was like a 2-hour complaint session with this guy. It was kind of weird to sit here. It's like, okay, I get it, but like maybe this is not the time and place. Just saying. Just saying. Let's see. Let me see. Seth didn't even check his own house first for Sebastian, and Chris never asked Seth if he heard anything from Sebastian. What was weird to me was he came and he drove there, and he doesn't even bother calling. He's saying he's worried about speeding, and so he takes extra time. In the Nancy Grace interview, he said it took him like 35 minutes to, and another interview he says 45 minutes, and now it's taken over an hour for a trip that some people have timed to be 25-minute drive from the jail to the house. So
Dude, this is a whole contradiction because he said that he drove back to his house and took the same pathway and played Eye of the Tiger and yelled all along the route, and law enforcement met him at his house. Like, so which one of the stories, like, talk about changing stories.
yeah, and I think like the problem is I don't know. I think like he's just adding stuff to make himself sound better and make other people sound worse. And it's changing the story. And it's getting to the point where you've got like all these interviews and you listen to them, and every one of them has a difference in it. Subtle difference. And it's based upon his mood, and it's based upon if he's angry or something like that. And it's just I don't think these interviews are very productive, actually. That's just my opinion. You know, because now people are gonna look at this and be like, "Whoa, bro! Like, you got you're complaining about you not watching TV 2 weeks down the line, and then you're asking Chris and Kitty, can you borrow their PlayStation so that you can watch TV?"
Sebastian's PlayStation.
Well, Sebastian's PlayStation, which is very odd. And then, like, one interesting thing gets up there is apparently it was hacked, the PlayStation, and no one asked.
That was Chris's account that was
Yeah.
hacked.
Yeah, but no one asked, like, hey, was this before or after?
Well, and what if that's a detail that's not supposed to be out?
Yeah, that's what I said. Because I know Chris.
I've never heard this before.
Yeah, I know when Chris came up here, I know he does not repeat things that he's told not to say by LE. So I don't know if that was basically said, don't say that online, because we're kind of looking into it, and he decides just say that. You know what I mean? This is probably why you should.
I've never heard that before about it being hacked. Never. I've also never heard that, like Chris said.
Hold on a second. JJ, are you friends with Seth?
With who?
Are you friends with Seth Rogers?
I just messaged. You must be fucking with me.
No, I'm not fucking with you. I swear to God, I'm asking you. I'm asking, are you cool with this dude, this Seth Rogers dude? Is that why you coming up here to talk shit to me?
I ain't talking shit on nobody. I
just thought you was friends with him, mad because we was.
I was just confused because y'all had my comment on stream, but you had me back panel backstage. I'm like, what the fuck? They're playing. They're promoting my shit and kicking me back. Oh.
Well, I didn't. You brought yourself up here on the backstage.
No. That's your decision. That ain't mine.
Yeah, no. You clicked the link, and then I brought you up here. When I came back here, you were standing here. Well, it was a wall actually, is what I seen. And then as soon as I said your name, you picked up the phone.
Yeah, I just went and blew my nose. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good, man. I just was making sure you was on there, and then I thought, well, fuck, maybe he's getting ready to talk.
My camera's on. I don't know what this fair use disclaimer shit is.
Yeah, I put it up because I don't know who you are, and I've never had you.
I'm not, doggy. If you think doggy, I'm.
I don't think it's
bombing shit. Whatever you're worried about, that's not an issue with me.
I just good to protect my.
I know there's trash ass motherfuckers, man.
They're
not me.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about that with me.
I appreciate.
I might say cunt or bitch or something, but
yeah, I don't think this is appropriate to have this individual up here, Quinn. I think you should get rid of him.
No.
Well, I think he was just coming up to let us, or because we had his comment pinned. I don't think he realized, like, I don't think he even knows what's going on with the live stream.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, like reviewing you know, and he's saying these words, and it's like I don't feel comfortable with that guy being up here. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? If it's like if we're just talking
And the
if we're
link
just
didn't click itself either. So I
yeah,
think
and
he thought we were fucking with him. Maybe.
yeah,
Maybe he thought we
yeah.
were.
If we were like talking trash and we were just like messing around, just like kind of like drama, I would not really have an issue. But like, you know, we're talking about a missing child's case a little bit, and it's just it's not
Yeah,
appropriate.
going over the interview. Yeah.
It's not appropriate.
All right, here we go. We ready to roll?
Yeah, we're ready.
All right.
Yeah. Everybody in the community seemed to already know about it. I mean, they had the reaction from Sumner County when it came to asking people to come help other law enforcement agencies. They had a lot that they asked to come help. I mean, Wilson County, Williams County. I mean, there was people.
It felt like it was all hands on deck pretty quick, right?
It was until later on when I start thinking about it.
So how did
So it was all hands on deck. It was. I was like, it was. And I started thinking about it.
Yeah, it was all hands on deck. You know, I think the you know, all the officers there really
Well,
did
it
try.
seems like it was all hands on deck till he told everybody to go fuck themselves, and then you know, tried to send out C&Ds.
Yeah.
To the people that were searching for his kids and putting up blip boards and you know what I mean, that kind of stuff. So I think that's when the tides turned, you know.
Yeah. Well, he told Trevor Lee to go fuck himself.
Yeah, and Trevor Lee was one of the ones that, you know, got attention on his son's case. All right, here we go.
How did they, Josh asked you if they just let you walk through the house, nobody asked you who you were, let you walk into his room. Did you have any interaction with law enforcement? And if so, how did they treat you?
Well, I was still in uniform, which is probably why they didn't ask me who I was. And Katie probably told them who I was after I came inside. I mean, obviously, her coming up to me, shoving her phone in my face, kind of, you know, obviously she knows me. And obviously, with her statement, look, he was happy, you know. I still don't understand why it matters if he was happy or not. I mean, to sit there and make that point to me, like, I don't get that. He's missing. Doesn't matter if he was happy on Saturday or Friday or Sunday. The fact is he's missing. And it's
that does matter.
Was it normal, you know,
It does
backing
matter.
up before we move forward? Was it?
It definitely fucking matters.
Yeah, it definitely matters because if he was upset and he was angry, that actually pushes to the fact of possible runaway. If he was, you know, if nothing was going on, then, you know, it's like, what's going on? And also, I mean, like, honestly, the situation is that when someone's like, for instance, Lalani Simon immediately stated that she was like, you know, someone kidnapped her kid. She blamed her ex, you know. This is the opposite. She's actually saying, well, he was happy. You know, if she was like trying to make like an alibi, she would have just came in there and be like, oh, he was so upset with you. He didn't want to move with you. I think he ran away. You know, like something like that. You know, try to plant an idea up into your head. But instead, she was trying to say, well, he was fine. He was happy. We were having a great time. I don't know what's happening. Where is he? And it looks like and she's a nervous wreck. And instead of you basically thinking to yourself, you know, maybe I should act like the man in the situation and kind of calm things down and try to figure things out, you decide to check out and go into your car and drive around. That was not a good decision.
Well, how about he still needs to speak with law enforcement? He needs to find out what their plan is. He needs to clarify that he's a civilian in this situation. He's not law enforcement.
Yeah. Like he basically checked out. He just drove out away in a situation where he should have probably stayed there and said, hey, you know, I just got out of work. I didn't check my house. Maybe we send some cops to my house. Maybe he's there. Let's coordinate things. Let's talk to the officers. Instead, he's driving off into the wilderness, talking to randos, you know, and screen and playing Eye of the Tiger, which I think, you know, I don't know if that was new because I heard the officers did that. I didn't know that he did that. Did he ever say that before that he was playing?
Yeah, I heard that before, B Tim.
Okay.
I've
Yeah, I
heard
never
that before.
It's so hard because he's done so many damn interviews, and it's like
Yep.
you missed one interview, and it's like, you know, I don't know. I get confused, to be honest with you. You know, but yeah, I think that's what happened. I don't think that was in a good move by him. We can keep on playing.
All right.
Is it normal for, you know, she made a point of saying in several interviews that she took him to do all of his favorite things, all the way from breakfast through activities, through visiting family members, through his favorite place for dinner. Was that a normal situation? I mean, you know, was it, or would they normally, you know, maybe she'd take him to a place he liked to eat, but not just load him up on all of his favorite things? I mean,
I know I wouldn't. And for all the stuff that she was supposedly doing with him, that's a lot for him. I mean, that's a lot. I have the video and pictures of him at the bowling alley.
Someone in the chat asked why he only posts pictures of Sebastian when he was younger or when he was little. In my opinion, those are the only ones he's got. He only got Sebastian, from my understanding, every other weekend, and most of the time he was at work.
Yeah,
from what he said himself. So
that was a very interesting comment. Like he asked him a question like, "Would you give him all these things like to eat and have fun?" And he's like, "I know I wouldn't." That's not really a good response,
right?
Like, no, I wouldn't give him all the things to have fun. No. Okay. I mean, like, that was just such a bad question to ask. Like, usually you say, is it custom and practice for if you want to ask a question about like an odd behavior of Katie, you say, is it custom and practice for Katie to go out and do all these events? You know, like all of a sudden, or was it just a rarity or something like that? That would probably like a rare occasion, and you would ask like that. But the problem is, it's like you're not really talking about the timeline of events. You're talking about whether Katie's did something. But the problem is none of you people asked about the Venezuela stuff, because you literally have people talking about your son is all over like 2 or 3 states and maybe another country and a Venezuela gang. And no one asked Seth about the Venezuela gang at all in this interview. That's a good point, Crystal. You wouldn't know the custom and practice of Katie because he goes there maybe 4 times a month. He sees his kid and he's working at that time. But yeah, that's just my point. We can keep on going.
And I've got a picture of him. He is not happy. I mean, his hands are in his pockets. His shoulders are slumped forward. I mean, he just looks like a teenager that's being drugged to Chuck E. Cheese's.
On Saturday?
On Sunday.
On Sunday. Okay.
Because they were at the bowling alley before they went to the restaurant they went to go eat along, where Texas Roadhouse.
Did his mood, like, you know, a lot of.
Oh my God, he went to Chuck E. Cheese's. She's a monster.
Oh,
Jesus
I was
Christ!
just thinking the same thing. Oh my God, she's terrible. What the hell?
Yeah, like that's like fun. Like I wouldn't care if it was Sunday. I'd be like, we're going to Chuck E. Cheese's. We're gonna have fun. We're gonna eat out. Okay, cool. What the fuck? Why is that such a bad thing? Like he's slumped. He's depressed. It's like he can't even give like the slightest like compliment to his ex to say like, oh, he was having fun in that day at Chuck E. Cheese. It's always like Sebastian is like always sad to be there, or Katie's terrible, and it just makes it sound very disingenuous and just jointed the storyline. You know what I mean? I don't know.
It also lines
yes.
up with the storyline that somebody else has been saying recently.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, I don't know. It seems like the polar opposite, where, you know, Sebastian would go out and have events and do things with his mom. And when he was with Seth, he got to sit in a chair with his dad while playing video games all day and stayed home all day. So that's big difference.
People, including myself, up and down. I mean, could he, have a rough hour or so and then be fine the next?
Well, I've noticed that before with me. I mean, unless he's mad at you. If he's mad at you, good luck.
Yeah.
If he's mad at you, he's a teenager.
Yeah.
His whole thing about being mad is he's going to try to stay mad at you as long as possible, and doesn't really last long at my house. But he's normally not mad at me at my house. Things are a lot laxed here. A lot of people have given me grief over the fact that I let him do things here that he's not allowed to do at his mom's house, but this ain't his mom's house.
Which is absolutely normal for any family splitting custody of any kind. Some things fly at mom's house, some things fly at dad's house. I mean, that's completely normal, and people are overly critical.
It's absolutely fucking normal for one kid to play mom off dad or dad off mom, especially when they're going through a split up or divorce or whatever, and there's hard feelings or ill feelings. Sometimes kids will use that to their advantage.
Yeah.
I've seen it done.
Yeah, it's basically opportunistic situation where like mom says no, but dad will say yes.
Yep. Or you have the weekend warrior dad that will say yes to anything and take them to go do shit, even if they've been a little asshole or not going to school or not doing their homework or whatever. It's a big ass fight, or they'll do it out of spite because they want to piss mom off and whatever.
Yeah.
In my opinion, well, from what I've seen in my life experiences,
it's generally the parents' jobs not to play into that and have an open line of communication so that stuff doesn't happen.
Well,
yeah, it's
not happening here.
Sometimes it's easier said than done.
Oh, I fully understand that. Yep, absolutely. And we're seeing a very good example of it right here, right?
Hey, Petty, what's up?
Play out.
Hey, all right.
What's up, baby? How you doing?
I'm fine. I'm okay. Just give me a second because I'm hiding from my kids. But Katie got the restraining order out on Seth, so his confusion of why she won't talk to him is mind-boggling to me. And the way that he berates her constantly is disgusting. It's foul. You shouldn't treat your kid's other parent like that. So I just don't get what this whole thing's been about. If I'm being completely honest, Katie, we all know there's a reason. Katie didn't talk to him, so why he's running with this narrative is beyond me. Oh, I've just been found. Go, let's sit down, baby.
Well, did you hear about the last night when they did the news about the Venezuelan, what they say, trans-Venezuelan gang? I'm like, what the fuck?
Transnational
Venezuelan gang. I'm like, what in the fuck is that? Where did this even come from?
I'm shocked that question wasn't asked in this interview.
I figured it would have been asked about, and no, nothing was said about it at all.
Yeah, that would have been like, that's just another storyline in their plot.
Yeah, like that would have been my first question. Like, so about those Venezuelan gangs that you were alleging kidnapped Sebastian, where did this come from? What was the tip that led you to this information? Why do you believe that?
Why don't the police know? Haven't the police come out and said it?
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to drop down because they've just found me.
They found you? Who found you?
Yeah, my kids. They found me.
Shoot.
They always do.
You know what you should do? What you should do is you should say to them, I have a lot of work for you guys, a lot of chores. So we'll have to talk later, and they'll disappear. Like you'll never see them. They'll just disappear. Just say you're going to give them chores, and they'll disappear. It's the fastest way. It's like repellent for children.
You're not a parent, are you, Tim?
No, I'm not. But I was a kid once, and that was definitely a repellent for me. I would definitely keep quiet and be like, "Shh, they might make me do work."
I'll try it. I'll let you know. Right, I'm going. I'll see you all later. Thanks, Queen.
Bye, Petty.
Let me see. TBI brought up the Venezuelan gang. Where? Growing up at grocery shopping with my dad. Yeah, I mean, I just think like I'm just waiting for her to hit the play button. If you hit it, I'll just keep quiet, Queen. But just to fill in the air a little bit while you're waiting. Are they fantasizing about truths? Well, no. Apparently, the Truth Serum was the dog the bounty hunter's idea. That's what they're claiming.
Oh, now it's Dog's idea.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hey, as long as we know where the ideas come from.
Yeah, they're blaming him now. So.
Well, I mean, that kind of lines up with him talking about kicking doors in and giving Tony his Miranda.
The only problem with that is that statement with the Truth Serum and all that stuff was written on At Night's Twitter feed. And I believe that was before Dog the Bounty Hunter came onto the scene. That's the only problem.
Maybe Dog was still in negotiations, right?
Yeah, he's like, listen, I need, if I'm going to work on this case, I got to Truth Serum some people and hypnotize them. Yes. I was reading this book on hypnotizing, and I would love to hypnotize some people, and they agreed. That's probably why Nick wears the glasses, so he can keep from being hypnotized. Those glasses are special repellent from being hypnotized.
Maybe.
It's absolutely.
I can't get hypnotized because I wear the glasses.
Absolutely, that's probably it. I can't believe because it's like the problem with this interview also is you just shot another hole into your whole injunction. You made allegations that the Truth Serum was just made up fantasy by online people, and you just admitted to it multiple times that it came from your camp. So
that is accurate.
And also apparently because there was a news coverage on the Dog and Motel 6. Motel 6.
Motel 6?
Motel,
Holiday Inn.
How did it work with Well, no comment, hey boo. I have my theories. But I will not state them on live stream. Nick has deleted all those old tweets. Well, luckily they've been screenshotted by a lot of people.
You can delete all you want. Doesn't mean that there's not screenshots out there that say
and live streams.
Yep.
People went through that shit because it was pretty shocking. A lot of people were like, what the hell is this?
Mm-hmm.
And that just to me is just like you're just not, you know what I mean? When you lie multiple times in your filings, it doesn't look good. And the judge is not going to be appreciative of that. Why can't they put all the info out and have screenshots? Beats me. I have an idea. Who's going to start infighting and break up? I don't know, Sean. You never know.
Right back with him.
No problem. I'm just waiting for Quinn to hit the play. I don't know if they're going to start infighting. To me, I don't know. It could be. I mean, you got a lot of personalities here. A lot of. If I was in an island, I wouldn't want to be on this island with these people. Let's just say they don't seem like the team I would want to be on. I feel like it would be like, what is that book with the kids trapped on an island and they just have that pig head? Forgot what it was, but just kind of reminds me of that book a little bit, but with them on it instead. Where is his voice speech? Let me see. Wonder what statute of limitations are on that. That's a question for other authorities, not me. Lord of the Flies, thank you. It kind of reminds me of Lord of the Flies with these people. I mean, I would not want to be on this damn island.
That is exactly what I was just thinking. I was like, all right. So, let's play this out. So you and I are 14-year-old boys, and I I got a brother, and I grew up with all boy cousins, so I kind of know what it's like to be a 14-year-old boy.
Yeah.
And so, okay, so you and I are 14-year-old boys, and you're a boy, so you know what it was like to be that. So let's play this out. So we've got an intelligence agency, and we've got to find something that our intelligence agency can do. Well, let's go look on social media and see what the trending topic is, okay? So it's the case of the missing Bert's bees. All of a sudden, Bert, who was a bee farmer, a bee person, a beekeeper, his whole flock of bees flew away.
Are you okay? Are you suffering? Have you ingested any substances while you were making this scenario? Because I am lost.
Sorry, I had to make my little one a grilled cheese. Well, I got it started. She's cooking it, but I had to get it started for her.
It's all right. I think Voices was having some sort of episode where she just started talking about bees and me being a 14-year-old boy and her being a 14-year-old boy, and I just was lost.
What? All right. Yeah. No, sidebar. Okay. Here we go.
Of that, because I mean they can be, I guess.
Well, I think Josh, you and I talked about it on your show one night. I mean, people made a big deal about Seth allowing him to have access to a phone, and in the world we live in today, I mean, these 15-year-old kids that roll into my house have $1,500 phones, and you don't see one of these kids without a phone. I mean, to me, it's more odd they wouldn't have a phone.
Correct.
He was, speaking of phones, he was so locked down on that phone that he would, when he came to my house, he would literally plug it in and leave it in the kitchen because that phone couldn't do anything. I mean, at one point in time, I remember asking Chris and Katie, listen, I know you got his phone.
Well, when you start off, when you say you're asking a question, you say, listen.
Lockdown, but can you at least put it so he can use the calculator? If he's doing math or he's doing something, or I need him to make a list for me. I mean, there's got to be something that you can do. And it's like, so they
You're at the stop button. Let me see. Sorry, but no way a 25-year-old left alone for 12 hours wouldn't find a way to gaming. Yeah, I don't know. I think like he had a lot of avenues to play video games. He probably played phone games. He probably played the Switch. He played all these games, So. And I think they were unsupervised, so that's a little odd. Let me see. People who say, listen, I tune out. Yeah, let me see. There's no way he didn't have a calculator or a notepad, needs no internet even. Well, I don't know. Since when can you lock down a calculator on a phone? Why would you lock down a calculator on a phone? Did we not hear that Sebastian didn't have access to cell phone for 6 months, and now all of a sudden he had a phone? Yeah, he has phone, he has games, he's all over the place now. But the problem is, like, he changes the story constantly.
Well, in one respect, yes. In another respect, he's also solidifying what we've known Chris and Katie to say was that his usage at their place was extremely limited.
Okay. Well, people said they wanted to hear the rest of your scenario. They said I cut you off too soon. So they wanted
Right. I was comparing the at night agency to what in my scenario. All right, so we got to find out. We got to find something to make our pretend agency look good, and we have these connections to TMZ because, and we need to get eyes on why Bert's swarm would have, flown away and run off. So what are we going to do? We're going to fake it till we make it, B-Tim. We're going to come out here onto social media. We're going to get the very basic of information, whether it's right, wrong, good, bad, or indifferent. Because if we're putting bad information out, then the people that actually care and fight against it are going to go ahead and they're going to call us out, therefore promoting us in what we do, We get the people to work for us, the masses to work for us. And in the process, our clicks and views go up and it generates more revenue. And all we got to do is sit back and be the agents of chaos.
Okay. Guess that makes sense.
You are so not into my scenario, and it's cool. I appreciate it.
I get the point of the scenario. I mean, like, pretty much you're saying that they're just 14-year-olds. Yeah, they're LARPing.
They're LARPing. They've got the emotional stability of 14-year-old boys because we've seen them throw little temper tantrums here, there, and everywhere.
I mean, and that's the sad thing is because all this misinformation will actually hurt actual legitimate tips. Because if people think this kid's in Venezuela or New York or wherever they're saying, it affects tips that could be legitimate, you know? And I think it's very hurtful of a case because it actually hurts the case a lot, you know? And it didn't help.
I agree.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree because they're not doing it for the right reasons.
Yeah.
They come out here and they're doing it for their own self-serving, self-gratification. And for what? For what reason? To cause chaos, to cause heartache and consternation. Because why? Because they can.
Yeah, and it's like what's sad is like no one is actually asking these people to verify this information. Because, like, you know, someone says that a Venezuelan gang has your kid and kidnapped your kid. Well, what leads you to believe that? What is the evidence that leads you to believe this theory? You know what I mean? And no one's asking that question.
And again, like I said, I know you guys, like, I know it kind of come out of left field. And I guess I should have said moment of wild speculation. It's a moment of pretend. But for me, that's what I feel. And that's what I feel like I'm sitting back and observing. So, no, I wasn't like being completely crazy and I haven't ingested anything. You stopped me a little bit. I guess I got a little more descriptive than I had planned. Because in the end, all it is like Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. Ironic that the last name is Rogers because it's like Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. We're headed off to the neighborhood of make-believe.
Yeah. Let me see.
And who is the person that loses out in all of this? Sebastian.
Yeah, I mean, like the problem is you have a situation where it's confusing. One legitimate timeline is not being accepted. It keeps on changing. Information keeps on changing. All these interviews. It makes people even disagree about the very time this guy arrived at the location. At one point, he's saying that Katie's hysterical at the scene, showing on the photo. Next minute, they're all relaxed and chilling and talking about jewelry. It's like, does that even make sense? I mean, like, it seems odd. It's a very odd situation where he keeps on adding stuff, subtracting stuff, changing times. And, you know, does that make him, like, look really guilty? To some people, yeah. Especially when he started saying, like, you know, a detective came up to him and said, what if scenario, and grabbed all his devices. You know what I mean? And so, makes him look that good to a lot of people. And to me, you know, me thinking about it, I think he tries to make himself look too good.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I think he adds things to make himself look like the hero in the middle of this, you know, this big shot guy coming in. Everyone's incompetent but him. You know, everyone doesn't care but him. You know, he's like the main character of his own story. And everyone else is incompetent. Do you not think
that law enforcement doesn't see that?
Yeah, that's probably why they stopped talking to him, because he's you know, and
he's got main character syndrome.
He does have main character syndrome. And that's not a good scenario, because at the end of the day, the people who are going to find your son or prosecute the people responsible for the disappearance or anything else that might have happened are the police. It's just simple as that. Anything this at night group gets, any evidence, it's not good. It would not be useful in court. I'd be high chances it could be thrown out. That's the problem.
Imagine your kid's case comes into court and everything that is on the table for justice depends on Dog the Bounty Hunter. We
And
got
Nick the Hat.
over here.
And Nick the Hat and Bullhorn Betty.
Yeah. That's going to be a no from me, dog.
Yeah, that's going to be a disaster of a case to prosecute. TBI is the first that released about the gang, not Seth or Tony. Where did they release about a gang, beautiful? Because you said that a couple of times. What was it, like an article, or is it a video about a gang? Beautiful disaster. So I can look it up and find it. She's claimed to have interviewed Dog a while back, but really was she was standing on the yard, and she asked Dog a couple of questions while he knocked on the door and walked back into his car. I've seen that. It's over the internet. Okay, but we're going to check about this Venezuelan gang right now.
Please, because I have questions. Oh, so many questions. Questions.
Yeah, I don't see anything for Sumner County. Let me see.
Oh, so many questions.
The Venezuelan gang. I feel like they just pulled this out because it was a trending topic and they threw it into like whatever. The director of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations warned a violent Venezuelan gang has resurfaced in Tennessee. Compared to the transnational gang MS-13, which is made up of mostly members of Central America's descent, officials said the members of Venezuelan gangs are known to be involved in crimes ranging from trafficking women to committing murder in broad daylight. Tuesday's budget meeting with Tennessee Governor Bill Lee, TBI Director Richard Roche, opened his statement saying, "I want to start off the morning with more concerns, trends." Now I know why they brought up the whole Venezuelan gang, because it's a trending topic on Google. All right, that makes sense. That makes sense. He wants to get involved.
And we're using every tool available at our own resource for trending topics to tie it to SebastianRogers. Whether it's the election, it's Dog the Bounty Hunter, it's TMZ, it's let's get a reward out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's
by crook, buddy.
That's what I think, honestly. Let's see. But let me see. Let me see. Why would a gang want to kidnap Sebastian? No clue. There wouldn't be a ransom, number one, because they're not that rich. Everyone keeps on making claims that Chris and Katie has tons of money. I'd be shocked if they were able to ante up $50,000 in cash. For the risk of kidnapping, that's not a lot of money. Usually they focus on women for trafficking. And two, they wouldn't be this clean, in my opinion, in a disappearance. It just doesn't make sense. To make it political? Yeah, it's probably just to make it political. Because, Trump's been elected. There's a lot of people who have their opinions on the border, and it kind of like can tie in, and that's pretty much it. That's what I think, probably. But that's why I always say, like, what is your point of reference that you connect that to? Because if you're just going to say, like, Venezuelan gang did it, I mean, that's just like me saying aliens kidnapped SebastianRogers and teleported him in his flying saucer.
Do you know how ironic that is? I'm over here making UFOs.
Oh my God.
Straight up, that's what I'm making today, or UFO.
It's their shot to actually get Trump on board. Maybe. The problem is like politics is a lot dirtier than YouTube. And with their background, it's not going to look good. Let's just say that much. It's very hard for a gang to kidnap a child when they don't want to be in any position to get caught by law enforcement. Also, the risk is not there. At the end of the day, a gang is about making money, not about just committing crimes for willy-nilly. I'll be right back, boys. Give me 1 second.
Yep. Trump's getting ready to deport. Well, I mean, I told you guys my theory. I truly believe that they're going to use whatever they can use. It's by hook or by crook, LARPing scenario. In my opinion, they made some promises that now they're being forced to have to fulfill, and they're doing it in any way, form, or fashion that they possibly could. That's the way I feel about it. Anything to be in the news. Yes, JR. Good press, bad press is better than no press.
Depends. Depends. I mean, at the end of the day, also, it's like, I don't even know why Josh is attaching himself to. It's like,
well, I mean, how ironic that he's the one who leaked the call, and now they've gone back to their original crew.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
I thought I had professional grilled cheese makers, and I ended up having to be the one to make them. So,
you know what?
I appreciate you guys. Sorry, my family comes first, and I got to take care of it. It's Saturday afternoon, so it is what it is. Thank you for sticking with me.
I used to have to make my own lunch and dinner when I was a kid, but that's just me.
Well, you know what? Trust the process. We're in the learning phase, okay?
I started learning how to cook when I was, I think,
come on now. Well, now
13.
Now
13. I was making pasta and sauces and cooking my lunch.
What if you could use the calculator and stuff on that? I mean,
come on, me too.
Did they ever tell you what they thought the danger of him having the internet was?
They didn't want him to have access. I mean, at one point in time, you know, it was locked down, so he couldn't play video games on there. And then Katie had complained, and Chris had complained a couple times that instead of going to sleep at night, he'd be up watching YouTube videos.
Okay.
You know, and it's like, well, it's simple. Put a timer on it. When it's bedtime, no more internet access. I mean,
so at some point, Seth, you quit driving around and you ended up back at the house with Katie, with Chris, with Kathy.
Chris wasn't there when I came back.
Okay. So he still wasn't there yet, but you got back, and clearly Katie was there, Kathy was there.
I came back, I turned around, I spoke to one of the detectives. I was like, has there been any word, anything yet? You know, walked in. I don't feel comfortable around my ex-wife and her family. I mean, I really don't. I mean, they're not, she's my ex.
You don't say. You don't say. We're gonna, in my opinion, need you to realize that. Happy Life said pause game always on point. Purple Dragon Chill. There's a way for viewers to check if they have gifted memberships turned on, but I can't post links. So I made a post and I tagged you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And yes, there's a way to turn your gifted memberships on. Usually if somebody buys memberships, it says allow gifts underneath of it, and you click that and push the toggle over to yes.
I don't feel comfortable around her. I mean, I have my reasons for not feeling comfortable around her. She dragged me through the dirt and did a lot of dirty, underhanded stuff, in my opinion. And I'm not there to hang out.
Are you fucking kidding me right now? Are you kidding me?
Wait a minute. I thought he spent the first 2 nights there.
Yeah, I thought he did too.
Wait a minute. The fuck?
You know, I'd come back to speak to the detective, any word, anything. No, okay, turn around, and I would leave again to go search more. You know, I don't have the patience to sit. My son is missing. I'm supposed to protect him. I'm supposed to find him. He is missing. My goal is to find him.
So when you come back there and you have a little bit of interaction with law enforcement. You know, how were they treating you? How were they treating Katie? Was it about the same? Were they showing her respect for being the mom, you respect for being the dad? I mean, what did that look like?
I was a ghost on the wall, a fly maybe. I mean, come in, ask them if there was any news, get a no. And that's about all they wanted to really talk to me about on the first day. They were like, you need to stay around so that we can get a hold of you. It's like, well, you can get a hold of me. I got a phone. Call me. I am going to go look for my son. Well, make sure that you don't get out and go traipsing through the woods, because the last thing we want to do is you go missing, and now we're looking for both your son and you because something happened to you while you're out there. And I'm like, well, of course not. I'm staying in my vehicle, my window's down. I'm not going to be walking through the woods or anything. That's y'all's job. Y'all are going to be going through the woods. You're all going to be taking the dogs, and you guys got the drones out and stuff like that. You know, I'm just looking for him, screaming his name, you know, driving around, looking everywhere, looking to see if he's underneath.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold the fuck on. Because I thought that's what JLR recorded, was him on foot searching and going through.
Yeah.
I'm so glad.
Out in the...
I thought I was over here having a stroke and shit, because I'm like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
You remembering stuff you didn't remember, and not...
Yeah, I mean, like Kodo said, like, oh, I thought he was running through the woods searching for his son, but instead he was complaining about him not watching TV at home because his PlayStation's gone, and he needed to watch TV and play video games. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, heavens forbid Katie would have complained and said, guys, they took my PlayStation and I can't watch TV now while my son's missing. The fucking internet would explode. It would explode. Everyone would make videos. They would attack her. This guy literally stated 2 weeks after his son's disappearance, he couldn't watch TV. Couldn't watch his shows, his movies. He couldn't even go to a damn store on Best Buy to buy a Roku or a Fire Stick just so he can watch TV. Unbelievable. And then, like, he's saying, I'm not looking through the woods. It's their cops' jobs. Okay.
That's definitely a different story than he's sung before.
Yeah, I mean, we heard the story about him, like, oh, he's deteriorating his body. He's just wasting away while he's running through the woods looking for his son. And we're hearing,
that's how he hurt his shoulder.
That's how he hurt his shoulder. Yeah.
God, I'm so
glad. I thought his shoulder was at work.
Yeah, well.
Was it not? Well, I'm being serious as fuck. I'm asking, is it really? I thought he really did get her at work.
I thought some of it was from work, but I thought he aggravated it while he was out walking in the woods, looking at searching in the woods. Right.
Yeah.
I thought it was a combination of both.
Let me see. What did Jenna say? Someone said read Jenna's comment. I didn't read it. Let me see. Where's Jenna's? I'll look through it and find your comment, Jenna. Sorry.
Yes, I don't even know what you're talking about or who Jenna is, but all right, here we go.
What bridges if he's in a culvert, you know, wherever I see. I don't know this area, so I'm looking everywhere.
So you get back at some point, and when you get back, you go out, you search a little bit, you're screaming for your son again. It's almost become like a routine. You go out for a little while, you search, you come back, check in. At some point, you got back there, and Chris was there, correct?
Chris was there, and Chris was there, and now the detectives wanted to talk to me, and they're like, hey, what direction do you go when you go home? And I was like, well, I have either take 24. If I take 24, I take Log Hollow Pike down to, I told him I take it all the way down to 41, make a left, take it over, make a right at the Sonic, and then I take that road all the way to 24, so I bypass 65 and all the traffic. And they were like, okay. I said, if I take 41, I take Long Hollow all the way down to 41. Instead of making a left, I'll make a right, and I take it all the way up, and it'll take me on the other side of exit 1. It's a long way, but when there's a backup on 24, it's not that much longer. It's an extra 10 minutes. And then it was like, there's times that me and Sebastian will drive through the country. We'll make a left off of 41, and we just take the back roads to get home. So those are the two major ones, 41 or 24. I spoke to him. I was like, hey, if he did run away, then he's probably trying to make it to my house. Is there any way we can pull footage from here to 24 and footage on 24 all the way up to exit 1, or footage on 41 all the way up to 40, you know? And I was told that, do you know how long that would take? That would take forever.
Wow. So you walk in and you see Chris. Does he run up and give you a hug and say, "I'm so sorry, brother. We're going to work together and we're going to find our son," or how does that look?
Chris showed up, and I really didn't have much of an interaction with him at the very beginning when he showed up, because law enforcement at that point in time, I've been there. I want to say it's like 1:30, and the detective.
In my opinion, the story continues to change.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Here's Jenna back in the chat again. Hold on here. Hold on. It was basically letting you know about the Venezuelan gang situation. I live in Tennessee, a small town. I don't think it has anything to do with Sebastian at all, but that's very true. That's their main thing.
Yeah, I think it was basically the Venezuela. I've seen that. I think the Venezuela angle is just brought in just for publicity to hope for it to get like attention, online attention. I think they just saw that it was a trending topic with a lot of people, especially when it comes to the immigration issue with some people. And I think they're trying to state that to get clicks and views and try to combine SebastianRogers with the Venezuelan gang for some reason. That's what I think. I don't think there's any evidence leading to any connection because they haven't said it. I like to see the proof where you're stating that there's a connection and where you're getting your tip from and how are you making sure this is a credible tip. Yeah. That's exactly what this case needs. This case needs politics too. Why not? It's already a shit show. Why not we just add some politics to it? Why not? All right. Add a little politics and stuff like that. I'm sure I won't make it into an even bigger shit show,
Well,
but I think,
of course. I mean, like, let's throw in politics. I mean, because it's a hot button item.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Hi, Jay. I just think it's just really messed up. But like the problem with him is these people are not. He's talking about like, oh, I go down this back road, I go down this back road, and then I was told this, and he's like, he's not really answering the question, even though the question's being spoon fed to him, and he doesn't answer the damn question, which is, you know what I mean? He just goes off on side tangents all the time.
Well, I mean, sometimes that's why law enforcement asks specific questions or certain questions. Generally, it's been my experience when dealing with something like that, they ask questions they already know the answers to.
It's like, it's like me asking you Voices, like, so Voices, when B. Tim, when you saw B. Tim and he looked really angry and, he was like, kind of like looking at you like that. What did what did you see?
Oh, I saw ire and rage, and I feared for my own personal safety. Yes.
And then he's like, well, and then this is Seth instead. Well, when I walked in there, I noticed that the kitchen wasn't clean.
Right.
And, and it took me a while to walk around the house. And it's like,
there were so many people in there, but nobody was doing anything. It was just a room full of people standing around looking at each other.
Yeah, it's like, oh my God, man, like, and it's like you got one complete amateur, which is like Tony Mathis is terrible at his job. Terrible. And it's like, it's not a serious interview. It's not clean and concise, trying to explain the timeline of events at all. And usually my advice would be like, first, I would probably tell Seth to give his timeline of events of what happened uninterrupted first. Right? Let him say everything uninterrupted. Then you write down questions that you want to ask him, and then you go into the details of the unspecified stuff. Because if you go do the interrogation before you do that, like let's say, you're cutting him off from his train of thought.
Right. You don't know what else you might be preventing him from saying.
Yeah. And I think that would have been a better situation. So let him say a whole part there. Let him talk, and then you ask him about things that he might have missed to educate the people there what's going on. But instead, it's like very disjointed. He says some things, and then he gets spoon-fed an answer from Mr. Tony Mathis, and then once in a while they ask a question and they go on side tangents.
I can't wait to watch the rest of this. I hear it gets really good.
Yeah, Queen, you can hit the play button.
Yeah.
Detective in the case turns around and asks me, he's talking to me about what direction I do to go home. And then they're like, can we come to your house? And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. You know, I've already called up here to my friends, my neighbors. I've already communicated with them. I've already communicated with other people to come to my house, to put a note on my door for Sebastian if he comes. You know, I've already spoken to my neighbors. They're, you know, have you seen him? Is he anywhere? Nobody has seen him or anything, but they're now aware in case he shows up. So I turn around. I was like, sure. I took 24. They followed me all the way up here to my house. And then they come in. They go through my house. They trash my son's room. They strip the sheets off of his bed. They flip his bed over. They've taken everything off, like he's not hiding in between the sheets and the mattress. You know, there's no reason for some of what you're doing. And his room is a complete total mess. Everything is on the floor. And they're like, hey, can we go ahead and can we take your electronics to the lift room? And I'm like, well, yeah.
Wait a minute.
But I don't have anything to hide. So they turn around and take my PlayStation 4.
Didn't he say that they didn't?
Wait a minute, I'm looking something up real quick, trying to find a timestamp on another video, and I hear you say, "Wait a minute."
Didn't he just say like they didn't like secure? You know, they didn't look at his like his son's room was bed was unmade or something. It was the only thing that was the bed was unmade, and now the whole room is like messed up. Is this his house or Chris and Katie's house? He's talking about
his house.
His house. Okay. Oh my God. Before this suggested that he didn't check the bed. Yeah. So they're checking everything. So what is his thought process that now they're saying that they checked everything now, and now before he said they didn't check anything? It's confusing. What's also confusing is he's not really specifying which house he's talking about. Like, am I the only one getting confused with that? Like, he just talked about Katie's house, and then he talks about his house. I don't know. It's weird.
I think it's intentional, Tim, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's like it's not making sense. Yeah, I know it's his house, but it's like it should be like you just have to follow it. Yeah, but the problem is it's not really making sense.
Well, and Josh is a shitty interviewer because he should have been clarifying this.
Yes, you're the only one. You aren't the only one. Oh, okay. He specified. Thank you. Oh, no. It's just weird. But you can continue.
Queen.
Yeah.
I just wanted to, I sent you an email, and it's a PDF and shows some familiar names in the PDF that kind of show that, you know, there's been association for quite a long time, you know, with, I know that you know that he's a fixer and everything, but I came across some information and I put it in a PDF. So I don't know if you wanted to check it out, you know, and just, you know, go over it. If you look at the bottom left-hand corner on one of the pages, and you'll see very familiar names that show that they've been in association with each other for, you know, since 2021 as of that information.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, baby.
Yeah. So I don't know if you're able to open it. So I just wanted to make sure that you're able to open it or not.
Okay. All right. I'll shoot you an email back if I can't get it open.
Okay. All right.
I'm not going to go in there and search for it now while we're in the middle of this, but. I'll check it out here in a little bit. All right, here we go.
They turn around and they take Sebastian's PlayStation out of his room. And then they turn around, they see a tablet that my mom got him for Christmas back in 2020 and like literally I grabbed the charger so they could charge it. But I was like, he hasn't been on that in years. And they plug it in.
Well, they're going to check everything, right? Don't you think? I think. Shit.
Well, I mean, I want them to check anything and everything. I don't care if he'd been on it yesterday or 4 years ago. Look at it. I'm not hiding anything. If I had nothing to do with my child's disappearance, go for
Roro,
it.
you're up here. Roro, you're up here. Was my mic not working?
Mic's working. We hear you.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say because she's not hearing me. I don't think Infamous Truth Teller heard me when I said, "Hey, I'll go check it out," but I'm not gonna do it in the middle of the live. And then poof, she was gone. So I don't know if she heard me, but
yeah, maybe they just didn't hear. I can hear you clearly.
Yeah. All right. Well, you're not coming through, Roro.
Yeah, I can't hear Roro.
Yeah, I booted her, so maybe she'll come back up and StreamYard. It's either her phone or StreamYard, but sometimes her earbuds mess up too.
Yeah.
All right. Here.
And they turn it on and they're like, "Oh, this hasn't been used since 2021." And I'm like, "Well, I already told you. He's not ever on it. He's more on my PlayStation than anything else."
So, Seth, at what point in time was that they showed up to your house?
It took like an hour and 15, an hour and 20 minutes to get from Katie's house to my house. So we're there 2:30.
All right, Miss Roro, we'll try this again.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
I'm sorry. I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me. I was like,
No, I couldn't. I was like, what the hell's going on? Can y'all even hear me? I didn't know if something was going on. Hold on, I'm gonna read your super sticker. It says, hold on, Tony doesn't need milk. That dude looks stressed. Might need some formals with a squirt of vitamins. Little pale there, dude. Jamie Beck, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate that. If you guys got one, please make sure you tell her thank you. Thank you for showing love to the hive. I appreciate you. Go ahead, Roro. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. He needs a little formula, with all the good stuff in it, because whatever he's doing ain't working. But I just want to come up and say, what Sean does, in my opinion, is like, okay, so he walks in Sebastian's room, and okay, everything's kind of where it was and everything. But he has said that they tore up Sebastian's room at his house. He has to be the bigger victim. You see what I'm saying? Like, they didn't take their electronics, they took mine. They didn't tear up his room at their house, what they did at my house. They, when you're, because I have somebody like this in my family, they have to be the bigger victim. Like, Katie was showing me his picture, but she was shoving it in my face, like he was the bigger victim. That's how you have to look at this. Because in every scenario, it's all about him. He is the main character and the bigger victim.
And which is a problem, because it changes a lot of the story, and then people are like, what the hell's going on here? Why is this being changed? Why is this being changed? And I think it makes them, it does no favor, this interview. It makes them makes people ask more questions now. And it's not good.
And the reason why they looked under the mattress, no, they knew Sebastian wasn't between the mattress and the box spring. But like in the case of Gannon Stout, yeah, that's why they look, because, dude, they don't know you.
Oh, yeah, they don't trust you. I mean, like, when you say, take my word, it hasn't been used since 2021, the cop's not going to say, okay, I'll take your word. You could just easily be lying to the cop. They open it up and it says 2024 the day before, and there's a bunch of stuff that they can use against you. Like, they just don't trust anyone. They go into a scene, they don't trust, because, they look at both parents. They say, they say that both parents could be, or in this case, all three, the stepfather, the stepmother, the stepfather, the mother, and, Seth, could be involved in something. One of these could be suspects. So they look at all of you as suspects until otherwise. So they're doing 2 things at once. One is a search for the missing child, and another is to see if your stories line up, and if you're guilty of anything in the connection with the case.
And I'm sure that they took the sheets off Sebastian's bed at Chris and Katie's house, and maybe she put them back on because he wasn't there. Remember, it took an hour for him to get there because he had to drive the speed limit and not make any phone calls. He is I've never seen such a conscientious driver. I mean,
honestly,
kudos, man.
I'd be calling up every single person I know, to be honest with you.
Oh.
I would
Well,
be on that
wait,
phone.
he just contradicted himself here because he said, remember, I made all the phone calls to my neighbors, let everybody know, had asked if they'd seen him. Now they're all aware. So he just contradicted himself again.
Well,
But
that
was
might
that
be
on the drive there?
Yeah.
I don't know if that was on the drive there. That could have been after he got there, or you know, when he was out searching on his own. We don't know if that was in that hour drive, you know. But you know, it anyway. It's just all the little things. But you know, keep doing these, man. You know, I'm in full support. You know, just I don't understand. Like, you know, nobody can show your information on your missing child. They just have to go to your channel to get it. You don't want anything to hit the algorithm about your missing child, right? Yeah. And you'll strike whoever does that. Okay. All right. It's just all interesting. But you know, the grift's got to keep going. So, all right, y'all have a good day. I'll be down in chat. Thank you for letting me come up. But yeah, BTM, just you have to. It's kind of like you have to get in the mindset of Betty, and I know it hurts. You have to get in the mindset of Sean. I know that hurts too, and it kind of goes out of our norm, but that's what I have to do. You know,
Mm.
and from searching, you know, nobody was there. They did nothing to. I didn't even have a place to park. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Which is a weird statement to make. Like, I don't have a place to park. It's just weird. I mean, I don't know.
I would have parked in downtown Nashville and ran if that's the only place I could park. You know what I mean?
Mm.
You know what I mean? I don't know. But you know, he's always the victim. He didn't have a place to park. You know,
Tony looks like the president after he's been in office for 4 years, tired and haggard.
Jesus Christ. Let me see. There you
I'll
go.
shut up.
Yeah,
But
no
I gotta
problem.
hop down. Y'all
I'll
have a
see
good
you.
day. All right, bye. Thank
See
you.
you later. I was actually looking at a post that's somebody sent me a screenshot that says, when the story changed from initial interviews, I can't help but side eye things. Were you telling the truth in the beginning or now? Well, gee, I mean, you know, some of us that have been calling the shit out have been called tragedy pimps and fucking, you know, shitheads and trash bags and
Part of an enterprise now.
yeah.
I think, let me see. There's some person here who does not like our review of this. I'm trying to think.
That's okay. They can pop on up or they can stay in the chat.
Yeah.
What's up?
Reviewing a person who is changing their stories is what a lot of people do. And if
well, you know what? You can review all this under fair use. I mean, that's all there is to it. Here we go.
We're here
that afternoon.
Yeah, that afternoon.
So did they ask you to go back to your house with them?
Well, they asked me. Yeah, they asked if they could go back. They asked if they could come to my house and search my house.
So they're walking in and out of Chris and Katie's house, and this is where I'm a little confused. They're walking in and out of Chris and Katie's house. They're not ransacking it. They're not tearing anything up. They're not going crazy, correct?
They didn't even take their electronics.
So then they come to your house and completely different MO.
Yes.
What do you make of that, Josh?
I mean, unless they thought that he had made his way there in the middle of the night somehow. I mean, if it takes an hour and 15 minutes to drive there in the middle of the night barefoot, would probably, I mean, he, you know, I don't know, unless they suspected something, but I don't, when you told them, did you tell them specifically, did you say to them, I have nothing to hide?
Yeah.
And what was their response to that?
Okay.
And that was it.
That was it.
And so they were just asking your permission. Can we search your house? Can we take this without, you know, without warrants and stuff? And obviously you agreed to everything and received most of that stuff back, I believe, but
in time.
Here's the thing that it's like they left Sebastian's PS4 in his room. They never once took it. Oh, let me rephrase that. They took the electronics out of my house. They didn't take Sebastian's laptop. That's still on my kitchen table.
Never?
Never. They never took his laptop. Still on my kitchen table. Right where he left it. I want things to still be. He left them.
Deep breath, buddy.
Okay. Okay. Layla, according to you all, the first people to check, hold on here, are correctly the parents, not just the custodial parents, but the non-custodial parent. Sorry you are just learning this, you professional fuck up. And no, in my opinion, Tony does not help Seth at all.
He's horrible at his job, to be honest with you.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think he doesn't really know what he's doing, to be honest. But
I think he honestly does disservice to Seth in a lot of ways because he doesn't know what he's doing. If I was, initially, you should have talked to him and in the beginning and kind of ironed out what they were saying. But it seems like, the plan is to blame Chris and Katie for everything and he's a hero. And it's like, that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get a timeline of events going so people can understand what the hell's going on. It's disjointed. You know what I mean? Like this whole interview is just to highlight him as a victim.
Yeah, it's it's crazy.
Yeah.
And Josh, he just he just comes in on the side.
Josh is like, can I?
I almost thought he was trolling it. Right? I almost thought at some points in times he was trolling because some of it is fucking funny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Josh is probably thinking to him, like side-eyeing him as well when he looks certain of his responses. Because, like, heavens forbid, like Don Wells came on this platform and stated, you know what, when the police took my stuff, I couldn't watch television. And I demanded, you know what, I can't watch television 2 weeks after they took my stuff. Do you know how fucking crazy people would act if he did that in the beginning? Or any of the people do that? That's not good. That would be something I would probably expect Tony to say, bro, do not bring this up on a live stream. It's going to make you look really bad to a lot of people, realistically. But nope, he states it, and it makes him look really bad in front of a live stream because people are going to sit there and be like, wait a minute, you're more concerned about your television shows than your own missing son and your PlayStation games? What the hell is going on here? And then when
I can't relax, Tim, and if I can't relax, I can't calm down, and it's stressing me out. Look, I want to wrap my fat little sausage fingers around your throat.
Oh my God, don't say that. We'll be in trouble. But like that's the problem. That's what people will naturally assume when you state things like how he stated it. And heavens forbid, like Chris or Katie said the same thing, they would be roasted on this platform. And honestly, rightfully so. If you came out and you stated that you're more concerned about your television shows than your missing child, yeah, I can't really defend that. I can't really sit there and be like, yeah, that's absolutely something normal and not like a wackadoo thing to say, you know? It's weird. It's absolutely weird.
All right.
They came into his room. They took his PlayStation. They took his Switch. They took the tablet that he never even used.
Hold on. I gotta slow this the fuck down. These acting skills are A1, Jack. Hold on. We got to slow it down.
They took the electronics out of my house.
They
didn't take Sebastian's laptop. That's still on my kitchen table.
Listen, J is for justice. Listen, Linda, listen.
Never?
Never. They never took his laptop. Still on my kitchen table. Right where he left it. Because I want things to still be where he left them.
Deep breath, buddy.
Long pause.
They came into his room. They took his PlayStation. They took his Switch. They took the tablet that he never even used. He used the.
Now, what was it necessary to be doing that? Huh?
Yeah, I don't understand why he's crying about the tablet that they didn't bother taking or whatnot, or what. Like they took the tablet and they didn't take the play. I don't know.
It's fucking weird.
The laptop more than he used that tablet. And yet they left the laptop on the kitchen table. They took my PlayStation.
And you didn't offer your laptop to them?
Right, he said, hold on. He said they didn't want the laptop, that they left it on the table. Well, gee, if he doesn't use it, why would they want it?
Top more than he used that tablet.
Did you tell him that?
And yet they left the laptop on.
Yeah, he said he didn't use the tablet or the laptop, and they left it. Hold on.
The tablet
No,
that
he said he
never
used the
even
laptop
used.
more than the tablet.
Yeah.
All right,
and
let
did he
me play
offer
this.
that? And did he offer that information to the cops? That would be my question.
No idea. I don't know. I'm gonna play this real fast though. I'm gonna replay this.
They came into his room. They took his PlayStation. They took his Switch. They took the tablet that he never even used. He used the laptop more than he used that tablet.
Okay, so they took the tablet, and he's saying that he used the laptop more than he played the tablet, right? That's what I got from that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And yet they left the laptop on the kitchen table. They took my PlayStation. They wanted nothing to do with my laptop. I mean, it's just like the things that they took, and like literally 2 weeks went by, and I'm like,
Well, they tend to take what they may need at any given time, especially if they need to go back and look at something, you know? My PlayStation, bingo, Sammy Activity says. Crazy. And the Oscar goes to...
Does anybody else find it ironic that he's like they took his PlayStation, right? And what is the one thing we learned that Chris and Katie were going to give him a PlayStation, Sebastian's PlayStation, until Chris said no, that it had been hacked and games were purchased, so he couldn't give it. That's concerning in my book.
That would be one of my questions I would ask, like, when did this hack occur? How did it happen? You know what I mean? Like, I would want to know exactly if it's connected in any way. You know what I mean? That'd be one of the questions I would probably ask. Did it happen before? Did it happen afterwards? You know, that would be it. But unfortunately, no one bothered to ask that question. So now I'm asking into the void. Was that question asked? Probably not. He also said Sebastian and him shared the PS, so they have to figure out who's using it. Yeah, pretty much. I wonder too about the laptop. I don't know, man. It just seems like he is not, like, for instance, why didn't they take the laptop if he used it more? Did you inform the police officers that he used the laptop more than that? You know what I mean? More than the tablet.
It's weird. They're his brothers in blue or brown or whatever the hell color they wear.
Yeah.
And whatever. You would think he would be like forthcoming with them to a point of.
Well, I mean, he's going to tell you that it took them like 4 hours to figure out how to get into the Switch's account, and him just sitting there saying, well, you have to have an account to go online. And he doesn't help them.
Oh my God.
It's like your son's missing and you're playing like games. Like, to me, I would definitely, and then one of the officers come up to you and says, what if you, got someone to kidnap your son for you? You paid someone to do it. What if? It's a very odd question that doesn't usually come up too often in an investigation. And if I was Josh and I heard that, I'd be like, what prompted that question? Why do they think you would pay to have
Oh my
your
God,
son?
then it gets better. Okay, well, let's hush and let her play.
Yeah, hit the play button. What prompted?
Hey, you know, am I going to get this stuff back? You said that you guys would only have it for a couple days. I don't know about other people, but I use my PlayStation if I'm watching TV. All my streaming services run through my PlayStation. I have a smart TV, but it's an old smart TV. Like Netflix doesn't even work on it anymore. I got that notification probably like 5 years ago.
Yeah, no, that's pretty standard to use your console for that stuff.
Right.
So it's like you took all this stuff, but you didn't take anything out of his room at his mom's house. His Switch was still on the floor when I was there. The PlayStation was still there. You know, the next day, that's when they took our phones. And then they complained about the fact that Chris gave them a phone, Katie gave them a phone, I gave them my only working phone. The other phone that I had no service, just Wi-Fi connection. And I use it so that I can listen to music while I sleep. Because that's just
What? He just wants it for the music.
Yeah, and also to listen to creepypastas, by the way. I'm just going to tell you that.
what I do for background. And then they turn around, and they had my phone for almost 12 hours to download it. I use my phone for everything, you know. It's not like they had my phone long enough that my mom and dad didn't know what happened. That my friends and stuff were calling Clarksville PD to do well care checks on me because they didn't know what happened. And it's like, they asked for my phone. I wasn't even able to use it to send any messages to people.
Well, hold on, because the chat's saying that there's some fibs going on. Something's flying here. Welcome, Tracy. Hold on, let's see here. Lauren, just think for a second, his son is the victim and is missing. Yet we are sitting here listening to the devices that Ellie took from Seth, and he couldn't watch TV. Just
Yeah.
think, is that normal?
No. I don't even think Leilani Simon said something so incriminating. Well, like, you know what I mean? Like, I've seen guilty parents not say things like that. Like, clearly guilty parents that did something to their kids don't even say things like that because it would make them look guilty, even more guilty, because it's not a good idea to state that. It's not normal. I've never seen a situation where a parent was more concerned about watching television shows. That is so weird. I've never heard of a case. Have you, Voices? I think you've covered a lot more missing persons cases than me.
No, sir. This is my red flags are. I'm standing here cooking chicken tenders in the air fryer, and I am just like, wait a minute. Now, like, this is nothing but a great big fat contradiction.
Yeah.
He's really contradicted himself in this.
I have now, I guess. You're right, Green Goddess. I have now, apparently. Like, and no one is calling. And the weird thing is like, you know, this is the crowd of people that support him that calls out Katie or Chris for every little mistake. Why is no one calling him out on this? This is terrible.
Main character syndrome beats him. It's his all main character syndrome, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is terrible. Like that line, and Tony doesn't have the common sense to be like, just to cut this off, this part, and try to just go.
Reroute it.
Yeah, reroute it. You know how I do it sometimes when we're going a little off key. I'm like,
we just pivot.
Yeah, like he does not understand that this is a bad subject to continue on, and it's going to make him look worse and worse. And no one has the sense to just shut him up and move on. Let me see. His neighbor lady and her son that moved back in California the day Sebastian went missing. I don't know about that. And honestly, I mean, listen, leave the investigation to the cops. My advice. The cops are not incompetent people. They know what they're doing. They've dealt with it. So I'm sure they're going to look into it. I'm sure they're going to look into any sort of information, but it's very. And also, you shouldn't be drinking Mountain Dew, by the way. Just saying that much. Mountain Dew's bad for you. I tell Queen all the time to stop drinking Mountain Dew as well. We should have a vote to make Queen quit.
Not gonna happen. No, we ain't voting on shit. Now, come
We're
on.
gonna quit.
We ain't voting on shit. Well, let's go. The fuck, B Tim. Now, listen, I ain't getting picked on today.
Like, quit the Mountain Dew. Queen.
No. Nope. No. And I ain't dealing with this.
She's
right
already
now. I feel like I'm being attacked.
I agree, Queen. I'm coming to your rescue.
All right.
She's already being starved. You cannot make her die of thirst also. Let her drink her Mountain Dew.
No more Mountain Dew. We're going to have a vote. No more Mountain Dew.
That's right. I'm
Tim,
already being starved, and you want to take away the only fucking thing I got left here?
I don't believe that vote is going to pass, B. Tim. I just see you getting told to sit down and hush.
Well.
There are more of us soda drinkers than you.
That's it.
We're voting. We're going to stop this Mountain Dew drinking. Done. Anyway. Let me see. Beat him duct tape on. Nope. I'm not. I'm going to keep on denouncing Mountain Dew.
Who did all these welfare checks? And I'm sure now there's going to be a plethora of some sort of way to check into that and find out if that's actually accurate.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just BS, to be honest with you. They have shown no proof of these calls, like him being harassed or stalked or anything like that. And he's just been kind of doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on it with no proof.
Hey, did you guys know that the 2 a.m. girls had a big old breakup?
Oh, really? What happened?
Oh, yeah, really, they did. Sure did.
Stalker.
And that's that.
I mean, who would ever predict that? That people that were doing, like, hanging out on a live stream and all that stuff would break up when they're doing a bunch of crazy things in the background. That's very weird. I mean, who would ever predict that? It's very weird. And I'm sure there's going to be text messages and stuff getting released on a live stream and one denouncing the other. And they're probably going to go against each other. Yep, exactly. What life to live, beats him. No Crocs, no Mountain Dew. What a life. A long life, actually. I'll have good working feet that don't have like some sort of deformity because of the Crocs. And
But a long, miserable life. That's all right. I'll live a short one and go to hell.
That's what I was thinking. I'll take the short one.
I want to have a little bit of fun here.
B. Tim, something you
We're going to live on the wild side. B. Tim, we're going to take you on the wild side with us.
No.
I have fun. You know what? You let your hair down. You might have fun.
Nope.
So you don't think you'd have a good time partying with us one time, one night?
No.
One time for the one time.
I need to go to bed at 10 o'clock.
No.
See, no.
He's a stick in the mud, Queen. He would be so pouty. Him and his little sweater vest would be so pouty at the party. It would be so. It would.
He'd be having fun. He would be the life of the party. He don't even know it.
Kodo said Seth just said his family was so worried about him they called welfare checks on him because the police had the phone so long. Yeah, but didn't he also say that he had a burner phone or a phone that's not connected to like Sprint or anything, and that he used it to listen to music and contact people?
Mm-hmm.
So why didn't he give just do a WhatsApp or go on a payphone or something and start get a burner, get an actual phone like Motorola or something from a local store and just call them up? I don't know, 5 minutes on your phone.
to let them know, hey, law enforcement has my phone. Don't be worried if I don't answer it.
But you were willing to let them do whatever they wanted to do and take however long they wanted to take, because in that moment you knew you had nothing to do with it. But in that moment you were thinking about, hey, I want to get myself cleared so we can move forward. Correct?
Correct. I don't want them wasting time looking at me when they need to find my son.
Is that what you felt like? You felt that they were looking at you?
After they came to my house and they trashed my house the way they did? Yeah. Yeah. When they took my electronics and they didn't touch Chris or Katie's electronics for over 2 weeks. Over 2 weeks. They didn't touch any of their electronics except for their phones.
That sounded, in my opinion, real fucking pouty. Did it not?
Oh, yeah. Petty, 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 pouty.
Super pouty.
They didn't take Sebastian's PlayStation. They didn't take his Switch. None of that stuff.
How do you know that?
Because I called up Chris and I said, Chris, they still have all of my stuff. I can't even watch the news. I can't do anything. I can't relax in my house. I can't sit down and watch a movie. And he was like, well, you can come pick up Sebastian's PlayStation.
But you had a GoFundMe up for $25,000 and you couldn't go get a fucking TV or a PlayStation to watch the fucking news in a Roku box. So it was $25. Stop it. Stop. How the fuck was he able to call Chris on the phone? I don't know. Because he could watch YouTube on a phone. So you got to have a TV, a PlayStation, and a phone to play music while you're watching what the fuck is going on here?
He's just mad his stuff was taken, in my opinion.
Right. He called Chris and told Chris he couldn't watch TV. He couldn't even watch the news. And Chris said, go ahead and come over and pick up Sebastian's PlayStation since you don't have one. But he's so fucking mean. He's so fucking bad.
I can't relax in my own house, Chris.
Just think for a second, his son is a victim and is missing, yet we are sitting here listening to the device Silly took from Seth, and he couldn't watch TV. Just think, is that normal? No. That is not normal. That is.
Has anybody seen anything like this before? Because I haven't.
I haven't seen things like this even in cases where the parent had something to do with the actual child's disappearance or, unaliving. Because usually they realize it makes them look really guilty if they say things like that. So it's not something you would say. And look at Josh's face. Josh is contemplating, did I make the right decision doing this interview with this guy? Because he's saying things that if Katie said, I would be shitting on 100%. Like 100%, he would be like, Katie's a heartless monster. That's my salsa. Just for everyone knows that. I never.
Hold on. Why are you all against Seth? Hey, River. I'm glad you're over here. I'm glad to see you. I'm. You know what? I'm glad that you're listening. That's all that matters, River. Why are you all against Seth? Starting to sound like Betty. Well, I don't know if you're not familiar with over here, but we've called Seth out on his bullshit and his fucking lies and his story changing and all the bullshit that's going on and the rumors being circulated, in my opinion, by him. for a while now. And just because you call somebody out on their lies and their bullshit doesn't mean you don't like them.
Well, to be fair,
Right.
I don't. Yeah, but to be fair, I don't like Seth. To be personally honest with you, I don't like him. Ask he could tell you during the Pascal interview why I don't like him. You can listen to that. Just saying. But I don't accuse him of being a murderer. So it is what it is. It's just very odd what he's doing. Very odd. Also, going through the interview and highlighting his mistakes and what and inconsistencies of the story doesn't, make it wrong. So I don't know. I think the issue is if you really have a problem with the inconsistencies, you might want to talk to Mr. Tony Mathis, who did not do a good job as a PR guy because he's always fucking up. Just my opinion on that. Always fucking up. And if we were Betty, we'd be like harassing him, messing with his job like she was doing. What we're doing is we're reviewing what he put up on a live stream and seeing what he's saying is that's inconsistent and doesn't make sense. And we're not doing any thought of attacks on him on real life.
I can have my opinion, and just because he's a crap ass person doesn't make him having anything to do with the disappearance of his son.
But the problem is that he says things that makes him look really bad. Because when he sits there and he says he's more concerned about watching television than his missing child, that's not good. And you might be saying, well, why do you mean that he's more concerned about watching television than his missing child? He's more concerned about the evidence being held by LE for 2 weeks. And then he couldn't watch television. That to me is kind of crazy. And then we see River Stone says, I'm not on your side. Don't get upset. I've been watching since you had under 200 people. It's just that they're innocent until proven guilty. Well, the thing is that did I say that he did anything to his son? I'm pointing out that, I've said that multiple times. I don't believe he has anything to do with his, son's disappearance. Unfortunately, every time he does an interview, he makes it a little bit harder and harder for me every time he says it. When he does these interviews, I sit here and I say to myself, what? Like, what are you doing, sir? Like, it makes him look worse and worse. Now, and then he just suddenly says the officer has asked him a what if thing.
Teddy, you're up here with us.
Hi, you all right?
What's up?
I've just got two questions, but I need to preface it by saying Queen has got nothing to do with my opinions. My opinions are my own. I've formed them on my own research. No one on the panels knows my opinions or shares them, and they're all mine.
I give you the Pope clemency. I'll do the cross for you. You're absolved of all your sins. What's up?
Steph, why are you going on and on and on about yourself? You've titled your video, Where is my son Sebastian? So why are you talking about all your devices? Nobody thinks you've done anything to your son.
Well, some people do, but...
Well, some people, but
yeah,
the majority of people don't think that he has. If they've got your devices, it's because your son was left alone for 12 hours and he was more than likely doing stuff. Also, how do you know your son wasn't going out at night? My second question is to Tony. What the fuck are you doing, dude? This is supposed to be about Sebastian. Make it about Sebastian, not about Seth.
Mm-hmm.
And then to Riverstone, we're not against Seth. We're against what Seth's saying. So there's that.
I think See You Next Tuesday donated something. He says, wow, please stop and look at what you are doing here. Bashing the dad of a wee boy that is missing. Get a grip, folks. It's disgusting. Well, I would suggest you talk to Seth about his campaign against his wife and the people.
Or standing behind a woman who has not only bashed the ever-living shit out of the mother of a missing child, but she also has 4 protective orders against her from the mother, the stepfather, the grandpa, and the grandma.
Yeah.
So us reviewing Seth's interview and calling out his lies once again is not, being mean to Seth.
Yeah, we're not bashing him. We're just pointing out that this dude is labeling his video, "Where's my son Sebastian?" and not once have I heard him say anything about the search for Sebastian other than what he's making out that he's done.
And the issue, I would also say, see you next Tuesday, is that if you saw Katie, like, remember everyone was shitting on Katie and being in the motorcycle shop? And they said, oh my God, she's buying motorcycles now. They're having a fun time. Oh, she's in the restaurant. And everyone shit on her because of that. She's smiling in the restaurant. But here it is. You have a guy who's sitting down and wants to watch television. And he wants to have his systems back after 2 weeks of them looking into it. And just silence on that. No one says, you go.
Just a quick question. For the people who think that we are bashing Seth, how would you feel if in this situation, God forbid that it should ever happen, somebody is following you to church and they take a picture of you and your stepdaughter and then go on to rip the absolute crap out of you for trying to go to church or for trying to eat or for trying to have a normal life? They can't stop. At least they've gone back to work.
Yeah, and the thing is, no one's going after this guy's real life. No one's trying to track him down, harass, like follow him, going all that stuff. We're reviewing. Yeah,
his floor plan hasn't been shown.
Yeah, we're reviewing what he's put up on the internet, and we're saying, whoa, it's a little bit inconsistent with a couple of other interviews he's done, and also the fact is his affect is a little wrong. He keeps on, he's more concerned about himself than what appears to, and his anger towards Katie than his son at times. And it's very weird. And you gotta, if you're gonna be a neutral person, you're gonna read both sides. You gotta judge both sides. If I saw Katie come out and says, I'm more concerned about watching television than look for my son, I would look at her like a weirdo.
Exactly.
100%. I would be like, ma'am, are you okay? Your son's missing and you're worried about watching television. What is going on?
I don't think any of the parents have got anything to do with this. And I think Seth has surrounded himself with people who are just taking advantage of him. And that's just not right. I feel so bad for Seth, but then at the same time, he's making all this stuff all about him. It's all about him, all about money, all about hating Katie. But where's that energy for your son? It's just not right.
Well, I don't believe you. See you next Tuesday. I wouldn't talk bad on either parent. I don't believe you. That just goes contradictory of what people naturally point out fallacies in people's arguments all the time. If you're in true crime, you're always going to have to review a parent's statements and basically say, what's this inconsistency and what's that inconsistency? I mean, that's how it goes. Queen, you want to hit the play? Unless you have something else to say, Eddie, or you want to stop here?
No, sorry. I'm busy at the minute. I'll just mute myself.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
What do you still have this stuff? Yeah, we have all of our stuff. You can come pick up his stuff.
Wow.
And then all of a sudden, I go to Chris's house that morning. And this is 2 weeks later, and he's like, "I can't give it to you. My account has been hacked, and somebody has bought in games like Minecraft and stuff like that on his account." This is how I found out that they had never collected any of the electronics at that house. That means that it was more than 2 weeks before Katie even turned in the dash cam off of her vehicle. That tells me that they were suspecting me of having my son before they were even investigating the Proudfoots. They didn't do shit.
They asked you for an alibi,
Told them I was at work.
but did they ask you?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was like, I've been at work for the last 12 hours. I was at work starting on camera at about 6 o'clock when I pulled into the garage until I left Monday morning after 7 o'clock.
Did they tell you that they were going to verify that?
Yep. And I
Did
told
they
them,
tell
"Go
you
ahead."
if they ever did verify that?
They did verify that.
They told you that they did.
Yep. My work let me know that they verified it as well.
There you go.
And how would
Work told him that they verified it. Is that what he just said?
Yeah, basically, work told him that they verified it. That they called up. The police called up his work and said,
and they verified he was at work that day.
Yeah, and then they told him basically that they verified it. So it is what it is.
Oh wait, you mean the police department that the ones that ain't doing anything for him, the ones that won't talk to him, right? I mean, because he works for Clarksville, right? He works in Clarksville.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's only one town over. So those officers all know each other, in my opinion.
I mean, I think like pretty much they did that to all the parents. I'm sure Chris's work was called up and said, "Hey, was he at work at the time? Where was his?"
Yeah, I'm sure they were all checked.
Yeah, that's just normal because sometimes the parent is, well, a lot of times the parent is involved in some way with the disappearance. But
listen, chaps, all this after 9 months is what he's worried about. Them describing Sebastian, telling people what he loves, what he likes. He'd rather talk about PlayStations and poor me. Girl.
Shit.
Nailed it.
would that be verified, Seth? We know that there was time card stamps that were issued. What
were you saying?
I'm just shocked that Josh didn't. I'm saying that I'm shocked that Josh didn't ask him about the hacking and when it happened, because that would be kind of an important detail. But that was all. That's it.
Well, why would he? That would be against his agenda that he's supposed to stick to. Let's not forget, these three have a history together.
Yeah, they do. About the lead call. Remember when Josh was like, yeah, I got the lead call. He's like, yeah, I gave it to you. He's like, yeah, I put it out.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, but if Seth used his common sense and used thinking to be that Sebastian's home alone for 12 hours while he goes for his work, which is fair enough. He's got to do his job. I'm not judging him. But in that 12 hours, we don't know if Sebastian goes out or sneaks out past the neighbours. We don't know if he's playing online, talking to people. This is just stuff that we just don't know. And I don't understand how Seth hasn't figured that out yet. It's not about Seth, it's about Sebastian's movements. And that's probably why they've still got his devices, or if they have, because they're trying to figure out where Sebastian's gone, in my opinion.
Somebody wants you to look at Seth's community post before he deletes it.
Did you go check it out?
I'm working on getting it.
Does anybody give a
I'm
fuck?
just gonna, I'll look it up. Why not?
I mean, I don't know.
Let me see what his community post says. Do you want to read it out loud or what?
I mean,
please.
Okay.
Is it something we need to? I mean, is it something concerning that we shouldn't, or
no? I just want to add. Basically, he says, "See something, say something." For Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, be blessed. He says, "We are seeking photographs or videos taken inside Texas Roadhouse at 309 Indian Lake Boulevard, Hindensville, Tennessee, on or on or around February 25th, 2024, between 5 p.m. and 11 p.m.
He shared Nick's post.
Yeah. This was the location of Sebastian William Drake Rogers' last known meal shared with a group that included his biological mother, Katie Proudfoot, on the night he vanished. If you are there and have relevant photos or videos, your submission could help uncover critical details. Reward of $500 to $5,000 is being offered to qualified material. And then it says it has the picture, award for the video, and stuff like that, which is kind of weird. But yeah, that's it.
Okay, so just the usual. Great.
Got to make a video. I get material for a video.
Ironic. Isn't it ironic?
It is. Yeah, just give me 1 second.
So, wait a fucking minute.
Queen, can you check the backtrack, by the way?
They're asking for people to oh, okay. Well, I don't she just had surgery. So, Montana, you listening, or you fall asleep with the phone in your hand?
Because she's like
Montana.
Why is it I remember Seth saying something about seeing the footage from the Texas Roadhouse? Because he wanted a proof of life video.
I remember that too. And I do remember him stating that.
Yeah, he wanted proof of life, so... Sorry, I got glue all over my fingers.
Oh, shit.
And is he asking the owners for the... Can you read that again, please?
Did
anybody get a hold of Montana to see what she's got going on? I just tried and she didn't answer me, so...
Yeah.
Somebody want to try to message her and see what's up, or try to call her on her phone and wake her up if she's not. Maybe she's fell asleep with it in her hand.
Yeah, it's just weird. Let me see. So he said, he reposted it and says, we are seeking photographs or videos taken inside Texas Roadhouse on February 25th, 2024, between 5 p.m. and 11 p.m. This was the location of Sebastian Raindrake Rogers' last known meal, shared with a group that included his biological mother, Katie, on the night he vanished. If you were there and have relevant photos, videos, your submission could help uncover critical details. Reward of $500 to $5,000 is being offered.
So they're asking people if they have videos from inside that day, not if okay.
Yeah, and they want an email to litigation@night.agency and whatnot, and they got a phone number. And then, they have like the photo of the location, and then they have a picture of Sebastian Rogers, and that's it.
Nisi, Nisi says, I hate to say this, but I hope nobody suddenly comes up with strange videos or photos suddenly.
Yeah, well, when you put up money like that, $500 to $5,000
or $200,000 rewards, you're gonna have people, in my opinion, sending all kinds of shit.
Yeah, because that's a lot. That's for a lot of people, that's $200,000 is life-changing money to some people. So.
Shit, $200 can be life-changing in some people's worlds.
Yeah.
Attorney got, but there's also, they would also go directly to the cameras showing that you were on pod and that you never left that area, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The way Davidson County works is that it's not the Freedom of Information Act, but you can request information because I'm a civil servant, which means I really don't have very much privacy when it comes to me being employed.
And there would be even less hoops to jump through law enforcement to law enforcement, correct?
Correct. They would, somebody would ask, they'd come in, and they would show them the video.
Gotcha.
So this is this still the first day
that they asked this information where I was?
No, when they went through your house.
Yes, day one that they went through my house.
So you went back with them to your house from Chris and Katie's. And
Yes.
how long did that whole ordeal take?
They were here for about an hour and a half.
And then did you head back?
No, they told me to stay here.
To stay at your home?
Yes.
Did they give you a reason why?
No.
He said he stayed at Chris and Katie's the first night.
Yeah, I did.
First 3 nights. First 3 nights. But no, I forgot what I was going to say. Let me get my thought back. Sorry. That was it. Seth, it seems to miss the point that Sebastian was seen earlier that morning, that he went missing. And that wasn't by Katie or Chris. He was seen by somebody else in a different block. So I don't understand that bit. He should know all that.
It's because he's painting a narrative. What do you think is what happening? He's painting a narrative that, oh, they didn't do nothing for me. They were just they didn't care about Sebastian. I am just doing the search myself. That's the narrative he's doing. It might not make sense to you, but it makes sense to him. Or maybe his memory is getting so degraded that he is just thinking that he is the he believes this is true. Because sometimes you can create false memories over time. Maybe that's it too. Maybe he's told himself this story and changed it so much in his head, it's become like new memories. It happens sometimes. I don't know. It's just, or he's just blatantly lying just for the sake of it. Either or, he's getting shit wrong because he wants to be the main character and he's kind of not, it's not helping. I mean, the main thing I would probably do is that I would I just think it's all disjointed, really. It's not really helping clear things out. It's actually giving people more questions, That's what I think.
I'm just confused because I hate my ex. He did a lot of bad things to me, but to my kids, he's a great dad. So I would be working with him to try and find our child. So Seth's wondering why Katie and Chris won't work with him. But this is all they need to see, to show.
Well, I think it's the other way around. I think they're willing to work with him, but he's not willing to work he's not willing to work with them. Yeah. And he's not, and the issue is that he has a narrative in his head that he wants to play. He likes the attention. He likes, people, love bombing him and stuff like that. And I think it's gone to his head a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was Tony Mathis right now, I'd be telling him, I would take him to the, back and be like, what the fuck was that?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Tony's doing nothing for him.
Like I would have, I would have tried to focus on the events, and the problem is
Sebastian.
Yeah.
On the events and on Sebastian.
I mean, imagine if a mainstream media outlet picks up the sound clip of him more concerned about watching TV over his son, and they played that. That would destroy. That would, Court TV or something like that.
Why didn't he tell Nancy Grace about any of this stuff?
Well, that's because well, that's before. I think Nancy. That's before Tony came on the scene too.
Yeah, it was.
So he sounded a little bit more plausible. You know, his story made sense and stuff like that. You know, it wasn't as bad. But as soon as Tony started coming on the scene and all this stuff, you know, it just starts getting worse and worse.
So I'm just going to ask or say that in the beginning, we saw Seth being all about Sebastian. He was out there searching. He was going alone. He wasn't filming it. He wasn't being horrible to Katie and Chris. And then as soon as Tony came along, suddenly C&Ds are going out. There's people who's helping him that he's firing. And he's wondering why people aren't talking about the case anymore.
Well,
I'm just, you know, it's baffling. It's baffling to me how Seth is not seeing all this.
Well, I think he sees it, but I think he's painted a new narrative in his head. He thinks we're all just terrible people, and we just want, you know, we're just doing this for clicks and views and stuff like this. And he's just, you know, he's the, you know, we're all these terrible people, and all the people that left him are just terrible people and liars and terrible people. And he doesn't realize there's a lot of people who even disagree with him, want to find SebastianRogers. They want to get information out there. They're hoping this kid gets found alive and well, beyond all help. And the problem is like he's divided a lot of people based upon what he's done. And it's causing people to not really want to talk about the case and really want to enlighten other people about this case because they're worried about being attacked by wackadoos.
Yeah.
And now you got, you know, people who are, you know, his team of people that he's allowing to cover it without being annoyed and harassed. One is barely able to stay up. You know, she's sleeping.
Yeah.
You got Tony Mathis, who has completely destroyed his TikTok platform. Like now the 2 a.m. girls are gone. He's wasting away. He's wasting away like the Stephen King book. What is it?
That one
Thinner.
is Thinner. Yeah.
He's becoming the guy from Thinner. You got, you know, dog. Where's Waldo? Dog. Where is he? I don't know. Try to find him if you can. Waldo. Yeah, and you got Nick the Hat, parking lot Nick the Hat, who doesn't leave the parking lot while he's in Pennsylvania. And you got, you know, you got all these people that just are completely negative. It's a negative.
I'm hoping somewhere that the 2 a.m. girls exposing.
It will happen. It will happen as it always does. They'll be like kind of going at each other here and there. It's just how it goes, man. It goes like that. That's, you know.
That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, we know the routine. We know the routine. Screenshots, you know, videos. That's how it's going to go. I often wonder how things would be different if Seth agreed to do that first interview with Chris and Katie and the Duchess. I often wondered about that. I think, honestly, I think it would have been a lot better. I think there would have been a lot more professionals interested in helping with the search, you know, keeping the message alive. But, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, Melissa Sager says Tony's worried about the bail for Betty. He's like, oh, shit. She said it again.
The bond.
The bond. Yeah, the bond. He's like sitting there seeing $20,000. He's like, Betty, can you please stop? He's like an emotional roller coaster whenever he watches a Betty live. Betty, I have 20 G's on the line. Betty, please. No, Betty. I can't.
Well, I'm getting bored. My attention spans, I'm getting bored. I can't take it.
Hit the play button.
Donna here. That's why a lawyer had to get it. Hold on. That's why his lawyer had to get this time cards. In my opinion, Sebastian is in Texas. Dang, Donna, I never heard Sebastian being in Texas. Never heard that.
Well, he's in all 50 states now.
Before you play it, can I just ask if it's just my memory, mixing things up or not? But am I right in thinking that Seth was in California for 9 years or 7 years?
He was in California. I don't know how many years. He was.
Yeah, I thought he lived there.
I mean, when Katie moved to Tennessee, because people are saying it were only a year.
It wasn't long. He was in. I don't think he was that long. Like 9 years in California. I don't think that was that long.
No,
He
I
was
was
in
trying to.
California.
I was trying to Google it last night, but it's not coming up with any clear answers. They all say different. But I don't know why I thought someone said it was 9 years.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong, I apologise, but I'm pretty sure I heard that at some point.
Yeah. Letro says Seth wants to paint a narrative for Betty that Ellie are corrupt. Betty wants to paint a narrative that Katie is guilty. Scratch my back and I scratch your back. Yeah. Could be. BS to me. All right, you want to play it? Just
So is that the end of day one?
Yeah. Except for several phone calls that I was making. Find out if there was any update, any information, anything going on.
So they told you not to go back to Chris and Katie's.
They told me not to go back that day.
The next day you went back?
Yes, I did.
And that's when you started the day after day getting in the woods, correct?
First of all, we were again told not to be going through the woods, but it was driving around every road, screaming for Sebastian's and hollering his name. I would literally leave here. I left here at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I was down there by 5:15 before the sun came up. Would go to Chris and Katie's house, check in with law enforcement. By then they had and I was going to the command center that they had set up. So I was going there, checking in, seeing, because they were no longer there were detectives at the house, but all the search crews were at the command center.
So during that time, would they pull you aside?
And here we go, Tone, with the questions.
Side and say, Seth, this is what we've got going. This is where we're at. This is what we've learned. We just wanted to keep you in the loop as the father. Was there any of that?
No.
No, it doesn't sound like it would be, especially if they were searching his house the first day. I mean, they were looking at him as a potential suspect, which, by the way,
is normal.
I have no problem with. I mean,
right.
Nor should anybody. But it should go both ways.
It's normal.
Yeah, but
I didn't see it happening to them.
Right. No, that's where it gets odd.
Yeah, and in the spirit of what Josh said, going both ways, you would at least think that they would be as critical of the last person seen with him.
Especially
I saw them trust.
Let me see. How do you know that they didn't look at them as suspects?
We don't.
Yeah,
We're going off of somebody, and I'm sorry at this point, Seth's credibility is shot because he's been out here telling 4 different versions of events, in my opinion.
Like, if you think the cops are not looking at all the parents as suspects in the beginning of a child's disappearance, you're out of your mind. They do that, everyone. Because
Can I just ask somebody to just confirm I am not Michelle After Dark? We've got completely different accents.
Who is Michelle After Dark?
She's a YouTuber.
Oh,
I'm not a YouTuber.
Okay. What does she usually say? Like, why do they think that you're Michelle After Dark?
I've got no idea. I genuinely got no idea. We don't even sound alike.
Because she has an accent.
So they're accent bigots. I see how it is. Because you got a British accent. Now they're just lumping you in with the other Brits. I see how it is. We don't appreciate accent bigotry here. Listen, you got to get out of here, you people. Stop that.
I have never. I've watched Michelle After Dark, I think 3 times, and her accent annoys me that much because she's from a part of the UK where their accents are a bit different.
Oh, so you're an accent bigot against your own kind. I see how
God,
it is.
yeah. God, yeah.
I see.
Especially people from Birmingham.
We gotta have to kick you. I'm gonna be guilty by association for being on a panel with you, because that's how it works. You know, that's how it works around here. Chronic Contradiction says, we said, didn't Dog say he can't read Miranda rights to people, but yet Tony said he read him? Yeah. Yeah, he did. He read him his Miranda rights. I can't believe he did that. That to me is wild. You have a literal, like, you have Dog the Bounty Hunter, like, reading you Miranda rights.
Moon Magic, yes, she is. She's fantastic. I just personally, I don't watch her. She's brilliant though.
Yeah. Michelle walks with her dogs. Oh, now I know what you're talking about. Michelle After Dark doesn't sound anything like Petty AF.
Thank you.
No.
I just can't watch it because of the accent, but that's a personal thing.
Yeah, no, they sound different. They have like a different like British act. Like, you know, there's different accents in Britain. Like there are some people in Britain that talk the Queen's English, like they talk like royals, and some talk like Petty, and some talk like you're kind of having a hard time understanding what they're saying. And you're like, what? Yeah. You're like, you kind of have to double take it because you're not sure if they're talking English or not at a certain point. You're like, what did the person just say?
Especially that people from down south.
Yeah.
You just wouldn't, you know, that I'm going to sound horrible now, but she used the word first. So I'm going to say, you know, the redneck that was on Queen's Live last night.
No, don't use that.
No, I'm not. I don't know who it was. And she made that statement that she is one. But I'm just saying, some of our British people talk like her. And that's just trying to give the comparison where people can understand. Like, some people miss out words, some people miss out letters. It's just like one of them. Yeah, Scousers are really hard to follow. And I'm from the UK.
I mean, what type of dog you got?
Sorry?
What type of dog do you got?
What type of dog do I have?
Yeah, what type of dog do you have?
I've got a pit bull and a French bulldog.
Okay, see that Michelle doesn't have a pit bull.
No.
See, well, we know. We've seen her dog. We've seen Michelle's After Dark dog.
Yeah. I mean, I have to pretend my dog's a squirrel. He identifies as a squirrel. Otherwise, my government will stop, take him off me, because officially you're not allowed him in this country.
You know, I'm going to be exposed for doxing your dog now. That's going to happen.
I don't know, I might be.
Your dog's been doxed.
Oh, God, no. I wonder if him and Voodoo are going to start a ReCap over it.
They could be joined. I mean, honestly, I think Remy Prule's going to be named in the ReCap because it's shown on this live stream so much.
Who's Remy Prule?
I mean, Remy Pearl. Remy Pearl is going to be shown a lot.
For fuck's sakes.
She's going to be named in the ReCap. Justin's going to be mad.
Bring up that little shit monkey, didn't you?
Oh my God.
You just had to do it. I have been down the monkey hate hole like you wouldn't even believe. Damn it, Tim, don't bring up that little thing. That is absolute abuse.
Talking about going down rabbit holes, you remember last week when I were on the panel and Tim said to me, be careful or you'll get added to ReCap, and they can get me in the UK. Technically, yes, they can, but it would cost them a large amount of money to try.
It would have to be federal. It could not be state.
No.
Because you're not going to, Pennsylvania law is not going to supersede like UK law, like literally sovereign country.
Exactly.
It would have to be like federal. And even then, like, how the hell are you going to enforce that shit? Man,
it's not only that, but our government won't enforce it. And that's where the problem lies.
Yeah. What's up, Wayne? You want to?
No, I was saying because it says Nick said that Dolly is going to be added to the ReCap if he doesn't pay back that GoFundMe. And he did say that in the chat because I have the screenshots of it. Yeah. He also said if Dolly doesn't take back what he said within a certain amount of time, that he was going to be added to it as well or something like that.
Yeah. But honestly, like, he doesn't quite realize that would be like the stupidest move he can ever do to add Dolly to the ReCap. because that would just be it. Like that would be so stupid. That would be like a level of stupidity that would boggle the mind at this point. Because that guy knows a lot of stuff about a certain Bepster. And if you don't think he's going to fucking blow up, and if he has to hire an attorney, he's going to be really fucking pissed. So, just saying, probably shouldn't be threatening.
What did Dolly say about Nick?
I don't know. Well, I think Dolly blew up on them because there's just a bunch of BS with the whole kid being, Sebastian being all over the place,
I was just thinking that, Lauren. Is that not blackmail?
Yeah, that is kind of like blackmail, but they don't quite understand the fact that, number one, he could probably, if he got added to a RICO, he could probably raise a lot more than $2,000. He probably makes way more than $2,000 a month. He probably makes about $5,000. I wouldn't be shocked if he made $3,000 to $5,000 a month on his channel and all that stuff. So I think he'd probably be able to get his fans to raise money for an attorney, and then he can just countersue them. And then he knows Betty's Betty's little dirty dealings in the background, and that's not going to be good. Dolly there searching went to Texas Roadhouse. Penn confirmed Chris Crawford was not at the dinner with them. Beats him. Okay, Dolly there searching went to Texas Roadhouse and confirmed Chris Crawford was not at dinner with them. With who? Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Well, no shit. That's been stated from the start. I am so glad Scooby and the fucking rest of the team have finally gotten on board.
I mean, I'm going to ask Dolly, how was the steak there? What did you eat?
I was parking lot.
No comment.
Oh, Texas Roadhouse has the best rolls.
Are you banned there too?
No, it's just really far away. It's over 300 miles to get to Texas Roadhouse.
Okay, you can drive.
What is the Texas Roadhouse?
It's a steakhouse.
It's like a steakhouse. They serve steaks. I mean, they serve other things like hamburgers and stuff like that, but the steaks specialize in steaks.
The UK's not very good on food.
Don't you have like something called a gastropub there?
Yeah.
In the UK? Yeah.
That's like a steakhouse, but
yeah, it's like a pub.
They're trying to make it sound like it's more than just a pub.
Yeah.
Like you go down your local pub after work. But they said put gastro in it, so it sounds clever. Or posh.
It's like, oh, look, we serve steaks and nice little meals here while we give you your beer and whatnot.
Yeah. It's the same as the word academy. They stick that on all the schools now. If schools are doing bad by Ofsted, which is the provider, if they rate them down, they go to an academy status, and it's not, the word academy is not good. It's just, that's what happens.
Yeah. How does Nick have the right to tell Dolly what to do with his money that he from GoFundMe? He doesn't.
I hear the word gastro and I think enteritis, and I think, this is
Jesus Christ.
Fun.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, I'm with you on that. Oh, and just a sidebar, beat him.
No,
you was on a panel today, and you were talking about Seth's devices, and you kept saying the council, but it's not pronounced council. It's pronounced console.
I might have said council accidentally because all the lawyer talk has made me think of lawyers all the time. So might be a Freudian slip right there. Just thinking about lawyers all the time right now.
Yeah.
It's not the first time. It's the first time I mispronounced or said something wrong.
Yeah. I was just laughing every time you said it.
Yeah, it's
fun. I think I even asked in the chat, what's a council?
What's a council? It's a lawyer.
I know what a council is, but I knew what you were talking about, and I just put it's pronounced con. And then soul.
That's how you know I don't play video game consoles. I don't play video games at all. I don't have time for that. I'm reading, I'm working, I'm here. I go out. I don't have time for playing video games. When I was younger, I used to. When you're young, you have an abundance of time.
Tim, I call bullshit on you going out. You're here as just as much as I am. You don't go out.
How do you know I don't go out during the day or night?
Dude,
Maybe
you
it's a
are
lie.
here with us all the time. Shut up.
How do you know? How do you know that I don't like just lie to you all and I don't go to bed at 10? I'm actually all out all night. How do you know that? You don't. That's the thing, voices. You don't. Suddenly became very eerily quiet just now. Anyway.
Don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Sorry, Queen.
It's your
Sorry.
story. Listen, it's your story. I was allowing you to tell it.
B-Tim does clog dancing in his spare time.
Clog dancing. Oh, yeah, he does it in his Crocs.
No, I don't do Crocs. Does B-Tim go to Times Square for New Year's? Used to, not anymore. Don't like it. It's filled with tourists. I don't like tourists. I liked it. I actually liked it. Like, I remember the weirdest thing was during the whole vid shutdown. Oh my God, you would never see New York so empty. It felt like a apocalypse. Like you can literally, it was like an apocalypse. Like just walking through the streets of Manhattan, no cars, no people. It was wild.
Is it true that Times Square before midnight every night play some video art on the screens?
I don't know. I don't live in like New York. Manhattan. Wouldn't know that. I'm not gonna pay like $8,000 in rent for a 1-bedroom.
No. I apologize, Queen. With got sidetracked.
Yeah, you can hit the play. Let's get that team to hunt you down. Nope. Queen, you gotta hit the play.
This is wild. This is like the retelling of the tale.
The tale of what?
The tale of two stories. Okay. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
Okay. Interesting. So you substituted two tales for two cities.
Yes. Yahtzee. Good job, B-Tim. You picked right up on it. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm even more proud of myself that I was able to pull that one off. So leave me alone. I was proud of myself.
We're gonna kick voices. She's getting very, very tired right now.
All right,
I think
that's it. Listen, I'll leave you up here, and you can do this all on your own.
Listen, don't tempt me to talk even more. People know I talk enough. Joking. You see, ban B-Tim. Ban you. We're gonna ban you.
Damn, you were in your spicy tomato britches today.
Ban you for life. I don't know what Nick thinks he bitch made. I don't know, man. That guy, I don't know. That guy's weirdo, in my opinion. Heard something worse than tourists in my mind. There's I didn't hear anything. I said tourist.
The only thing worse than a tourist is a touron, and that's a tourist crossed with a moron. Those are the dumb ones.
Let me see. No, I am not a gigolo after dark. How about people?
Shit, I can't believe you read that out loud. Damn it, B-Tim.
I don't mind reading that out loud. That's a disclaimer. I'm not a gigolo. Jesus. Let me see. Let me see. I foresee some kind of Netflix. They're not going to get a Netflix deal. The issue is they don't want to get sued. If Seth goes in there and makes all these baseless allegations, then they're going to get sued.
Are you a gigolo in the light?
No, I'm not a gigolo in the light as well. No. You know what I mean? Like Netflix would get sued too much for that. I don't think like a mainstream media company would pick it up. They would have to be very careful on how they kind of state things. Like they can raise the question about something, but if they make like a flat out accusation or stuff like that, they can be in some hot water legally standing. And it's happened to them in a couple of true crime documentaries where they got sued for it. So
What kind of sport is a
Are you a
gigolo?
gigolo on a night that ends in Y? Sorry, Petty, I gotta ask this.
No.
What kind of sport is a gigolo? What is a gigolo?
Petty.
Like a male escort.
Yes.
Oh,
it's
thank you.
It's a
Thank
male
you.
escort. Yes. It's
I was thinking
they
of
also
the-
made
I was
they
gonna
also
think
made
of
them.
I was thinking of a male, the proper PC way to say it.
Yeah, I was gonna use the example of like, why don't you watch, Deuce Bigelow, male gigolo movie, and
Never
you can
seen
figure
it.
it out. Yeah. Then why did you ask what a gigolo was?
That is not a
Because I
good
don't know
example.
what one is.
You
I've
should
never
watch
seen
some-
that film.
You never seen Deuce Bigelow, male gigolo?
No, never. I don't like the actor in it.
Me neither. I don't like that Rob guy either.
I liked
Yeah.
him. I used to watch that movie. I like that movie. He was funny.
Again, sorry, Queen.
I think Queen
Hey,
stepped away.
Jennifer.
I think she stepped away for a moment. You know how it
Yeah.
is. Seth has made a big deal about being a suspect for a report. Pity me. In my opinion, it's all feel sorry for me. This should be about bringing awareness for Sebastian, not Seth. Yeah, pretty much. You are not the father of Tim. Well, thank you for that. I'm glad. Let me see. No, watch American Gigolo. It's way better. No, we're watching Deuce Bigelow, male gigolo. We're gonna force you people to watch that one day. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Voices will dictate how the movie ends. She'll review it. She'll give it a review.
I'm not watching it.
I think you should. I think
I'll
it.
pass. I don't like that actor either. And
No, I can't
according to
stand
his
him.
daughter, he's a shit father too.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you have to ruin like every movie I once liked?
Go look up what Elle King. Elle King is Rob Schneider's daughter.
Oh shit.
She's a blues artist, like country blues. Anyway, go look up Elle King and look up her story. She did an interview with Bunny, Jelly Roll's wife, and she also did a segment with Drew Barrymore. So anyway,
You know they have a saying called "ignorance is bliss."
Oh yeah, well, too bad you can't be ignorant around me.
Oh fuck.
Nice try.
Oh.
Every time I try to be ignorant around you, you fucking make me, the only thing you're still an ignoramus about Crocs, because what you don't realize is that most shoes make the toe box narrow, which causes bunions later in life and causes foot issues, which when the foot is misaligned, then it leads to a lot of back and back pain, especially in the low back, and it leads to sciatica issues. So the fact that you are not willing to even keep or entertain Crocs shows exactly how much of an ignoramus you are, because Crocs actually have a wide toe box, which is exactly how the
much are you being paid by big Crocs industry?
By big Crocs? Oh, I
Big
wear
Crocs.
Keens. I actually wear Keens because I have broken both of my feet and ankles at different times in my life, and so I need a wide toe box because of the way my feet are. Yeah.
People are saying, ask me if I'm going to see Wicked. I am going to see Wicked. Actually, I like Wizard of Oz. I don't know about you. I love the Wizard of Oz. I
would love to see Wicked on Broadway.
Yeah, but they say they're making a
on
movie.
Broadway.
They're making a movie called Wicked.
Oh, are they? Cool.
Yeah.
It's already out.
Yeah, it's like, I know what I mean. Like, you're right. It's already out. So I'll probably see it.
I think it's on Peacock, Tim.
Okay. I don't know. I like Wizard of Oz. I wish they made like more Wizard of Oz universe. I like the miniseries on Sci-Fi Channel, The Wizard of Oz. I liked all the Wizard of Oz. They were pretty cool. I even like the Michael Jackson. I even like the Michael Jackson. The Michael Jackson Wizard of Oz. What is it called? The Wiz?
The Wiz.
Yeah.
Yep. I've never seen any Wizard of Oz.
You're missing out. Definitely, especially on the original.
Nope.
I watched a video this morning.
I think the best part, didn't like Michael Jackson turn into a robot, or was that another movie he turned into a robot?
When Tim wears Crocs, I'll watch The Wizard of Oz. Deal?
You should watch The Wiz. That's what you should watch. The Michael Jackson musical Wizard of Oz.
You should entertain some Crocs.
No.
Can I just say on the Crocs front, I watched a video this morning, and they had an addition to put salt on the snow. Them things that scrape the snow away. and also something else, and I thought that were brilliant. So they're very practical, B2.
No,
And the more you defend it, the more I'm convinced you do wear them.
I don't wear them.
Just saying. You defend it so much.
I don't know. That's the problem with like some actors. I mean, I would hope it's actually good. What do they have? The guy from Jurassic Park play the wizard.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a Bloom or something. I forgot his name. He was in that mini series on Netflix called Chaos, where he played
Jeff
Zeus.
Goldblum, the
Jeff
Fly.
Goldblum. Yeah, he was. He's playing in that one. I don't know.
He's in that movie, The Fly.
Yeah, have you seen Charlie Hunnam? He's playing Ed Gein in one of the Brian Murphy Monster series.
No.
I can't wait for that.
No. Didn't see that one.
Yes, thank you, Texas.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of interesting movies. I think the weirdest movie I've ever seen was Jesus Christ Superstar.
Oh my God, I love that film.
Jesus Christ Superstar.
Stop. Yeah, I've watched it about 50 times. I love that film. And I'm not religious, but the story of his life was amazing. And that was epically done, especially the ending.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very, very good.
I actually like the Return of Oz better than the original Oz. I liked how it was dark in theme and it was closer to the actual storyline, like the actual books.
We are so far off in the weeds. If Queen comes back, we are still going to be in trouble.
Oh, I don't want to be in trouble.
Like, Seth's going to watch this and he's going to be like so pissed off. He's like, these motherfuckers were reviewing me and they talked about Wizard of Oz for an hour. Like, what the fuck is going on here? It's supposed to be about me. It's about me.
It's about me. It's about I. It's about number one. Oh me. Oh my.
Yeah, he's gonna be so pissed off. He's like, I thought these people were talking about me. Now they're talking about Wizard of Oz and all this stuff. What the hell's going on here?
Yep.
Beats him, and that one is awful. Listen, Return of Oz is like the best Wizard of Oz movie out there. Sorry to say this, it is. It is absolutely. I love the part with like how dark it was. Basically, the queen, like the headless queen that had to like steal people's heads to put on her own.
Yeah. Have you read the Grimm fairy tales?
Grimm fairy tales? I've read a bunch of them.
Are they good? I keep looking.
They're all a bunch of old German storyline, like short stories.
Oh, okay. Because that takes fairy tales and turns them into
also there's like themes. Like I think the one story, I forgot the name of the main character. One story in Grimm fairy tales I liked was this gambler who kind of made a deal with I believe he made a deal with God or something like that, or about like a card deck that would never lose, a dice that would never lose, or something like that. And what happened is that eventually he started winning all the games in the world and becomes too rich, and then death was sent to take him away. And then he beats death, and eventually he like beats the demons in hell. They try to send him to hell when he eventually dies, and he beats them, and eventually he tries to take over heaven. And then God just had it with them, grabbed them and smashed them into little pieces. And every person has like a piece of that gambler in them now. Something like that storyline. I remember that one was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And like literally a degenerate gambler literally almost took over heaven because he could win bets. He took over hell and he took over everything. I thought that was funny.
Does anybody in the US know if they're still making that film, Devil in the White City?
I don't know.
With Leonardo DiCaprio?
I don't know. Gambler Hustle. Yeah, let me see. Is it? Let me see. I think it was Gambler Hustle, Hazel or something like that. Yeah, pretty much that's.
All right, we ready to roll?
I'm ready.
Please.
Trusting them more than them trusting me.
Right.
even though my shit's verified. And I apologize because I know that I have used some foul language, and I know a lot of Sebastian's army doesn't appreciate it, but I'm trying.
You're doing fine. So do you know, because I've seen the neighborhood. It's an upscale neighborhood with very nice homes. Typically, I know, you know, people say, well, you know, never judge a book by its cover, and stereotypes and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if that's how law enforcement approaches stuff or not, but it's a nice neighborhood, you know, and I think that maybe they think, you know, that kind of stuff, you know, kidnappings and stuff don't always happen in those kind of neighborhoods, and
Bear with me one moment. I'll be right back.
yeah, and so maybe, you know, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, I heard he was definitely saying about him, but he also says, you know, Sebastian doesn't like this, which is kind of interesting. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, which is kind of an odd statement to make.
What I don't understand is he keeps saying that Sebastian's alive. They want Sebastian to come home. Does he not realise that his son has got to relive all of this for the rest of his life? Everything that's online, everything Seth's done to his mom.
I don't think he cares.
I think, well, I'd care if it were my son, but that's just me.
True, you probably care, but I don't think he cares.
No.
Where'd Seth go?
Yeah, Seth's gone. Tribal Girl, they also, during the Bela Lugosi movie, they made two movies. One was the American version and one was the Mexican version. And they were both filmed at the same time. One was done in the daytime, one was done in the nighttime. That's how they used to do movies back then. They used to and they used to have separate actors, basically, but in the same set, just to let you know. So during that time, there was two Dracula movies, one for the Mexican market and one for the United States market. Heads up. It's how they used to save money back then.
it does seem like the two were getting treated much different, Tony. I mean,
yeah, I mean, it just kind of seems like to me, I mean, and again, you know more about this, and I'm asking a lot of these questions. I want Seth to be able to tell his story, but I also want to know because, you know, since you and I first met, I've not been one that wanted to understand all of the investigative pieces. But you know, as this goes on longer, it seems to be more necessary to understand what happened those first, you know, few days, few weeks, etc. And you know, I'm a guy that's watched Netflix and watched true crime documentaries and followed a couple of cases, you know, before this one. One I was involved in, and then two other were national cases. And I mean, they seem to be very critical always of the last person seen with, you know, with the victim.
Yeah, but the one
the
thing that is buffering the.
All right, is Sean not coming back on?
I don't know.
He said, "Fuck this interview."
But
He
Katie
comes
wasn't
back.
the last
He comes
person.
back on here. Fuck, this is long as fuck.
It's because you stop it every 30 seconds because he
Yeah,
fucking says something.
fuck, we have to. I mean,
the never-ending live stream.
Right.
Is it about Sebastian Seth telling his story? Why didn't he just title it "My Story"?
Right.
Yeah,
he
like
should have said my story.
this is like Tony's story. This is Dog's story. But this is the good part. You gotta listen to Tony talk. This is when Tony talks about being Miranda rights. But he eventually gets told that he gets red Miranda rights eventually by Dog the Bounty Hunter. So you keep on playing. Dog the Bounty Hunter. Seth's team, Coffin Doffa, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Nick the Hat, The Lab, Sleepy
Save us,
Brittany J,
Queen. Save us. B-Team's losing it.
Oh shit, here we go.
This investigation from the jump is we have an autistic child who ran away. And
Right.
if that's what Katie's telling them, that is what they're going with at the moment. I mean, and earlier when I said that law enforcement isn't always well equipped, small town, and people are saying, no, that's not an excuse. I'm not saying that it's an excuse. I'm saying it's the reason. I'm not making it an excuse for them. I understand that it's not an excuse, but that doesn't mean that it didn't happen.
Right.
And so this whole thing has been kind of hampered from day one. If Sebastian was not a runaway, all this time has been lost.
Right.
To
on that philosophy.
On that philosophy, correct.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
so,
well, and let's just say that they took what KP said at face value. The kid ran away. I mean, Seth's there early. He's talking about there's no shoes missing. Okay. So maybe at that point, in my mind, there'd be a red flag that goes up. But while they're investigating her theory that he ran away,
I bet he probably yeeted himself though, and then had to come back in, or his computer restarted or something.
Maybe he got a phone call.
He might have. What's up, Petty?
Sorry, I yeeted myself by accident.
The public has heard enough from Seth. Scarlett, don't you think? I mean, he comes out and says that the TBI told him not to do interviews, and he's done 500 million thousand interviews, in my opinion.
I would say a solid 25.
Scarlett, what do you think is going to happen if Katie does come out? Because in my opinion, all that's going to happen is they're going to twist every single word she says and analyze it.
We've talked to Katie over here. I held a very long conversation with Katie right here on this panel with Queen, B. Tim. Like I'd asked a question, Chris came up, started talking, and all of a sudden Katie started answering.
Okay. But I completely understand why she won't come out now and say anything, because it's just going to get twisted, or she'll be harassed, and that's it.
Well, one is worried about public opinion. The other is not worried about public opinion about what they think of her. Honestly,
I don't want to come out and speak. I'm not mad that she doesn't want to come out and speak.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, one doesn't care about the public opinion. They just really, their focus is on keeping the name out there and focusing on the really just focusing on the investigation. And the other one is tied to public opinion, because the thing is that a lot of his support, there's a lot of money, and I think he's more concerned about the money aspect, and he needs that, keep those people donating, keep those people giving money,
That's a good point.
One doesn't need money outside to do their, and the other does. And Seth needs public opinion for that. And that's why he doesn't like when people review him or kind of go out, like, say that his statements don't make sense, because it affects his pocket and affects the pockets of other people around him.
Bottom line.
Yeah. Which they've said in their statement that they're losing money based upon the negative opinions of people. It's like, well, that's your fault, not ours. You're the one that did the live stream and said ridiculous things in the live stream. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he thinks it's a popularity contest, and it's not a popularity contest. It's not good for you in that situation. Though it can help you if you get accused of something, that's for sure. Ask a certain lady with a letter K in her name. you want to hit the play button, Queen.
With as many people running in and out of that house as there was, you'd think there'd be somebody drilling down on her story, her timeline.
Well, look, I've a 15-year-old boy in his home, in his room, being kidnapped out of there. Kidnapped is a high risk maneuver.
Low probability.
It's just one of those things where you go, I don't like an intruder, meaning like somebody coming inside a house that's locked or allegedly locked.
Right.
It is you don't really go, well, yeah, that's a really solid theory we got there. I mean, I could see why they would think that he was a runaway, especially when the mother is telling them that. But I mean, I saw in her interview, I guess it was 9 days after that, she was very adamant saying that he wasn't a runner.
There has been, not to interrupt, Josh.
No, not at all.
Josh is he's fucking killing me with he's fucking killing me up here.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Josh is at least trying to like reel it in a little bit, man. Like I don't know. I mean, I feel like he's at least trying. Tony's completely lost the plot. Seth's completely lost the plot. The lab is trying to reel it in, but he's having trouble. Like this is a 200-pound fish he's trying to reel in, and it's not working.
Try 6.
Okay, I was trying to use an example of a fish. Maybe a fish is 600 pounds.
Fish tails, like that's the whole point. Are you telling me a fish tail?
Yeah, that's true. True. Anyway, keep playing.
Know that no matter what TBI says, Agent Simmons literally told me, Chris, and Katie not to do any interviews.
Give you a reason why?
Nope. Chris called me up at one point in time, was like, hey, we're going to do an interview. Do you want to join us? And my response to that was, did Agent Simmons say that we could do interviews now? Because I mean, I'd been turning down interviews because I was told not to. And then I turned around when he said he was going to do an interview. I turned around and called Agent Simmons and said, hey, are we allowed to do interview now? And he was like, well, we never really told you couldn't. I was like, you said not to do any interviews. You said not to talk to the press.
Say that again. Hold on.
Do an interview. I turned around and called interviews down. My response to that was, did Agent Simmons say that we could do interviews now?
Kidnapped is a high risk maneuver.
Low probability.
It's just one of those things where you go, I don't like an intruder, meaning like somebody coming inside a house that's locked or allegedly locked.
Right.
It is you don't really go, well, yeah, that's a really solid theory we got there. I mean, I could see why they would think that he was a runaway, especially when the mother is telling them that. But I mean, I saw in her interview, I guess it was 9 days after that, she was very adamant saying that he wasn't a runner.
There's been, not to interrupt, Josh.
No, not at all.
I'm going to let y'all know that no matter what TBI says.
All right, here it goes. Let me listen to this.
Agent Simmons literally told me, Chris, and Katie not to do any interviews.
Give you a reason why?
Okay, they told you what? Pretty sure he said not.
As Agent Simmons literally told me, Chris, and Katie not to do any interviews.
Not to do any interviews.
Give you a
They
reason why?
also told you not
Nope.
to do
Chris called me
GoFundMe.
up at one point in time. Was
Literally told you not to do any interviews. What'd you do? In my opinion, you literally turned around and went and did fucking interviews.
like, hey, we're going to do an interview. Do you want to join us? And my response to that was, did Agent Simmons say that we could do interviews now? Because I mean, I'd been turning down interviews because I was told not to. And then I turned around when he said he was going to do an interview. I turned around and called Agent Simmons and said, hey, are we allowed to do an interview now? And he was like, well, we never really told you couldn't. I was like, you said not to do any interviews. You said not to talk to the press.
I mean, I guess they can advise you of that, but I don't. It's weird that I don't unless they have some lead that they're working that they don't want to.
What the fuck?
Why have we never heard this before? Why is this just now coming out?
They can't legally tell them not to do an interview. They can suggest that they don't do any. But if he says, hey, I suggest you guys don't do any interviews or anything like that, you know, I mean, let us try to do our job and let us work the investigation and you know, get stuff done on our part. Yeah, we'll play it back again. Spitfire, hold on. All right, here we go.
Nope. Chris called me up.
Let's see how bad. Let's go.
Like a 15-year-old boy. I don't really solid theory we got there. I mean, she was very adamant saying that he wasn't a runner.
There's been, not to interrupt, Josh.
No, not at all.
Okay. I'm going to let y'all know that
timestamp 108.
No matter what TBI says, Agent Simmons literally told me, Chris, and Katie not to do any interviews.
Give you a reason why?
Nope. Chris called me up at one point in time, was like, hey, we're going to do an interview. Do you want to join us? And my response to that was, did Agent Simmons say that we could do interviews now? Because I mean, I'd been turning down interviews because I was told not to. And then I turned around when he said he was going to do an interview. I turned around and called Agent Simmons and said, hey, are we allowed to do an interview now? And he was like, well, we never really told you couldn't. I was like, you said not to do any interviews. You said not to talk to the press.
I mean, I guess they can advise you of that, but I don't. It's weird that I don't unless they have some lead that they're working that they don't want to, blow.
Well, the lead that I think that they would have had at this point in time, that before that would have been a particular video that's going around.
The lights.
Yeah.
The flashlight video.
Right. Well, yeah, that was interesting too, because that thing got leaked, and
that got leaked by a particular, I hate to say human, but person, individual, the day after the vigil I held at Sebastian School, the first vigil that I held at Beach High School.
So they tell them, they advise you guys not to go to the press, not to do interviews, right?
Correct.
And they also, according to CP and KP, advised you guys not to search, right?
Yeah. I told them that they could shove it where the sun don't shine. And I told them that on day one. Like, you're not going to have me sitting in a house waiting for you to go do your job. This is my son. I'm a body. I'm a human person. And I know my son. So why wouldn't I be out there looking for my son? I even asked them, do you guys have a bullhorn? So that he'll hear me, because I'm screaming. I lost my voice. On day 5, I couldn't even speak anymore. So all I'm doing is driving around looking. I lost my voice from screaming for the last, 4 or 5 days. And the weather was extremely cold by then. The first night, it wasn't that bad. I think it got down to like 55, 60, 55 degrees that night. But when Wednesday came around, we had below freezing weather. I'm sitting here. I surged until 11:30 that night because all I can think of is my son was out there and it's freezing weather.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure that probably was hard as hell. I'm sure it probably was on his mind. I'm sure he was thinking a lot of different things. that doesn't negate the fact that Katie was thinking all those same things.
He's got no clothes. He's got no coat. He's got no shoes. I don't know where he's at. And this is the weather that will kill a person. And
oh my God.
Now you can keep on hitting play. That's his whole campaign. It's all KPCP's fault. They literally cannot do any good. In his eyes, he doesn't realize Katie might be hurt, just like him, no empathy. Well, anger and resentment makes you kind of blinded to that type of thing. So he's having another drinking vigil. Yeah, I think it's 2, actually. The TBI Facebook page talks about gang activity because of any misinformation in public. Yeah.
Hey, B. Tim, guess what I'm making now?
What?
Cardinals.
Interesting. This didn't clear things up to answer question. It just created more. Well, that's how it works. I'm going to hand it to CK. I would not be able to control my anger to them doing this scrap. You know, yeah, it sucks because when you have people just spreading lies about you and you're dealing with this, it just sucks. It really does. March, I haven't checked in. It really does suck. I can think of 100 better questions than Tony's best question. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of us could have asked better questions, but I think there are questions that probably would not be allowed to ask. You know what I mean?
Well, how about the fact that Tony admitted that he doesn't know any of this stuff? It's just now, all these months later, and he's just actually able to ask the questions that he's needed to, that he should have known from jump. He should have known all the answers to all of these questions.
Yeah, before you take him as a client, doing the quotation, a client.
Yep.
You know, because what if you are helping a man, who might have had something to do with the disappearance, get away with it?
Now you just got aiding and abetting charges.
And dogs reading you the Miranda rights too. I think the questions were going over ahead of time. I think they're rehearsed. They definitely did. At least Tony and Seth have. And they probably told him the questions he can ask. Keeper Bars Bob, since she was the last person with him and Instagram, and he didn't, in my opinion, I'm praying for everybody. Oh. Well, you're welcome to your opinion, Scarlett. It is what it is. If QE is so... Queen, you got to hit the play button?
Yep.
All right.
It really gets to me because as soon as it starts to get dark, they stop searching. And it's like, you need to continue to search because he's still out there somewhere.
Did they bring thermal imaging drones in for after dark? Because that's obviously when it's highly effective, especially when the temperature drops.
They did bring those in the first week. They had EquaSearch out there with their drones, and they had a special type of program that they were running so that they could get below the foliage and stuff, because you had a lot of dead leaves and stuff on the ground.
I find it a little bit odd, and again, I mean, I'm just dissecting behaviors, but you know, I'm a father of a 15-year-old child, and you know, if my child goes missing and I have the mother.
Well, see, and that's the thing. A lot of people have children these ages, so it's kind of hard to believe some of the things that are being said. Why? Because a lot of us have children these ages. So,
who's an ex. If they're going to tell us two things, if they're going to tell us that they don't really want us searching and they don't really want us doing interviews, the rule that we would both break would be the searching part. We would say, hey, we understand that, you don't want us in front of a camera because we're a basket case right now, but I'm sorry, we can't abide by the searching rule because we're going searching. I mean, if you could have 10,000 people out here and it's not enough for us. So, we can't honor that. I mean, am I off base there, Josh?
No, I mean, I'm a father of two, and it would, you would, without being dramatic, you would have to arrest me.
Right.
I didn't give a shit.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I would feel. I would say, I'm going to search you, you're going to arrest me.
But it would be easier to stay off of camera than it would be to keep from searching, in my opinion. Right? I mean, because you're not accustomed to being in front of camera anyway, and nobody's looking for attention at that point. The media's doing.
He said nobody's looking for attention at that point. Well, in my opinion, I beg to differ.
I mean, as they're doing a live stream.
Yeah, I was going to say, and then, but yeah, S made sure that JLR filmed him searching.
Yeah. And how about like filming him like moving his arm a little bit when he had to remove the tape?
Yeah, the jump back, the kneecap. Yeah, I remember.
Just crazy.
Twist and shout that he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hypocrisy it's a lot. It's a lot. Mother of three boys, 19, 15, 11. It's like some of these folks who act like they have no clue. Yeah, it's just a lot of people have kids at these ages. So they're like, this just, the shit he's saying and doing isn't really adding up. I mean, in my opinion, it's just, is that
What have you seen?
like he did with JLR? Tommy 2 might want to get this shorter bullshit.
What have you seen? Can you give an example of something that you've seen that's made you give it a side, like a side eye, queen? I don't have kids, so I don't know. And I'm basing off
I mean, at 15 years old, I would not be going up and checking every thud, first of all. And second of all, teenagers definitely, they do run away from time to time, or they get frustrated or upset, or if they're told they have to go live with their dad and be homeschooled opposed to being at school with their friends, they might be a little upset,
Yeah.
And if mom says, okay, well, you know what, we'll go do some of your favorite things and, trying to comfort her son. And then all of a sudden, boom, she's enemy number one because she went to sleep and he disappeared.
Yep.
It's a little shitty, in my opinion here.
I can see all of those things. Absolutely.
Teenagers are hard. Teenagers are very hard in this. And in today's age, it's hard for them. So not only is it hard to parent them, it's hard on them. They live in a social media world. They live in a techie world. You know what I'm saying? Like games and technology. That's
okay. So if we take that and we add it to what we're supposed to believe Seth said, our favorite game we like to play, that there were games bought and like maybe a hack on an account. That's
why I keep saying, in my opinion, I feel like he was lured out of that house.
Okay, so then let's think about this. We've heard before that there were cameras inside the house or outside of the home, that there were cameras. We know that Chris and Katie haven't spoken on it, but we know that, people have done their thing that the internet does. So that would make perfect sense as to why a child would go out without their shoes on, especially if there were cameras, because you're trying to sneak across. In my opinion.
Yeah, hold on, they said the account hack would makes no sense. I don't know about the account hack thing, but I just feel like you know, with all the games and gaming and all that kind of stuff that he played, and the way he wanted friends, and the way she said he really wanted, you know, he really wanted friends. Like that was his thing. So I could see somebody, you know, talking to him and being friendly with him on that game, on those games, or games that he's played, you know, or whatever.
Yeah.
Hold on. No shoes makes you invisible. Okay, I don't think that's what they meant. No shoes does not make you invisible to cameras.
No, but it makes it also easier to sneak across an area if you have no shoes on.
I don't know who's claiming a hack. I don't know.
That's what Seth said.
Seth said that Chris Proudfoot's PlayStation was hacked.
Sebastian's
account was hacked, and that there were games for it like Minecraft and stuff like that.
When originally Seth, you know, I can't relax in my own house because I can't watch TV or any of that. So Chris said, "Well, you come pick up Sebastian's PlayStation." And then when he got there you know, Chris said, "No, I can't give it to you because there's been a hack on it and some games were purchased." I think that's how that one went. Might not be exactly verbatim, but pretty damn close.
Yep.
Thank you.
We really need to start accelerating this play. We need to get through this. Great.
Yeah, this is fucking taking us forever.
Yeah, you got to hit the play and just keep
There's a thing out there. I mean, they don't need you involved. I mean, it'd be a whole lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, because when I stop and talk, then you talk, then she talks, then I talk, and then it just fucking goes in a circle.
Here to stay out in front of a camera, me as a parent, than it would to not search.
I mean, it would feel like you're dying a slow death.
Right.
Still dying.
I understand.
So, Seth, back to the phone thing. There's been a couple questions, and explain. You went into great detail with me. I asked you. I said, "Tell me about the phones." They took a phone. They didn't take a phone. You had a phone. One phone was turned on. One phone was not turned on.
I have a phone that has active service. I had another phone because when I switched companies, the phone that I had, the company that I switched to, it wouldn't operate on their system. So I had to buy a new phone. So I bought a new phone. Well, I keep my old phone because obviously it's still a good phone, and I have Wi-Fi hooked up to it. So, you know, I can watch YouTube or listen to music on it or anything else and not be, you know, if a phone call comes in, my stuff's not interrupted.
Which actually, yeah, if you're on Wi-Fi and you have a call come in on Facebook, it will still ring through that phone, so it will still be interrupted. But you had two phones, which means even with Wi-Fi, he could still play games on it. You could still hook up any games on that.
And when I have Sebastian here, I'll be listening to stories like creepypastas and stuff like that. And me and Sebastian listen to that sort of stuff while we're cooking dinner or whatnot. I don't like to be interrupted from watching something because the phone rings.
Right. Well, and so essentially what you had is you had one phone that you could connect to the internet, and you had another phone that had cell service, correct?
Yes.
Well, thank you, Tony, for breaking that down.
And I know how you go to sleep. How do you go to sleep?
I put on a creepypasta. And
He said, "I know how you go to sleep." How do you go to sleep?
How do you go to sleep? I mean, oh my god! And he puts on creepypastas.
What the fuck is a creepypasta? Real quick, I won't keep it stopped long. What is a creepypasta? What does that mean? What is that?
Like Slender Man, that whole thing with that evil long creature guy that those kids were going to sacrifice. That would be one of the creepypasta stories, or like someone makes up a story like Jeff the Killer.
Okay, gotcha. So they just do like true crime pasta while they're cooking or something.
No, it's not true crime. It's like make-believe horror stories made on the internet, urban myths just created out of fiction online. And usually it's very much about murder and monsters. It's not something I would listen to while I was going to bed, let's just say.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. Here we go.
So you're basically listening to an audio story, and that helps put you to sleep.
Correct.
Okay. So for anyone that thought that he had a phone that wasn't taken that had any significance, there's the
Oh,
answer.
they took that phone though too.
Oh, so they took them both.
Yeah, I mean, they asked for that one, and the next day when I went down there, I took the phone and handed it to them, and they kept that one until I got both PlayStations back. They gave me that phone back, and they still have his tablet. They still have his Switch. I mean, they took when they took his Switch, they took his charging stand, okay, that was connected to the TV for his Switch, and they took his games. Like, why'd you take his games? I don't understand that.
Right.
He doesn't have access to go online with his Switch. He does not have a Nintendo account. I did not buy him a Nintendo account. I bought him a Switch so he could play his video games while we're doing road trips. Why, if I'm sitting here watching something on the PlayStation, he can sit there in his recliner, and if he wants to watch, he can. If he wants to play video games on his Switch, he can.
Right.
I didn't buy him the Switch for him to be online.
So when
Agent Simmons literally told me he spent 4 hours on Sebastian's Switch trying to get connection to the internet.
4 hours to connect a Switch. Firefly, oh my God, all he does is whine, whine, whine. Fuck.
We could get him some cheese and some grapes to go with that wine.
Good Lord.
Online, and he was like, I can't. There's no way. And I was like, I know, I told you this. Unless you have a Nintendo account, there's no access to the internet. You can connect Wi-Fi to it. All that does is update your games. That's it. There's no way to chat. There's no way to talk. There's nothing without a Nintendo account.
So, Seth, there was a point on the 26th, the day of the 26th. There was a point that you were at the house when all of the family members were there, correct?
Yeah.
By all of the family members, we're talking CP, KP, TB, and CB, correct? Right. They were all four there.
Yeah.
I know one of the things that got you really riled up is a conversation that they were having when you were at the house. Can you tell everybody about that?
Well, of course he will.
It was day 2.
Was that day 2? Okay. But they were all there day 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Just those 4.
No, Lori Kalinakis was there too. Actually, that's her married name. But okay. Yeah, Lori was there too.
Okay. So day 2, so you had those 4 there, and then you had a family friend. Friend of theirs.
They had a family friend.
Okay. So then day 2, all 4 of those are there. At this point, you've got the pit in your stomach. You're losing your mind because it's real. And you've talked over and over again about a conversation that happened with CP, KP, and Mama and Daddy Bowersox. So how did that go?
It wasn't a conversation on where Sebastian could be. It wasn't a conversation on what he could be going through. It was a conversation about what Chris's mom's, what jewelry she wanted. What jewelry she wanted Chris to buy her on their next vacation trip. That's what they were talking about. Not a care in the world about Sebastian being missing or gone.
So was there any of them that were frantic?
No.
By day 2?
No.
I'm just what the fuck? And they're saying I don't believe. See, okay. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one here. They're saying I call bullshit. I call bullshit, and I don't believe that.
Yeah, this is the problem. It makes it unbelievable, these stories. When
right.
He says, oh, fuck us.
Wow, I call bullshit. Okay, well, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Look, I'm sitting there like, wow, this is unfucking believable.
Listen, it could be an actual conversation. They're thinking that maybe he's just hiding out, or he is at a friend. So they're trying to keep some semblance of normal. I don't see that that's such a crazy, and what is the big deal?
Okay, let's continue. Feel like I should sing down the yellow brick road.
Do you
down
see
the
a
yellow
big
brick
deal?
road.
Am I wrong in looking at it that way? Like, so what if they actually thought it was just going to be a case that, you know, he would be found very, you know, casual art? That was my thought, was what if they were just trying to distract, oh hey, on our next family vacation we can go here, and remember that X, Y, and Z necklace that I saw, you know? I mean, I don't see this.
Yeah, I think at most they were probably chit-chatting while they're just kind of sitting there worried. He's just doesn't make sense. He's like, well, they're just having a subtle conversation. They're just chilling. Like there's no big deal. And it's like, that makes no sense, sir. Come on. And it makes, the more he does that stuff, the more people sit here and be like, this doesn't make sense. You know, it just doesn't make sense at all. And that's why people have an issue with him. And then people say, oh, we're bashing him because we're actually like saying like this doesn't make sense. No, it's just we're looking at this and we're like, it doesn't make sense, and I don't think it's helping the situation. But anyway, we can keep it moving down the yellow brick road.
And just to be fair, was it
because we're
had a
almost
huge amount of
done.
confidence that he was just going to come home, so there's no reason to worry, or was it different than that?
Indifference.
Josh, what else you got, buddy?
I mean, I don't. So, and they knew that. I mean, you were sitting right there, and they were openly having that conversation.
Yeah. At which point in time, I got up and went back to my truck and went looking for my son again. Because if some other county's not going to look for him, I got to. If none of that family is going to actually do something, I got to.
Yeah, because the police weren't doing anything, right? I mean, even though you said it was the biggest search and you couldn't even park there because they had the drones, the dogs, the whole outside of the house, in front of the house, lined with police cruisers and police cars searching for your son. But you're now saying they didn't do anything, so now you have to do it? Right. Come on, man.
Like, I'm the only family that is looking for him. I'm the only parent that's looking for him. And to this day, it still feels like I'm the only.
No, Sean, you're not. No, Seth, you're not the only parent looking for him. No, you're not. And when you say that, you know damn well that's a fucking lie. And I'm going to tell you right now, Katie has been out looking for her son. She just doesn't need to fucking record it and spread it all over fucking YouTube so that people know about it. She doesn't need ass pats and fucking, you know, back handsprings done because she went and looked for her fucking son. This is insane to me.
Only parent looking for their lost child.
I don't think you're going to get any argument from Josh or I or the majority of the people in the chat on that one.
It's not even a debate.
Well, you know, I don't know what Chris and
Oh, it is, and plenty of people got blocked last night when they tried to say anything back to you.
Katie are doing. I hope that they're working closely with law enforcement. You know, I don't know, but I do know what you're doing, and I respect it, and I think that you're doing the same thing exactly the same way that I would. You know, when it comes.
Well, I mean, like I said, I don't blame him for being concerned and being, you know, going straight to Katie's and then going and looking for his son and going back. But there's a lot of inconsistencies, in my opinion. There's a lot of inconsistencies between the stories he's told. That's the problem with getting out here and going on panel to panel to panel to panel to panel. You add shit, you take away shit, you forget shit, your story changes, and then gosh dang it, you don't fucking remember one thing from the next, and now nobody believes anything you fucking said. Even if you were telling the fucking truth, because you done fucking changed your story a million times. Even if it's just adding one little tiny piece or taking a tiny piece out. Like Chris told me, don't be mad. We ain't never heard that in 9 fucking months since he's been missing. We ain't never heard that. Not one time, in my opinion. I've never heard that. Have y'all heard that?
He said it.
I didn't hear that.
He initially didn't say it, and then he said it, and That's pretty much it. Like I don't know. Like there's a
Yeah,
video
initially it wasn't said. Then all of a sudden, boom, it was said out of nowhere. I don't recall that.
Like I think it's been added. That's what I think. Like I saw a video last night.
I remember it from the beginning. Him always saying, Chris saying, "Don't be mad." Well, you know what? Look at how he acts.
I've never heard that.
There's a video we played last night that showed that in the beginning. It was some of it like he never. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, because
like,
the Chris song, the Chris saying Chris said message him and saying don't be mad at me. Why? That doesn't even make fucking sense. Why would Chris? Why would Chris say that? He's not there. He was at work. Why would he message him and say don't be mad at me?
He didn't mean mad at him, meaning Chris. He meant don't be mad at the situation. We can't find Sebastian. He's missing.
Don't be upset is what he said. Anyways, I don't remember don't be mad. I'm going to have to hear that clip. I need to hear that shit. All right, here we go.
Comes to this kind of stuff, when you're going day by day, each day is different and unique, and you feel
No, it's not.
You just feel like you feel like it's a rat, like it's like a hamster wheel.
It's not even a day. I mean, it feels like yesterday, but it feels at some points in time, it feels, I mean, it's still fresh and it will always be fresh. But at the same point in time, it's just a nightmare that you can't wake up from. And when you do wake up, you just realize that you're still stuck in this nightmare.
Are some days you more hopeful than others?
There are days that I don't want to pull myself out of that bed. I'm tired, but it's not even, tired's not even a word. You know, there's Pink Floyd said it best, comfortably numb. Just where I'm just numb. It's like, I don't even, I don't know what the next person's going to say to me is. I mean, it takes a lot to even surprise me. But I never fails. Someone's going to surprise me with what comes out of their mouth.
I kind of feel the same way about you. Never really surprises me what's going to come out of your mouth.
And it's just like, wow. Okay.
So we want to try very hard, especially since it's Friday night. We want to try to keep this to a couple of hours. So what we're going to do is we're going to, the next couple of lives that we do, we're going to pick up, on day 3 and continue moving forward.
Somebody said they're splitting these up into like 3 or 4 different lives.
Yeah, I have a feeling they're going to go live once a week, or once every 2 weeks. I mean, two times a week, and do something like this where they just go through the events according to Seth, and that's their plan.
Wow.
And but I've got the question. You're pretty close to being 100% confident that when you showed up at 8:30 that morning, they're around 8:30. You're almost 100% confident that Kathy was there, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she greet you when you walked in? Did she just there hanging out, looking through jewelry catalogs? What was she doing?
She was just there. There was no greeting.
Okay.
There was no, hey, are you okay? How are you? None of them actually have emotion that doesn't revolve around what they want in life.
So we can take some questions at the end, a few questions, and Josh, if you would be looking at those for us. Let's fast forward to the last press conference of any kind from Sumner County was in April, correct?
Wow.
Yeah, I believe that was Sumner County and TBI did a press conference where they couldn't even put my son's picture up. They couldn't even do a press conference about Sebastian with a picture of my son who was missing, to remind the people who were watching that this was the child. This is what the child looks like that is missing. This is why we're here. And what came out of their mouth was pretty much one of the last few nails in the coffin. I had searched part.
It's like, okay, Josh, make sure you get to work. Get those questions going. Okay, Josh, get to work. Like, whoa.
Why didn't he ask him? Why didn't he ask him to expound on what he meant by?
They have no emotions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably because he was like, let me just get moving beyond this because my client is clearly being an idiot right now. By the way, make sure not to skip on 1 hour and 37 minutes. By the way, Queen, that's when Tony starts talking about his interaction with Nick and Dog reading him.
Oh, well, we only got a half hour left. We're at 127 already. So that's what, 10 minutes from now?
Yeah.
We're
So that's going to be
12.
Yeah, that's going to be
Here, matter of fact, you want to grab the link and play it?
Just give me a moment. Give me a second.
You'll have to make sure you stop it though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what may I ask what time you're at in that one?
127:12.
127:12.
Yes.
All right. And I see your dog is sleeping, by the way.
Yeah, she's snoring like a mug over here.
The dog, the perpetual sleeping dog.
Anyway, okay, I see it's coming in. Okay, you got it.
Okay.
And I don't like people being threatened who are trying to help find my son. But I told people to keep an eye out if you can get a license plate number, get that, make, model, color of the vehicle, and I would submit that and give that stuff to Sumner County and TBI. And I had several people give me information, make some models of vehicles. I had some of them that got license plate numbers, and I passed that stuff on to Sumner County and I passed it on to TBI. But when they held that press conference and said that nobody was being threatened or anything else, I lost it.
Did he just say he's getting license plates of people?
Yes.
Yeah, I just fucking heard that. Say that again real quick. I'm coming in on my phone, but rewind that real quick.
Back it up, Tim. Back it up.
We're gonna have to back that up because I was just sitting there. I was like, what?
And what came out of their mouth was pretty much one of the last few nails in the coffin. I had search parties going. I had people being followed, and I don't like
people being followed. Did he just say that? Am I getting this right? What?
I had search parties going.
Yep.
I had people
search parties going,
being followed, and I don't like people being threatened who are trying to help find my son.
Unbelievable.
But I told people to keep an eye out if you can get a license plate number, get that, make, model, color of the vehicle, and I would submit that and give that stuff to Sumner County and TBI. And I had several people give me information, make some models of vehicles. I had some of them that got license plate numbers, and I passed that stuff on to Sumner County and I passed it on to TBI. But when they held that press conference and said that nobody was being threatened or anything else, I lost it. I lost it. It was like you guys are hiding information from the public right here. I've given you guys information, make some models of these vehicles, license plate numbers, and you're going to come out and tell people that people haven't been being threatened.
So that tells me that maybe they followed up on it and it wasn't credible.
Yeah. What the hell is wrong with this guy?
Because I don't see law enforcement poo-pooing somebody threatening the search parties of anybody searching for a missing child. Do you, B. Tim?
No, that's weird. I don't know what he's talking about. And he's talking about being, I'm interpreting he believes like his people are being followed or something.
Yes. saying yes, back with remember all the way back to the Cajun Navy.
And he's like, guys, bring me all the license plate numbers and the makes and models of those people. So I'm going to need you to follow those people. So and submit those to TBI. So while they're looking for your son, you're wasting their time.
Okay, so he says he turned it into Sumner County and TBI, and then when TBI came out and spoke, they didn't say anything about that. So meaning now now law enforcement is withholding things from the public.
Crimes and have consequences. I think you were timed out by accident by Montana girl because she was sleeping on her timeout thing.
I've been followed. I've been threatened, you know, and you guys are just going to sit there and act like it never happened.
By whom?
You're acting just like somebody else.
Yes.
Else is
we
acting.
Want to know when. By
like
whom?
My son is.
Yeah, well, he's never going to tell you when, who, and what. He's going to just. And look at like this guy. Look at like the lab. Look into this. He has his head like this, like staring, like. Just like I think he's getting like a headache at this point.
The lab's like, holy fuck! How did I get myself back into this bullshit again?
I need to get out of here. This is crazier than Summer Wells. This is getting bad.
I thought I got out of it after I admitted that I outed that call. I swore I wasn't going to get back in bed with these two fools again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hiding at my house or something. Like he's not missing.
So just for the audience.
Wait, what?
You're acting just like somebody else is acting. Like my son is, you know, hiding at my house or something. Like he's not missing.
So just
wait. So the cops.
You gotta back it up further than that because that doesn't make
for the
any
audience.
sense.
Yeah, like what the hell is what are you doing, Tony? Like fix your client.
Here. You know, I've given you guys information, makes and models of these vehicles, license plate numbers, and you're going to come out and tell people that people haven't been being threatened. I've been followed. I've been threatened, you know, and you guys are just going to sit there and act like it never happened. You're acting just like somebody else is acting. Like my son is, you know, hiding at my house or something. Like he's not missing.
What?
So just
What the hell is that? Like what? Why would you say that? Oh my god. Why would you say that? Oh my god. What? That makes no sense. Yeah, like why would you like start off with I'm being threatened, my family's being threatened. Not family, I mean I'm being threatened, the people who helped me being threatened, so we're getting everyone's license plates and we're reporting them and make and model. The cops investigate and say, well, you're not being threatened or followed. And then he starts talking about like they're acting like I have my kid hidden in my house or something. What the hell are you doing? Why would you even look at the lab's face, man? He's like, what? He's even like, what?
Okay, what else we got going forward?
just for the audience that uses the two phrases press conference and press release interchangeably, they're not the same. A press conference is an actual
we don't give a
4K. The detective would talk, the sheriff would talk, the chief would talk. Since then, we've
to even be there. The news media had to fill out permission, and they made sure that they held that literally in a fenced-in area where they do training, so that nobody could get in there.
So
and
they didn't address
person, yeah, no, the only person they let in there was Nick Barris.
He really doesn't like Nick Barris.
Because he's legitimate press. They don't want just every fool coming in there and causing issues. This is not hard to figure out. Seth, did you not pay attention when you went through your training?
Yeah. By the way, am I the only one that's looking at the lab's electrical work and getting a little worried? Is that tape on the damn wire?
Where?
You see, like over here?
Oh, Lord have mercy.
That doesn't look safe, man. I would suggest you get something new, man, because that does not look safe. Just a heads up on that one.
I completed the Cardinal beat him.
Congratulations.
And I got a second UFO done.
Nice.
Yeah. So then since then we've had these press releases, which, you know, what they do is they pick a favorite news guy. We all know who that is. And they lay a little bit of information out there, or they lecture somebody and they let him put it out there on his social media, which I guess is their version of a press release. There's been no more press conferences of any kind, whether they're open to the public or not since then. What has your communication been like with them since, let's say, April?
Communication was pretty much sporadic. Every time that I got a lead or something, I would pass that to both TBI and Sumner County. And I would get like the detective would never pick up the phone when I call. And he was like, well, I prefer text messages because then there's a copy and a record. And I'm like, okay, well. So I have all these text messages between me and him. And they're pretty, you know, they're text messages. There's no emotion behind text messages.
What? And Queen jump. Welcome back, Queen. Welcome up, Petty AF. Oh wait, actually, what I was about to say, I'm looking back. I looked at the no arm chat, and that's not. But no emotions in the text. Do you really need emotions, or do you need the guy just to give you facts of the case? And
I think he needs coddling.
Like, I'm sorry, he's not your dad. You know, he's there to try to find your son or find justice for your son. Is the lab slips moving? I don't know. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. I'm trying to wait for a second to see if Queen will come back so she doesn't miss too much. So I'll just wait for like 2 minutes, and if she doesn't come back in 2 minutes, we'll just start again. Just continue. I'll just skip the play-by-play. I watched this before, and now watching it, just lab fake expression is a hoot. Yeah, and he also his electrical work is kind of worrying me, man, because that shit does not look safe. He needs to get new wires for that, honestly, because that's not safe. I think it's good that they have all records. Yeah, that's what you kind of want, because he basically wants a written record of the conversations you're having with him in the question so he can get back with you. If he talks to you on the phone, he would have to write down notes and try to remember everything, and he wants a written record. Watch him when Sean speaks. Let me see. What is the context of text you sent, Sean? I'm thinking your context is a big reason why they won't speak to you. I don't know. Beatum is always looking out for her. Right? Oh, no problem. Would it be a good thing if Ellie is emotionally involved? That would cause bias, I believe. Yeah, obviously. Imagine if like they really, really liked Katie and they loved her and they were truly, truly on her side. You would be pissed off. Be like, oh my God.
Absolutely.
Like, no, they don't need to talk to you. They're not your therapist. They're there to find justice for your son or find your son. That's pretty much it.
So what? You can't ask your question via text message over a phone conversation?
Yeah. Weird. I'll just play it and we'll give her a rundown.
Okay.
But you kind of get this feeling of, you know, they're not telling me anything. You know, the last time I spoke to them in person, they were like, well, we're playing the what if game. Like, what if you did pay somebody to kidnap your son? I'm like,
what?
Well, last time I checked, I haven't fucking won the lottery. All right. And I live paycheck to paycheck to pay my bills.
That seems like it would be a pretty, first of all, it's just crazy. But second of all, they're, yeah. Stupid.
I mean, you're kind of reaching here. You know, I don't have money. I do live paycheck to paycheck. I do save
What about
up
the $25,000 GoFundMe?
Listen to what you just gotta listen to. We'll rewind it, but I just want to listen to the full thing he's saying.
Okay, I'll shut up. Sorry.
You know,
one of the
I'm gonna
Pretty-
rewind it because that's just wild. He just said that.
Get the emotion behind, and they're pretty. You know, they're text messages. There's no emotion behind text messages, but you kind of get this feeling of, you know, they're not telling me anything. You know, the last time I spoke to them in person, they were like, well, we're playing the what if game.
Oh my God.
Like, what if you did pay somebody to kidnap your son? And I'm like, well, last time I checked, I haven't
He had just talking on it like, what? The cops are not talking to you.
Somebody to kidnap your son.
The cops are not talking to you. They want all written text so they can keep it for later. And they look through all your electronics. They wonder if if you're hiding your son. And also they ask you, what if you paid someone to kidnap your son? Sir, I would suggest you get a lawyer, a criminal lawyer, if they're asking you these questions. Like, I would not be on YouTube. Like, am I the only one that'd be like, holy fuck, I need a lawyer? Where's my lawyer? Like, does that sound good to you, voices?
And then I'm thinking about him talking about being a self-proclaimed suspect.
Yeah. Like,
I'm like,
get a lawyer. Like, a legitimate criminal lawyer.
You need something, and it ain't what I can help with.
Yeah. Like, think about it. They go to his house, they grab all his electronics. They are stopping communications with him.
Yep.
They are demanding that he only talks to them via text. And they just said one of the last texts they gave to him is, what if you paid someone to kidnap your son?
Yeah.
And then
conversations, not text messages.
It sounded like text. Okay, let me see if I got it wrong.
I'm like, what if I spoke to them in person? Anything.
Okay.
You know, the last time I spoke to them in person, they were like, well, we're playing the what if game. Like, what if you did pay somebody to kidnap your son? And I'm like, well, last time I checked, I haven't fucking won the lottery. All right. And I live paycheck to paycheck to paycheck.
I mean, like, who answers a question like that? Who sits there and says, you know, I just don't have the money to kidnap people, you know? If only I had the money to kidnap my own son, you know, but I don't. I'm broke. I'm paycheck to paycheck.
If only I had the funds.
Oh my God. if I won the lottery.
Oh my God, this is wild.
Yeah, I can't believe you just said that shit.
Did you hear that? Like, let me ask you a question. You
They said let it play through because context is better, but you have to stop it for fair use. Texas clip on it.
I know. I was just playing it a couple of times. I'm glad you're back. So just listen to this. Now, let me give you in context. They stopped talking to him. They want to only talk to him via text. And the last time they've talked to him, they grabbed all his electronics. And the last time they talked to him in person was they asked him, what if game if you would have paid to have your son kidnapped? Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing if you're, you know, if the cops are looking?
That really makes me kind of question where their minds are at right now and who they're thinking is involved and who they're thinking isn't. And maybe that's the reason why they haven't came back out. You know, in my opinion, they could be just letting him sit there and, you know, talk. Because sometimes that's what you got to let folks do. Talk themselves into a circle.
Like, holy fuck, bro. You're like, I'm starting to think you might have something to do with the disappearance with your son. And I wasn't. I was like, oh, he has nothing to do with it. But this is not good.
This feeling.
Well, we said from the beginning we didn't think that he had anything to do with it. I know I said from the beginning I didn't think he had anything to do with it. I don't think Chris had anything to do with it. I don't think Katie had anything to do with it.
Yeah,
again, I think he was lured. I think he was lured out, but I mean that's just my opinion.
Yeah, but it's starting a little. This is kind of weird.
They're not telling me anything. You know, the last time I spoke to them in person, they were like, "Well, we're playing the what if game. Like, what if you did pay somebody to kidnap your son?" And I'm like, well, last time I checked, I haven't fucking won the lottery.
Yeah, that's not the answer
And
I
I
was
live
fucking
paycheck to
expecting.
pay my bills.
Yeah, it's not.
That seems like
Not
it'd be
the
a
answer
pretty,
I was expecting at all.
first of all, it's just crazy. But second of all, they're yeah, it's stupid.
I mean, you're kind of reaching here. You know, I don't have money. I do live paycheck to paycheck. I do save up what little I can. You know,
One of the questions, and I know this is a bit of speculation, but it's something that's been asked repeatedly in the chat. Never something that I've discussed, but I'm sure that you've heard of it. People were wondering if you noticed any bite marks on Chris's arm.
yeah. I see. I saw the wounds on his arms. After I wasn't there during that, when he was there, I did not see them.
You didn't see them while you were in the house, but you saw photos after.
I did.
Okay.
No, they didn't.
Most of the time, I want to say that he was wearing long sleeve shirts, but I wasn't paying attention to him. I took him at his word, which I've taken a lot of people at their word since this happened. And a lot of times it has just bit me in the rear end.
Right. Sure.
So there was a time, Seth, where clearly they lost interest in talking to you. I think that's fair, correct?
Yeah, I think that's fair. If I was Seth, I would be consulting a criminal attorney, and I would stop doing interviews. But that's just me. Just saying. If I had cops asking me the what if game and stopped talking to me and wanted all my electronics and also wanted all my writing to them to be documented via text form, yeah, I would definitely stop and get a lawyer and also not do interviews anymore. That's just my opinion. But anyway.
Oh, yeah. The last time that I had communication with him was the day that that Dwayne Chapman came home to.
So let's talk about that. So I was talking to you on the phone one day and you said, "Oh, guess who I just heard from?" And were they just overexcited and filled with joy that somebody was going to get involved and help with the search and bring national publicity to the case? What did that look like?
The text message was something along the lines of, "Wow, really? Why did you do this?"
Well then.
So
text messages.
Yeah.
Seem to tell quite a bit, but go ahead.
Yeah, it says last conversation. Wow, why did you do this? Oh, brilliant. It's really good.
They were so not happy.
And we decided that you weren't going to respond to that, correct?
Wait.
Well,
wait. Chris and Katie said that, or the officer said that? Who said that to him? I'm sorry.
I believe it was the officer. I'll play it again.
That looked like.
Chris and Katie.
Because then they said, "Wow, what now? What? Hold on.
Let me just play it again."
The text message was something along the line.
He was going to overexcited and filled with joy that somebody was going to get involved and help with the search and bring national publicity to the case. What did that look like?
The text message was something along the lines of, "Wow, really? Why did you do this?"
And was going to heard from. I was talking to you on the phone one day and you said, "Oh, guess who I just heard from?" And were they just overexcited and filled with joy that somebody was going to get involved and help with the search and bring national publicity to the case? What did that look like?
The text message was something along the lines of, "Wow, really? Why did you do this?"
So,
good
They
statement.
were so
Yeah, I was
not
gonna say
happy.
pause that because in his very first interview, he said if he had the money, he would go get him or something along those lines. So no wonder the police department or whatever is saying this.
Yeah, they said he said at Crimes, Lies, and whatever. I think he said pretty much. She asked him if he had an inkling or an idea where Sebastian was, and he said he needs the resources or money to go out and
Right.
get him. To go out and get him. Yeah.
That was during the Cajun Navy time when all that recorded stuff about an offshore well and all of that happened.
And he said until then I'm just winging it. Something like that. So it doesn't really help your situation.
And we decided that you weren't going to respond to that, correct?
Well, by the time that I got home, because they texted that to me, by the time I got home, they had already followed up with another one 2 hours later. Well, I wouldn't answer that either. At which point in time, I did respond to them and told them they could contact me by phone. I'll always pick up and I will always have a conversation with them.
So when we got the call from Nick and his team, we had conversation with our inner circle as to whether or not that we felt like it would be a good idea for me to reach out to them, find out what they were about, and we were kind of split on that, right?
We didn't know if it was a hoax or not.
Right. And you were, one of us was I'm not in favor. One of us I was certainly in favor. You were somewhere in the middle, as if they can help find my son, I'm open to listening, kind of thing, right?
Correct. I mean, I have always accepted help in finding my son, because that's my only goal, is to find my son, and that has gotten me in trouble.
So
on this route, and
well, look, this is the way that I look at it. It's your job and it's your duty the rest of your life to look for your son, and I know that you know that, and I think that that's how 99% of parents feel. Their job's not over, you know. If you're
found and brought home.
Yes, correct.
So
that is your that's your responsibility. I mean, it just is. He's your responsibility. You know that. I'm not scolding you. I'm not telling you anything that you don't already know. And I believe that you are looking for yourself.
Yeah, well, I believe that, but I believe he's doing it the wrong way, to be honest with you. I believe he's turning this to a circus. I can appreciate Mr. Seth Rogers' feelings. I'm sure if he has nothing to do with this, it's probably the worst moment in his life. But the fact is that he's doing it the wrong way, because the people that he's invited on are basically using his son as a way for promotions to their various businesses, in my opinion. Am I wrong, voices? Or
nope, I'm right there with you, and I was coming in with something very similar, not quite as eloquent. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, they're misusing your son's image for their own self promotion, and it's really fucked up. And it's kind of disrespectful, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. It is what it is.
And you know, and like you said, it's not over until he's home, until he's found.
So, Josh, you may not even know this, and I know a lot of
this part is wild.
The folks in the audience. And again, we can't tell you how much we appreciate you guys' support. There's a lot of people in here tonight.
Yeah.
So I told Seth, I said, you know, you trust me, right? And he said, yes, I do. And I said, just, you know, let me call this Nick character and find out what he's about.
I'll be right back.
Okay. So, Josh, I call Nick, left him a message. Then I get a call back. And of course, you know, what we know now, I know I got a call back because I was being recorded, right? Which I've never had a problem with. I've never recorded a call, but I've been recorded. And
clearly we saw your green screen fuck up.
Well, I mean, this is a guy who got it put in his injunction that he did not like being recorded and stuff like that. And now he's just said, oh, I have no problem being recorded. Congratulations for saying that in a live stream. I'm sure that's not going to be recorded and used by a high-powered attorney to make you look like a complete idiot. I'm sure that's not going to happen. Number two is that why is it okay for Nick to record you secretly, but other people not? That's going to be used against you. This is why you don't talk and do interviews when you're going to court proceedings like this, people. But sucks for you. Too late. It's been recorded. Everyone has the live stream. Can't take it down. Really brilliant move, by the way. Are they turning Nick and Dog? Some of them. Yeah, it's very weird. Like they're throwing Dog. We'll listen to it.
I call. I answer the phone. I get on the phone with those guys, and first thing that happens is Dog jumps in. He's on the phone, and he jumps in and he takes over the conversation, and he basically tells me that the word on the street is that my guy is potentially the lead suspect, and that you know, that I could be considered an accomplice, and that am I willing to go to prison for my guy? And I said, absolutely. If you can prove that my guy's that, and you think I'm an accomplice because I'm a volunteer spokesperson, then I'm not really sure how that would work, but sure, I'll play along with your silly game. And so he went as far as to read me my Miranda rights.
Who was that? Who did this?
Dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
Silly goose, you under arrest. I'll play along with your silly games.
Looking like Josh, like who?
Look at his eyes. I've not seen his eyes so wide in a long time. You can actually see pupil on Josh's eyes.
He's like, who read you the rights?
Like, what?
Wait, what? Oh my god. And like he's like, I'm willing to go to jail for my client. If I was like, no.
Silly goose, volunteer spokesmen don't go to jail.
Well, unless they're trying to cover up for a crime, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I mean, that was my attempt at being facetious, Tim. Sorry about that. That didn't come off very well.
What was he thinking?
I don't know. Word on the street is your guy. Well, my guy ain't guilty.
Oh,
I'll go to jail or prison for my guy.
Oh
wait a minute. How is it the Dog thinks that Sean is guilty? So how is it that word on the street is?
Well, probably they heard, the cops are looking in on him, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, after what we heard, we've said it from jump, to be honest.
Like, it sounds like the cops are really looking at Seth hard in a lot of areas.
You think?
And that may be where they heard the word on the street.
Word on the street is.
And remember Dog on that interview on News Nation. He's like, I initially thought he kidnapped his own son or something like that. And it was like that awkward situation there. So maybe Dog was thinking the same thing as the cops.
Oh fuck, we got a Miranda right in the chat.
Miranda writes in the chat. I swear to God, dog, please do a live stream where you read the Miranda rights so we can get a clip of it. We need that. Like, we need that.
Tim, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Yeah.
You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you. Do you understand these rights as I've now stated them to you?
No, I don't understand them at all.
Okay.
No clue. Let me just listen to more of this.
Right. So, now I've got a guy that I grew up watching, right? And he's reading me my rights. Like, I'm getting ready to go to jail for harboring a fugitive, right?
Yeah.
It's like, is this for real?
So
fuck, Coda, why you ask
again,
me how many times I've been arrested that I can recite them? Maybe I was doing the arresting in a former life.
X for doubt on that one, for sure. Queen's gone. She ran off.
I played along, and then he goes into talking to me about the famous, the Truth Serum, the hypnosis,
there's
all
the
these
Truth
things.
Serum.
And
did you see the part where he said dog read him the Miranda rights? Do you want to listen to that?
This is fucking
yeah,
great.
play it, because mine kept cutting out. My server, it kept cutting out, so I just flipped it off.
Okay, so here, listen to this. Listen to this.
Left him a message. Then I get a call back, and of course, what we know now. I know I got a call back because I was being recorded, right? Which I've never had a problem with. I've never recorded a call, but I've been recorded, and so I call. I answer the phone. I get on the phone with those guys, and first thing that happens is dog jumps in. He's on the phone, and he jumps in and he takes over the conversation, and he basically tells me that the word on the street is that my guy is potentially the lead suspect, and that that I could be considered an accomplice, and that am I willing to go to prison for my guy? And I said, absolutely. If
yeah, it gets worse. It gets worse. Listen.
If you can prove that my guy's that, and you think I'm an accomplice because I'm a volunteer spokesperson, then I'm not really sure how that would work, but sure, I'll play along with your silly game. And so he went as far as to read me my Miranda rights.
Who was that? Who did this?
Dog.
Okay.
he almost hit the mic. He was like, what?
Who did this?
Dog.
I read Tim his Miranda rights.
I can't believe it. Oh, see, Nikki's in the human.
See, Nikki, thank you for becoming a new member. I can't believe this shit.
He read him his Miranda rights, and he's like, are you willing to go to jail for your client? It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, right. So, now I've got a guy that I grew up watching, right? And he's reading me my rights. Like, I'm getting ready to go to jail for harboring a fugitive, right?
Yeah.
And, so again, I played along, and then he goes into talking to me about the famous, the Truth Serum, the hypnosis, all these things. And would I talk to my guy and find out if my guy would be willing to do this or that or whatever? And I didn't realize, but that was all just a game to find out, are we hiding anything? How convicted are we? How much do we know for sure that Seth is innocent? And what are we willing to do to help us find Sebastian? And I told Dog, I said, Dog, Seth Rogers would cut his arms off to find his son. I said, if you think that putting Truth Serum is going to scare him away, if you think that hypnosis is going to scare him away, I said, as long as I was there while it was going on, he'll do anything in the world to find his son.
What the fuck? Oh my god, we're in fucking Delulu land here. What the fuck? Oh, I'll let my client be having legal procedures on him with Truth Serum and hypnosis. As long as I'm there to watch. And I can live stream
Nah,
it
he'll
too.
cut his arm off. And he'll cut his arm off while we're at it.
Jesus Christ.
Alright.
This is your PR guy to protect you. I'll let them do some Truth Serum and hypnosis on you. Like, oh my god. If this is protecting Seth Rogers, I don't want to know what is actually like an attack on Seth Rogers, because this is some fucked up shit. I swear to God, if this guy came up to me and said, "Here, this group of felons want you to be injected with Truth Serum and to be hypnotized to prove your innocence," I'd be like, what?
Tim, this is a classic case of you get what you pay for.
Yeah, like I would be like, no. Can we get like actual investigators? I don't want to be Truth Serum.
How about I pay and let's not be giving me any Truth Serum and shit.
Yeah, how about we pay you $500,000 in Zimbabwe money, and we're cool. That's about $500.
$500. Okay, that'll work in Zimbabwe dollars.
Yeah, you can get that.
Well, an hour and a half later, as we got into the real facts of the case, it became obvious that, you know, that they knew that Seth was not involved. But I think they needed to know wholeheartedly that we were committed to doing whatever it took to support them. You know, and fast forward now, you know, we've had a lot of conversations, you and I, Josh, have had about the good they've brought. And I don't know if you saw, but that reward has been bumped up to 200,000 as of today.
I heard something about that. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Josh does not believe in that award.
I think is fantastic. But
what, you know, bank, what trust account? Where is that being held at? Where are those official funds being held at? Because the only money that I'm aware of is up to 50,000 provided by the FBI. Other than that, I wouldn't trust it actually being 200,000. Again, we know all about pledges and all that bullshit.
Yeah, I don't believe it. Until I see it, I don't believe it. That's just my opinion.
Kind of.
Well, that would have been a great opportunity for Josh to ask a fucking hard question, because all he does is ask meatballs.
Yeah, a lot of them is like, he should have really followed up, like, so didn't you find it odd that why did Dog think your client was a suspect? Where did you get that from? Why
did Dog think that you would go to, I mean, like, what levels did you go to protect your client?
Yeah, like, why did Dog read you your Miranda rights? Why does Dog think originally that Sebastian was kidnapped by Seth Rogers? What led him to that? And next question I'd be like, is like, why would you work with this people that believe that? I don't know. Just one of the many questions I would ask. I'd be like, also I would ask, you know, what the hell are you thinking? Like, why would you accept procedures of dangerous drug substances to be injected into your client and hypnosis? Like, don't you think that's a little extreme?
Listen, I don't believe that there's any answer they could tell us, Tim, that would make us happy. I think the only thing, any answer they would give us would cause is for us to have more questions and be appalled. So,
I mean, imagine if I walked up to you and I said, you know, Ange, I need you to prove your innocence. We're going to have to inject you with Truth Serum and have Dog the Bounty Hunter hypnotize you.
Well, I guess I would be telling you that I'd be being guilty because you ain't putting that shit in my body. Thanks, but no thanks.
I mean, like, honestly, you could probably convince a person, if you're hypnotizing them and you're doing Truth Serum, you could probably convince them that they've committed a crime.
Ever been to one of those hypnotist shows? I have. You ever been up? You ever been to be up on stage? I have. You ever been through that process? I have. That's going to be a big fat no from me. Last time I went through something like that, I was going across the stage clucking like a fucking chicken.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a no from me, dog. And there is video footage of it.
Yeah, he said it was a test. Yeah, it's a test of stupidity because, and they failed.
It kind of begs the question, you know, we went from 50 to 100,000 and 125 and 150, 175, 200. It's like we're at a reward auction. Does it not feel like that if there's anybody out there that wasn't on the inside that something would be happening?
I mean, that's kind of the
What do you mean by that? If there wasn't somebody on the inside, something would be happening. What are you talking about? Does that even make sense? Am my brain fuzzy like fried right now? Does that even make sense?
Listen, I believe this is all lining back up. Like this group has been having meetings, and like it's so funny that like all the pointing of the fingers about an enterprise and what we stand over here as a group of people, a collected group of people sitting together looking like what the fuck, because I truly see an enterprise looking back at us, and it's not even a mirror.
Yeah,
this is wild.
That's the problem with rewards,
right?
Typically when you have the information to hand over, you got your foot in the pile of crap, you know?
Right.
At least partially. And unless, you know, I mean, if you read the FBI poster, it says, you know, for the, you know, I believe it's the location and the return and prosecution of the parties, which are three enormous steps. And you'd have to be relatively close to somebody to know that kind of information. It rarely happens. It rarely happens.
Right. So Seth, we were talking about how Dog got involved in that initial phone conversation I had with him, where they told me they were going to arrest me and drag me away for being your friend. So fast forward.
No, they said they were going to arrest. They said that are you willing to go to jail for your client? Not because you were his friend, but because they were implying that you were helping him cover up a crime. That's my understanding of what they were accusing you
Volunteer
of.
spokesperson.
Yeah. So, yeah.
But wait, I thought
now,
him and Tony had a contract.
Yeah.
You know, we had a big day today. Reward goes up to $200,000. What has it been like in your mind working with Dog and Nick and their team, as far as how aggressive do you feel like they pursue leads as they come in? Because we're getting a lot of them, right?
And a lot of leads, they pursue them. I mean, his name is Dog for a reason. You know, I have communication with him. Nick is always calling me to let me know what's going on. You know, I just wish Sumner County would have been communicating with me like Nick and Dog's team does.
And do you feel like that? I mean, the professional on our team is RPI, correct?
Correct.
And RPI always had a strong desire to work in conjunction with Sumner County, right?
They still do.
And it's never really happened, correct?
It hasn't.
But our PI, in your mind, has got a very solid working relationship with Nick and Dog and their team and all their resources, correct?
They do.
So you got to see the horsepower behind the machine, I guess Dog's machine, if you want to call it that, what that looked like working in conjunction with our PI this last week. And without getting, I mean, I know it's out there, but how did you feel about seeing all that real time, being on the phone while it was going on and watching it? Did it give you some hope?
Yes.
Well, now
I
we
mean,
know
I
Betty
always
was
have
down
hope
there.
that my son is.
Yeah, I don't know who this PI is.
RPI.
RPI. Like, okay, what are you paying this PI? Fucking potato chips and sandwiches? I mean, they work for money. So where's the money coming from? And there's like so much, I mean, unless this guy's doing it for free, there's no way you're paying this guy. So is this a PI working for at night? Who is this person?
How do you know that's not where the GoFundMe money went to, B-Tim? There was funds raised and private donations.
That was for his living expenses. That wasn't for PI.
Well, how do you, dude, you don't know that that's where that money went?
That's what he said. That's what he said for his living expenses.
Well, and this could be a living expense.
Listen,
Linda.
Out there, he's lost. He's going to be found. But again, it just bolsters the hope that there's other people with the means to do it that are willing to do it. They're not willing just to say it. They put their money where their mouth is,
And you've got an open line of communication to Dog, correct?
Yes, I do.
So
he called me during the last vigil.
So
That's
tell us
how
about,
I was doing.
Tell us about that phone conversation.
He just wanted to make sure I was doing okay.
I thought this was supposed to go through the first 3 days in the events. Like, why are we talking like fast forwarding? Because Dog and Nick were not there for the first 3 days of the event. They were there like day what? Fucking what month? 7? Month 6? So why are you talking about Dog and all these people when you're supposed to talk about the timeline and events from the beginning, 3 days, and then a week, and then a month, and then so on and so forth, and so on and so forth? Just question.
He wanted to know if I needed anything. He wanted to let me know where he was at, what he was doing.
Kind of a father-to-father talk, right?
Yes, sir.
Dog lost a child. You're missing your child. That kind of thing.
Yes.
Every time I hear Dog, I hear him saying "Baby Lisa."
Yeah.
From watching his show, I used to watch his show all the time.
Yeah.
That was rough stuff.
And I mean, we all know that the 71-year-old Dog is got to flex his muscles a different way, right? I mean, he's not running out there necessarily kicking doors in anymore, but
he just said he was going to kick doors in. He just said that like what, 2 weeks ago?
Well, I think it was more metaphorical doors, B-Tim.
Oh my God.
Maybe it was digital doors because he's 71 now.
Yeah.
I mean, Dog is still Dog, to your point, huh, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure that he still does but when I used to watch his show, I mean, they were very, very aggressive bounty hunters. And a lot of that, I mean, most of their bounties were off camera, I mean, they had just so many.
Yeah, his show was last aired in 2012. It is 2024 now. That was 12 years ago. A lot has happened in 12 years. Like, really. There is a world of difference.
I got sober.
Yeah. It's a world of difference. A world of difference. He is 71 years old. And the people he tracked, he was not looking for a missing child. He was looking for a criminal, a fugitive, an individual that was like on the run that they had information of, and completely different scenario.
Dude, they look like umpires out on the field giving calls to each other again.
Yeah, this is a perfect, I'm wiping my mouth. He's scratching his head. Oh my God.
And it sounds like they were the same exact way off camera, but they very, very aggressive in their approach. And, you know, they were very good at tracking down their
bounties.
Success.
Yeah.
So, Seth, we're getting close to a couple hours. Josh, do you have some questions that we can answer before we call it a night?
I'd like to say one thing real quick before you continue, Josh.
Sure.
I gave Sumner County Chris's information, and from this all the way up to today, they have not reached out. So when you're talking about a small county not having the resources, there's been organizations, including Chris's, that has offered their assistance to help them, and they refuse to accept help.
Yeah.
Now, that's whether it's pride or ego, none of those two matter when it comes to a missing child.
I've only seen it in one other case where that level of help.
So did he just say he gave information for Chris? Okay. Fucking weird. Fucking weird.
You sure did, B Tim. Your most favoriteest person ever.
Oh my God. Fuck.
Your absolute, most absolutely, positively most favoriteest person in the world.
Yeah.
Dun 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 dun.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay.
Right.
Help
Chris
was offered and rejected.
Yeah, like why wouldn't Chris and Katie want help from Chris McDonough?
And the Cold Case Foundation?
Yeah.
Why would they not want to do that?
Why would they not want to work with people that have falsely doxed people on Twitter? Almost got 2 kids while he was a police officer. Almost got 3 kids thrown in jail for a crime they didn't commit. Got the county sued, and also did some various shenanigans during the Summer Wells case. I mean, why wouldn't he want to work with those people? I mean, shocker. You know, just shocker.
Rejected. Both of them in Tennessee.
Summer Wells.
Yeah.
And it's just, you know, I will never stop screaming my son's name. And I don't understand how a parent can stop screaming their child's name when they are missing.
You know, when Michael Vaughn went missing out of Fruitland, Idaho, and I interviewed the mother, Brandy Neal. By the way, and I'll just say this in front of everybody, that district attorney is sitting on a mound of evidence and promising to prosecute, and still hasn't.
Interesting.
And has a lot. Law enforcement has done a bang up job. I know that they have not found him, young Michael Vaughn, but the district attorney has a case and he needs to put it into motion. Now, when Fruitland, who, by the way, did not have.
The issue is, and I'm going to make this, they might have a mountain of evidence, but without a body, it's extremely difficult to do a prosecution of. And you only have like one bite of the apple when it comes to that. So they might be sitting on a mountain of evidence to you when it comes to YouTube, but when it comes to a prosecution, it's a lot tougher without a body. So they have to really, really connect the dots with that. Leilani Simon, if they didn't find the remains, she would never have gotten convicted. That's just a fact. They would have a lot of circumstantial evidence, but they wouldn't have enough to convict her. Very rarely can you convict someone without a body. It's very, very tough. So that's probably why they're not doing it.
Or evidence of like Kelsey Shelling, where Patrick Swayze had somebody else do the cleaning up, and they did a bad job.
Yeah, exactly. I think Code. I think crimes and consequences are not a problem. That's why they're caps. They have a hard time seeing? I think one person has a hard time seeing. That's why they're doing the caps.
A lot of experience in these kinds of cases as well. The police chief, could not believe that there was an organization willing to do this. And that organization advanced that case all the way to the district attorney with evidence, and even, I don't want to say everything that they have, because first of all, I don't know everything that they have. I know that they have a lot.
Okay.
And it made a huge difference. And for them to sit on a case because they want to find a body is just not proper anymore. You don't get rewarded for being able to hide a body. That's why they have body prosecutions. DAs get scared of that stuff sometimes, especially ones up for re-election.
Well, I mean, how many cases have you prosecuted? 0. And I've seen, without a body, you have to basically have some sort of physical evidence connecting that person to the crime, or some sort of digital evidence that shows that person was near them at the time. It's a tough case. You're not going to actually be able to, it's going to be extremely tough. Extremely tough.
You know what I just realized about his room? The locks are on the wrong side of the door.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
Why is there a door knocker in the middle of it?
Yeah. Alistair says, how many cases I prosecuted? 0 as well. So we both have the same opinions. But I'm not arrogant enough to tell a district attorney how he can prosecute his case and what evidence he has and has not. I've just seen a lot of court cases where without those remains, it becomes a very, very tough case to prosecute, because you need something to connect the perpetrator with the victim, and then you need to basically get a lot of witnesses' testimony. Now, the problem is, I don't know who the witnesses would be and if they're credible or not, and the people around there. And some jurors just want they want 80 to 90% like they're sure that this person did it. They're not going to be like, well, they were on the block at the time, child goes missing. It's a tough case. So that's my opinion. And yeah, those locks are on the outside, but it's a garage, they said. So I guess he locks himself in so no one bothers him during live streams, maybe. Probably, that's my guess. Am I right? I don't know.
Well, I mean,
maybe he just leaves the door open when he goes in and just locks it so people don't walk in during his live stream. I don't know. He has kids, so maybe he doesn't want his kids to run in there while he's live streaming or something like that. I don't know, or family members.
Maybe.
That would make sense to me.
So I've got 2 questions. I've got one for you, Seth, and one for you, Josh.
But I will say, I want to say one thing. I do hope that the case gets prosecuted. I hope justice happens for Brandon Neal, and I hope that case does get forward. I know it's torture for that person. I'm just highlighting that it's a very tough case when you don't have the remains, and I hope that child's remains gets found. And I hope that case gets prosecuted. That's all I'm hoping for. Because that woman's a very nice lady, Brandon Neal, very, very nice lady, and she doesn't deserve going through this BS. And every day, she really does not deserve this. It's tough for her and her family.
You made a statement, Seth, on Dolly a long time ago. Something to the effect of, we haven't asked the right questions to find Sebastian yet. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Can you elaborate on what you meant by that?
I stated that because I was wanting questions from the public.
Wait a minute, what did you say? I missed that.
Elaborate on what you mentioned yet. Do you something to the effect of, we haven't asked the right questions to find Sebastian yet? Do you remember that?
Oh my God.
I do.
Okay. Can you elaborate on what you meant by that?
I stated that because I was wanting questions from the public that I hadn't already asked law enforcement. That was my way of trying to brainstorm questions that would lead to finding Sebastian.
Well, that would have been a
Yes.
helpful piece to tell people when you had that conversation, rather than making it sound some other type of way.
Wasn't he also kind of smiling into the camera or something?
Yes, he was using Duper's Delight, in my opinion.
Explain what
He knew
Duper's
what
Delight.
he damn well knew what he was. Well, Duper's Delight is when you say, it's like when you're playing word semantics with somebody. Like, anyway, fucking asshole.
Yeah, it seems like, yeah, I think they like smug would be another word. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, that doesn't make sense what he just said. He wanted the public to brainstorm ideas. No, you said you're not asking the right questions, meaning that you were implied that you had the answers and that it was up to Dolly to figure out the questions to ask you to get the answers he needed. That's what you implied. But now you're saying, well, we were just brainstorming. I was hoping that the public would ask the questions for me to brainstorm with the public. That's weird. It sounds like you were clickbaiting and it backfired on you, and now you're kind of like trying to back off from that or something.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I think
No.
some of our friends from the dark side took that question and
We're dark-sided? Are you dark-sided? Queen, ain't dark-sided? Are we
See,
dark?
Tim, Duper's Delight is taking pleasure and excitement in fooling somebody. Thank you, Granny. I couldn't get it out there right that way.
Oh, God. Are we part of the dark side? The dark side. I mean, says this group.
and twisted it and turned it. And I just wanted you to be able to clarify.
No, we watched the live stream and we actually watched the video that him said it. There was no twists and turns. We saw his facial reaction. It was weird as fuck. I see that you don't want to take any accountability for throwing oil to the fire. You should have just said, I have no idea. I'm just hoping people can help me figure it out in the public. But instead you said something like that. It was weird.
There is nobody on YouTube immature enough to do that, Tony.
Wow. I want to be on the YouTube you're on. Josh.
Josh, don't.
You're on it. You're already on it. Come on.
Yeah.
Josh. You're on it already. Come on.
Josh, we've watched your live streams. Come on, Josh. Believe me, if Katie said that in a live stream, you would do like 16 lives on her. Let's be real. Let's not be disingenuous. If Katie went on there and says, you're not asking the right questions on a live stream while smirking, you would do 16 lives on her.
Oh, if Chris did that, oh my God, they would be all up in arms.
Yeah, let's not play here. That's the truth.
So Josh, let me hit you with a question. Your good buddy Chris. What does he think's going on here?
Well, I've talked to Chris about this case many times. I stay in touch with him about it constantly. And
what you're allowed to share.
He hasn't left the house. He thinks that the answers are there.
He never left the house. So what do you think? He's like buried?
Explain the sighting that they always talk about that's not really talked about, but it's talked about.
Yeah, or the dogs that went to the retaining pond, like never left the house. You think he's like living in the basement or something, or like in an
There
attic?
isn't a basement. There's no ductwork. Don't you remember we asked some of those
Well, I was just
questions
using that as an
that night?
example. I was being hyperbolic.
Well, I get it. I'm sorry. You're.
Well, like
Oh,
he's hidden the walls. I'll retract that. He's hidden the walls, or do you think he's buried in? Like that makes no sense. That statement.
Things that's where the investigation should.
Well, maybe if Sumner County had ever done forensics in the house, we'd have something to take on to go.
How do you know they didn't do forensics?
Yeah.
But you know, back to what you said, Josh. Some of these small, counties don't even know how to operate, luminol.
I know.
They don't know how to operate luminol.
There is a state standard, and then each county organization has to pass a set of standards. Like, are you kidding me here? And then he wonders why law enforcement won't mess with him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a standard across the board in a lot of states. This is a state that had drones. So you're telling me they searched for a missing kid. And you're telling me they don't know how to do that? Okay. This is the problem with you, Seth. You keep on saying things that don't make sense.
So they can pass the FAA licensing for flying a drone.
Yeah.
But they don't know how to use basic luminol.
Yeah.
When they had FBI, all of that in there. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. I just don't get it.
How to put on a pair of glasses to spray a bottle, or how to put something on somebody's, PIN code and pull fingerprints off of it, or anything of that sort.
What? Why would they need to?
Hold up. We talked to Chris, and Chris said yes, forensics were done on our home. There
Yeah.
were agencies in and out of there. Now, just because Seth didn't see it, Seth admittedly got up and walked out.
Yeah, he wasn't there.
When he said that he walked in and there was no place for him to park. What does he think people were doing? Just all standing around in there? Doesn't it sound like maybe they were probably doing forensics?
And what would be the point of fingerprints? They all live in the same house.
Well, if somebody else's fingerprints maybe were on that.
Yeah, but the chances. Point taken. I will give you that. Okay, I'll retract that. Voice is right.
I mean, the first 48 hours is the most crucial, and I was there for 3 days, and I never saw them do anything along that line.
But you weren't. You just said home night one. You left night one, and they told you to stay and stay at home night one.
Yeah.
So you don't know what went on, because you admittedly were out driving around screaming, yelling so much that you lost your voice. Sir, which story do you want us to go with? Yes, playing Eye of the Tiger. That's right.
And I think you were away when we were talking about this. Is the case, especially within the first 48 hours, was just shrouded with the belief that he was a runaway. And that's,
Whisper says, I don't believe Seth is in any way. I don't believe Seth is any way. I think he does know something, in my opinion only. Well, that's the problem when you do live streams like this. It's going to let people think like, oh, okay, so the police are looking in on you. So they don't just look into you and start asking the what if game if they don't have something.
No. That was a huge hindrance, obviously.
The fact is that on day one, when I walked in and I saw all of the shoes right there, being a runaway is not possible. At that point in time, that should have been doubt put into that detective's head when I sat there and stated all of his shoes are right here.
Well, they did have doubt. They investigated you for the kidnapping of your own son. it sounds like. And they also looked into the house and did forensics. So they doubted you all, actually.
And then Katie turns around and agreed that all of his shoes were there. His backpack was there. His coats were there. I mean,
Seth, I don't believe he's a runaway at all.
I don't either. Never have. My son's never been an eloper. There's only one thing that would make him run away. He was running away from a dangerous situation.
I don't think he left the house on his own.
Well,
I don't see how he walks out the front door, the back door.
Oh, welcome to the hive, Lazy Deb. Queen stepped away for a moment. Why are you all dug in that and cannot say anything nice about this father of a missing child? Whatever, I come over here to Granny's and I don't go anywhere else, but that's crazy. Because he doesn't do anything nice. He just sat there, complained about himself, talked about how he didn't have TV, and he was complaining about the police holding his stuff, and keeps on changing his story, and at one point is like talking about how he's a possible suspect and the police are questioning him. And he's also kind of teamed up with people who are only there to basically profit and make money from the situation of basically promotion for their various businesses, in my opinion. So I just don't, you know what I mean? In the beginning, I gave this guy a lot of grace, but then he kept on going and going and going and going. Now, you tell me, if you were in the situation of Mr. Seth Rogers and suddenly the cops are pulling your electronics, telling you to, text us everything you say, and then proceeds to tell you to talk to, the what if game if you kidnapped your own kid, would you not think that that's not a good situation, or a person doing that? Would you not think that person is being looked at in the cops a little bit? It's a little odd.
Well, I find it ironic because Seth has told us from day one, from jump, that he is considered a suspect.
Yeah,
multiple times. He himself has said it.
Yeah. And honestly, if you watch Scarlett, a lot of their live streams, they have said zero. They've said a lot of defamatory things against Chris and Katie. And it's just not, believe me, they've done a lot to Chris and Katie. They even endorsed the person harassing Chris and Katie, and it's not right. We're not endorsing anyone harass Seth or anything. We're just reviewing what he's saying. So there's a big difference.
Or any other door, and dogs don't hit.
Why are you more concerned about the discrepancies that are being pointed out?
And why
the father of a missing person is changing his story and now looping YouTubers that he once fell out with back in to tell a whole different version of the story and events.
And why is it, also, why is it no one concerned that now he's coming out with the story that they were asking him the what if game of whether he kidnapped his own kid? He never said this before. I think that would probably have been.
Why didn't he tell Nancy Grace this?
Yeah.
Why didn't he tell Pascal this?
Dolly?
Or is this what he told Pascal and Pascal went away?
Pascal was like, yeah, I'm jumping on my bike and going back to my channel. This kind of might give an idea why a lot of people started skedaddling when they met the guy. Maybe he slipped up and said, yeah, the cops are looking into me too. They're asking me questions too. And they might have been like, I don't know if this is a good move. And they walked away. And they said, oh, maybe this is not what it seems. And maybe I want to just wait a little bit on the sidelines.
On a scent that is that fresh.
That neighborhood is so, upper middle class.
Right.
That
it's upper class. It's really not upper middle.
You say upper class?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the homes.
Bro, are you serious? Do you know what upper class is? Upper class is 1%.
It might be for that area. It might be
no,
because of the price of the homes.
Upper class is you got a goddamn yacht. That's what I consider upper class. Upper class is you got a private jet. Middle class is you're basically, you got a house, you got a couple of cars, boom. You know, upper middle class, maybe you're clean closer to going on vacations. You got like $1 million in the bank. Okay. He's trying to make it sound like what he's trying to do is make it sound like they're super rich and they have the resources to pay all these people off. That's what he's trying to do.
Homes are beautiful. The place is nice. I would think that most of those homes have some Ring doorbell cameras or cameras mounted. Or I'm sure that I would just be shocked if there's not a trail of cameras. You know what I mean? And
there's more cameras in that neighborhood than there are. I would say there's more cameras in that neighborhood than there are in the fucking jail.
That has always been.
That's an interesting line to state since you okay.
Something that I can't get over.
What were you gonna say, Voices?
He works in a jail.
Yeah, which he claims that he was on a video, and now he's claiming that the neighborhood has more cameras than his jail. Interesting.
Is that, you know, okay, there's this runaway theory that they went with right away. Okay, well, you know, let's pull camera footage. If he did run away, we would see him walking out of a house, I would believe, somewhere. The fact that there's nothing would indicate that somebody took precautions to make sure that he wasn't on camera.
And the only way you get out of there with no scent, I mean, I guess there's more than one way, but you know, if he leaves out of there in a car or some other way is the only way the dogs don't hit on that. Right. I mean,
right.
There's not a multitude of ways that happens. Josh, do you have any other questions that you?
You know what? I think that we've covered quite a bit.
So what I want to do is I want to thank the chat, overwhelmingly positive tonight. I want to thank our very hardworking moderators. I want to start out by thanking you, Josh, for joining us. We have been blessed.
I want to thank me and only me. I've been listening this whole fucking time. I am fucking cracking up. I couldn't unmute because I had the dogs and my house was chaotic for a second with my birds and shit. But
oh my god!
But this has been too fucking much.
Yeah, I think we're done with this basically. My god!
Hallelujah! It's over.
To the next stream where he incriminates himself some more. I mean, holy fuck, man! Like this is so bad. This literally made people change their opinions on whether Seth is guilty or not. Because he said these things. It's like the what if game. I mean, my parents have always considered themselves. Oh, okay, cool. With the yacht. Thanks, mods, for blocking any. Let me see. Yeah, man. Worst interview ever? Well, it depends on your perspective. Depends on your perspective. If you were the ones wanting to get Seth to say, incriminating things, it was a great interview. A great interview. If you were the ones that, wanted him to explain the timeline of events and kind of highlight his son and give answer questions, this was a terrible interview. So it really depends. Perspective. Josh, my advice, I would watch this interview again and think to yourself, yeah, there might be some problems because, and ask yourself, how many cases have you covered where the police ask the parent of a missing kid the what if game and stop communications and want only text and want all their equipment? I would definitely be like, taking a look a little bit at this guy a little bit personally and probably tell Chris about it. And I think Chris would probably think, oh, that's a little weird. He goes after the sheriff? Oh, okay.
work with, and then the people that may not have a platform, but that are MVPs. So we, for information about we're in Hendersonville on December 7th to honor Sebastian on his birthday. We will also have a smaller private event over in Clarksville that will be just a few of us at, but we really want the public to get around that event in Hendersonville. Don't know where it is yet, but we will have details. I want to say one more thing, and then I'm going to let you and Seth close it out. Sumner County, Eric Craddock, congratulations on your election win. I know that you listen and watch and pay attention to everything that we do. So I'm going to speak to you.
Based upon what your client has been saying, I believe that. I believe the cops are listening to everything your client says and recording it.
Very directly, Mr. Craddock, I would beg you to answer the same question I've been asking you for 8 months, and I would love for you to come out and answer it publicly. Are you any closer today to finding Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers than you were on February 26th? That's my only question for you.
To add to that, I'd like to see some proof that you are, because your word means diddly squat to me. I'd be a better sheriff in my sleep than I think you could be. And I know that you've been running that sheriff's office since January, which means you were running that office almost 2 months before my son went missing. So you can't put it off on the sheriff that's deceased, sir. And calling you sir isn't a due of respect. It's just the fact that you are surely a waste of my space and time until you can prove me otherwise. You don't deserve that badge that is on your chest. That badge is supposed, we are supposed to represent the badge. The badge does not represent us. We are supposed to uphold that badge, uphold the Constitution, and uphold the people that have put you in that position and make them proud, not yourself proud. You ain't making me proud of that badge.
Elected officials are, you got to remember that the sheriffs are politicians first. And they just always are. I don't know much about the sheriff nor the sheriff's department. I find it disgraceful that after all this time they do not keep in contact with you.
Maybe because Josh, they're looking at him as a suspect still, and they don't want to give him any more heads up.
Phoenix, you're up here with us, baby.
What's up,
Hi,
Phoenix?
Queen.
Hey, Phoenix.
Hey, baby, how are you?
So this part, I have a problem with.
Oh, what's the problem?
Oh, Queen, you need to go look at Betty's post on Ants, because I'm gonna say something, but I don't know if I should.
You don't want to get sued?
If I say something.
Oh, okay. What are you gonna say?
No.
No, she's saying she doesn't know if she should say something because Betty's post. What that bitch say?
They
What's
are
she talking
looking
about?
for information from the Texas Roadhouse.
Oh, yeah, the Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, they're looking for photos and stuff like that for the Texas Roadhouse. And people.
Should I say don't send them to those people? Because it's supposed to go to the cops. You know? Do not the cops.
Yeah, it should, all information relevant to the case should go to TBI and the LE. Personally, I don't know how having pictures of Sebastian in the steakhouse is going to be helpful. I think it's weird.
Because didn't Katie already show a picture of them in the steakhouse? Isn't that them sitting together?
Yes. So
in the at the steakhouse, right?
Yes, ma'am. Hi, voices. How are you?
Voices?
So I don't know what the problem is.
I'm working on trying to get unmuted. Sorry. I'm good, Amy. How are you, love?
I'm fine.
I got glue on my fingers. I'm gluing up some.
Should I
hooks
say
and some
you're not
strands.
supposed to see? If you have information on Sebastian, please send it to the cops first.
Yep.
And then
Yep. I would always say just send it to TBI, Amy.
Yep, absolutely. If you have information leading to finding Sebastian or the convictions of whoever's missing,
no,
Sebastian.
not the rat. Isn't cops. So
Nick.
they can do.
Did you just call him Nick the Rat?
She did.
Yes.
Amy.
Nick the Rat. Oh my god.
Oh my god, girl.
Nick the Rat.
Well, I mean, he did go in and tell on himself, so
yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely.
Kind of his own fault. Amy's funny.
Yep.
Got us.
Why do you think I let Seth to the sheriff?
Well, I think this interview has a lot of things that don't match up with the other stories he's told, you know.
Yeah.
But it just kind of goes to show how, you know, how your mind works. You know, sometimes you add shit in and sometimes you forget stuff, you know. Maybe that's.
Yeah. And they're possibly looking at him as a suspect.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It would be normal for the truth is the truth, and it doesn't, you know what I'm saying, doesn't really bend. It's not, you might have one or two things that's, you know what I'm saying, like insignificant small things, you know, like I got a medium fry too, I got a small fry. You might mess up something like that, but you're not going to mess up on something big.
No. And also, you're going to.
Story doesn't fucking change.
Yeah.
You know, like, which you know what? There was a little bit of stuff in here that
yeah, they're looking at him. I mean, like, honestly, it seems like at first, or they're still looking at him as a suspect.
Yeah, there's a few things I need to go back and check myself because this shit's it's just not matching up in my opinion.
Yeah, because when they're basically cutting off communications, they want only text with you, and they are asking you when they talk to you in person, ask you the "what if you kidnapped your own son?" question. That is usually means that they're thinking that you're a suspect.
That means I would go get a lawyer. Don't pass go. Don't collect $300.
No. You know what, Seth? Keep on doing interviews. I suggest you talk a lot. Keep on talking. Don't forget about what I said about a lawyer. Don't get a lawyer. Don't get a lawyer. Forget about that.
You do whatever you feel is right. Okay, Tribal Gal says, Queen, can you tell Amy she got picked by others to get this special gift?
Thank you.
I don't know if she's comfortable giving out her address, but you can email me and we can figure things out, okay? Tribal Gal.
Am I in trouble?
No, she's got a gift for you. She wanted to send you a gift, but I don't think it's wise for you to be giving out your name or address or email on a live stream with 1,300 people.
Yes.
I'm going to go.
All right, you have a good one, Amy.
Okay, love.
Bye.
And I have Amy's email, so I can always email her.
Okay.
I'll email you, baby.
Bye, Beach, and bye, Versus.
You have a good one.
Bye, Amy.
Bye, Amy.
Bye.
We'll see you later, Amy.
So, Amy, you got us in trouble. Now we're going to be named in injunction because you called him Nick the Rat. You called him Nick the Rat. They're going to be like, that Phoenix lady called me Nick the Rat. And I'm not a rat. I'm not a rat.
Anybody got any cheese?
Got any cheese, rat face?
Yeah. You little rat think. Oh, I didn't think it could get any worse. I seriously did not think it could get any worse. And then bum.
Pray for our enemies. Now an hour of death. Amen.
I'm over here gluing the little hanging tabs that I put on the backs of my things.
Oh, okay.
I am super boring today. I made my cardinal and then a couple of other things. And now I'm like, well, I need some stands. I need some hanging tabs. So it's kind of like housework. I'm doing chores today.
Okay.
This is, I've got nothing more. My brain feels a little numb and itchy at this point.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
So the father of a missing child just told us that he's kind of the suspect.
Yeah, he basically just went on a live stream, and no one's talking about it, that he basically admitted that they're looking into him, and they've interrogated him with the what if game, which is an interrogation tactic.
Hold up, that wasn't really an interrogation. That was just a straight up, they asked me a question.
When they're asking you if you've committed a crime, I kind of consider that a interrogation. You know, when they're like,
there would be more questions that went along with just that.
I'm sure there were more questions than that, and he probably didn't want to inform us of all the questions they asked.
Oh my God, he was so smug in telling us that. Are you kidding me? If there were more questions, I would dare to say, look at how smug he was. He wasn't holding anything back.
I don't know. That's a very odd question to shoot from left field. First response to an officer, I'd be like, no, there is no what if.
Excuse me? Why are you talking to me like this? Like, I am appalled that you would even insinuate that.
Yeah. Very weird. Maybe they looked into him initially and they said, hey, we think he might have something to do with it. And then when they confirmed everything, they're like, he's cleared, but we're still going to keep it open. And then they're just like, they basically don't want to give him information because he talks to the press too much.
If you think about it, Tim, that would explain as to why there's a rift also, and why Chris and Katie have really pulled back and shut down. I mean, all of that. And then you think about these C&Ds that went out.
Yeah.
I mean, the bigger, don't you start that. I need a cup of coffee. I'm like, oh, good. It's only 3 hours till bedtime.
Yeah. Just very weird situation, man. This is so weird that he does this interview, and it makes me have more questions and contemplate what the hell's going on. This is random, genuine queries. What shampoo products do you use? I know it sounds... no, I'm not telling you anything about my shampoo products. I'm sorry. Sorry. Don't want to dox my hair. Shampoo stuff. What was the last person's contacting him? Says something. Yeah. Any new options? Well, you can always look it up.
It's shampoo, for the love of God.
I'm not telling no one about that.
Why would you not? It's vegan. Like, I think that's very un-vegan-like of you.
Listen, I'm not allowing anyone to have any further information. So I keep it very, very... got to keep it secret. Who knows? You could be, I could be using a special type of shampoo, and then you track it down, and there's only a certain number of buyers of that. How do you know? How do you know these days?
Are you seriously using some super secret shampoo? I bet you're kind of like a Prel guy.
I'm not going to answer any questions about my shampoo.
Shoulders.
No questions about my shampoos or anything.
Body wash, Irish Spring.
Ill. Just saying, I'm not giving anyone any information. He had a right to shampoo anonymously.
Shampoo anonymity.
Shampoo anonymity, yeah, absolutely. Not doxing my shampoo. I'm sorry, you can't have that. Recommendation of vegan cheese. Yeah, none. I don't eat cheese. It's like too much fat and that stuff. You know what I mean? A lot of it's okay. They use coconut milk or something like that, but it's not good for you. Let me see. I don't know. It's been a long day. Would never use the soap bar. It's been a very long day. I contemplate what the next interview is going to be. Will Josh be there? Will Josh lose their number and say, on second thought, I think I'm just going to go my own way. I don't know. He uses hand-pressed soap and shampoo bars from the high hills of Japan. No, I don't. I don't know. I don't know if this was a smart move by Josh to review this guy, to be honest with you. Not review, I mean to interview this guy. It wasn't really something he was doing an interview for. It seemed like he was more.
Are your loafers leather?
No.
Oh, okay.
Nice try.
Okay, you win. Point to you.
But I mean, like, the problem with this is I can't even like. I feel like they're just kind of using Josh to come on here, or he's using them, but he didn't really get to ask the questions at all. The majority of the questions were asked by Tony Mathis, and I feel like they invited him over just to be like, oh well, whatever, new Facebook, here's another YouTuber we can get on to attach to his channel.
Fuck, I'm glad that interview is over. God. I thought it was never going to end.
It would end. Well, I played it.
Fucking sweep my floor, wash the dishes. I was cleaning the table while you guys were playing it. I'm like, I can't sit here like this. I got to get stuff done. Had to give my daughter a ride, Yeah. So I listened and tried to.
Yeah. What do you think of Josh? Like, do you think Josh is going to skedaddle from these people after?
I'm surprised he hasn't when Pascal did, and then T-Rev kind of took off and went his way after all the bullshit. You know what I mean? I'm kind of surprised he didn't already, but
yeah, man, I would not want to
this interview was pretty
bad.
In my opinion, it wasn't. Yeah, it didn't help anything, in my opinion.
It actually made him look more guilty, to be honest with you.
Well, and people keep saying, why doesn't Katie speak out? Why would she?
Yeah, after this interview, don't say anything.
Like, why would she speak out at all? Yeah,
I mean, after this interview, you're kind of, you have to say, like, the more you talk, the more people will go, but he basically stated that, they were looking at him as a suspect. Now, maybe they stopped, but initially they were looking at him as a suspect. It's pretty hard, actually.
Hey, you want to see what I got made today?
Oh, do we have to?
Yes.
Okay.
I made this cool cardinal. That's pretty cool. It has a place for a lantern. You could put a little tea light in it. And I made a blue jay.
What you should do is make a place for the spy camera.
Well, you could put that in the belly too. The spy camera could go in there.
Yeah, exactly, the spy camera.
Uh-huh. And
how
I made a UFO.
Mm.
I made 2 of these.
Interesting.
And then check this one out. This one lights up.
Does it light up? All right.
Yep. This one lights up.
Cool.
It's a wolf that lights up. It's a wolf shadow box.
Wolf shadow box.
That's what I got done.
Now that is super freaking cool.
You like this one? It lights up.
Yes, I always like the ones that light up. The deer one that you sent me is beautiful. I love it.
Do you love that? Did you see the cardinal? We can put it. We can put spy cameras in the cardinal's belly. I got a blue jay and a cardinal. Yep, they can be spying birds.
That's a good idea.
There you go. Herbal essence. Idea. Yes, that's what we think B. Tim uses is herbal essence.
Nope.
He's never going to tell us. I don't fully believe you're vegan. Sure. I think you just play a vegan. Thank you, guys.
Believe what you want to believe.
Well,
I believe you're just joshing us.
Joshing us? Oh God, no. We're gonna get us in trouble. I just don't understand. Yeah, I just don't understand the interview. I think it was not really good, and yeah. But I suggest keep on talking, Seth. I think it was a great idea to talk. I'm sure this is not going to end badly for you by continuously changing your story in an open investigation, for sure. Sure. Anyway, is there anything else? We good? Green?
No, I mean that was a long one, man. I appreciate your help, just so I could listen for a few because I had to get some stuff done, but I appreciate it.
No problem.
I'm glad we didn't have to cut it off and do a part 3. Shit.
Absolutely, man. But if this guy's
over.
Yeah, thank God it's over.
TGIF.
Keep on talking, Seth. I'm sure it will not be recorded by the police at all times. Good job. And Nick probably should not be trying to sue anyone else. BTM should make a shoe line called Skedaddles. No.
Oh my God, that's funny. No, I don't have one, but you can get my email from my about section and reach out to me. Yes, I make them and sell them. I am working on more items that light up. I think everything should light up, Queen.
Nice.
I think everything should light up. It's all fun. It's more fun when it lights up, right?
Yeah, I like the lights. They're pretty.
Hey, did you see the I didn't show you the mini Christmas trees that I made that light up. Hang on, let me go grab it real quick. It lights up too.
Nice.
I made mini trees.
So while she waits, okay, so you guys want to get on here later and talk shit? Or are you done for the day?
Well, if it gets too late, I'll probably be sleeping. You know what I mean?
Oh, perfect. It could be a great night to talk shit.
You can talk shit. You'll
be sleeping, sawing logs.
Yeah, it's just like your dogs do about 16 hours a day.
I was gonna say, just like the girls, you'd be over here just out of it. Sleeping peacefully.
No. Well, anyway, I'll see you, Queen. You have a good one.
All right, we'll see you later, man.
All right, bye.
It's hard sitting in this chair for fucking 2, 3, 4 hours at a time. I know y'all get up and do shit while you're on your phones listening.
Oh hell, I pick you up.
Or your TVs.
I pick you up and take you with me anytime.
It's hard as hell to just sit in one spot. And then when you got other stuff going on, or people asking for stuff, or that kind of shit, it's hard.
I bet they don't understand.
I appreciate you, and I appreciate B Tim. Thank you guys.
Yeah. Oh
gosh. A peek at the monkey. Oh fuck. Voices. Why'd you have to say that, Rowena, right in front of her? Dang it.
That's it. I'm out.
We was trying to sneak one in after she got off.
I'm out of here. I don't want to know what you guys are going to do with your little monkey business. Get out of here. I'll see you later. Bye.
I was going to sneak in Remy Pearl and see what she was up to today, just real fast. The Adventures of Remy Pearl. And she ain't even been on here today. Justin! He says Remy Pearl in the Justin show. Look, and you know what else? He ain't even been on at all today. Where have you all been? And where is the monkey? What's going on? Why hasn't she been online today? See, this is the problem. Now you got an Aunt B in the business. Want to know what's going on? Why ain't she on here? What happened? What happened? See, what happened? Well, we don't care about that. We're talking about Remy Pearl. That's what we're talking about. Look at her little out. Her little tail's cut through it. Oh fuck! Side caught us. Oh fuck! We can't listen. We're trying to listen. We're trying to be. We're trying to sneak. Gosh dang it, Roro. We got caught.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just want to say
Voices. She said, "Oh shit, I'm out." You know what? She tagged Team Psy, and he came right in. Like, what the fuck, you guys watching over here? It's
I
an
know.
abomination. He calls it an
I think
abomination.
I think they have a secret monkey hater Discord. I think her side beat him.
Oh, I'm cracking up.
I know. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I thought she was gone. I wasn't looking at my phone. I was busy. I'm sorry. I just thought she was about to end it, and I was like, okay, well, Voices is saying goodbye. BTM skedaddled, and I hit enter too quick. What's she been doing? What's little Pearl been doing?
Well,
Did I hear you say she didn't go live today?
yeah,
We
she
had,
didn't go live today. There's no live today. This is
you
from
know why?
yesterday.
You know
Why?
why? She threw that first palm full of shit. That's what she did. Yup.
He said,
First
"No,
monkey
no
poo.
live for you today. No live for you today because you threw poop."
That's right.
But you know what? You
The
can train them just like little ones not to be throwing poop, right?
Yeah. She might, but you know what? It's a good thing he gave her. Maybe he's just spending some quality time bonding.
Right. Body
Yeah.
type.
Yep.
Well, and it
That's
is Saturday. Maybe, maybe they got plans or something or whatever. She might have had a doctor's appointment. I don't know. Roman done
Uh oh.
exposed us.
Sigh's in here. Oh God. Sigh. I'm
Sai
sorry.
got us. He fucking cracks me. He says it's an abomination to have her on
Hello.
here.
Hello. Just never pain
Yeah,
her
he
nails.
does. He picks her up and holds her. He holds her all day
Mm-hmm.
long.
Mm-hmm.
Well, from my understanding, he holds her all day long.
I've still got to send that little gift basket so we can get you. That's the foot in the door to play with this little monkey, little Remy Pearl. Let it. Can we pat her? Can we just love on her for a minute? Just a minute. You know that little monkey's good taken care of, little sweetie. She does need to kind of be a little more. Who knows? This might have been like a little downtime for her. She could have been swinging from the refrigerator.
Right. Well,
You
and
know,
did you hear what he said? Can we get her a bee costume? Yes, we're getting her a little bee costume.
yes, we're gonna get her a little onesie, and I'm gonna send it to stitching and have her cut out the little tail hole, so that way there's no excuse to where he says I have to have it altered for her tail. No, bitch, we're sending you. All you gotta do is put it on her.
WSU mom, you're up here. Oh, did you not want to be up here? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think it does either, Autumn. The neighbor before she made. I mean, her house didn't. It was clean. I mean, surprisingly. Monkey time. Well, I feel like we watched, three monkeys for 6 hours. Hell, we might as well watch a real one that's more interesting. But Justin, don't ever.
I said the monkeys and WSU double whammy.
No, oh no.
You know what? This could be the day that he cleans and disinfects and cleans everything up and
Yeah,
washes all blankets and all
yeah.
that.
We don't. It just he knows how to work it, baby. He knows we're just waiting for Remy content, so he's just holding us off. He's building up that anticipation.
That's right.
We're ready to go. I know. I know, but I don't want to talk about. I don't want to talk about negative monkey things. she's just adorable. And I agree
Yes,
that
she
she should be
is.
with
And
her
we know
mama.
he's not supposed to have her. We don't agree with
That's
him. We don't
right.
agree with that stuff, you know.
Right. But if you know, if it look, I'll put it this way: if it was down to me getting the monkey or Justin get the monkey, Justin will do a much better job than me. I'm just saying. You know, she should be with her mama, but she's not. So he's gonna baby her. Yeah, I think it's been about 2 weeks, hadn't it? Hadn't it been about 2 weeks? She's gonna throw shit, man. That's just what they do. And that's what they do everywhere. At the zoo, everywhere. Hey, you gotta show, you need to put a picture of your shirt. You know, Remy's Ain't B. You know, you need to, you need to put that on your community wall. I heard about it. Oh, yeah, well,
It is
it's,
so cute. I can't wait. I can't wait to get it.
oh, you haven't gotten it yet? I heard about it.
Yeah, I haven't gotten it yet. She's making it.
Oh, good. That's sweet. We've got some good people here. Funny people, man.
Yes.
The names alone kill me. God, dog. I just love it. Oh, Stitching, you never. Oh, the zoo that we used to go to, there was a restaurant, and it was like by the monkey play, part, and yeah, you'd be eating dinner and look over, and there's these big windows. It was like you were kind of sitting with them, and they were like all around you, and yeah, they were doing all kinds of things. Spanking their own monkey and throwing things. It was very interesting. Seattle monkeys have class. Bitch, stop it. Our redneck monkeys just go wild, honey. And I think he said he got his from Alabama. Watch out, Justin, baby. That monkey's gonna get crazy. And don't feed it sausage and gravy or nothing like that. Everybody had a good day.
It was a long day.
Yeah,
Long ass fucking day listening to Sean and his bullshit all day.
girl. We went down to the beach for a little bit. I couldn't see my screen, couldn't type. Knew not to jump on panel, but it's very interesting. I have a lot of thoughts, but
yes.
Interesting. I don't think that did him any favors, but and look, I'm gonna tell you why Josh was there. Josh was there because he got an invite. Could be a sub grab, and they want Chris McDonough. That's it. That's all. He just Josh to me just seemed like he was riding that fence. He didn't want to say too much one way or the other. So I don't know. Everybody decorated, putting Christmas up. I think Heavy went to the grocery store for the last time for what I needed for dinner, Christmas dinner. I'm going to start wrapping tomorrow. Yeah, it really wasn't an interview. It was more just leading questions and fluff, and sometimes when you say too much, you say too much. You did all of it today, EMT? Well, good for you. Oh, people getting their animals groomed for the holiday. Ruby Sue's got an appointment on Tuesday. Tuesday at 8 a.m. She gets her hairs did. Tracy, I don't know. Yeah, ASDFJKL. I love that name. It's easy to type out, hard to say. Yep. But I shop all year, you know. I mean, I have to because, you know, Queen ruins my Christmas every year. We have to go live in the tent and eat porridge. But so this year I learned my lesson to, if I see unusual things, I've done that all every year, and then I buy it and put it up. And then at Thanksgiving, I get everything out and figure out what I've got left to buy. This year, I'm like, whatever, it is what it is. Well, gift cards are always a good thing. That's what I told everybody I wanted. I'm stitching. Y'all need to pray for stitching now. She's going to teach me how to quilt in January. And we've been talking about it. So I told everybody, don't get me anything. Don't get me clothes or pajamas. I said, get me gift cards so I can go buy fabric.
Now look, somebody just came in here and dropped Justin's location. He's in West Virginia. But now, what's he got any business doing in West Virginia, anyways?
Well, West Virginia's a good place. I think somebody asked above that, does he live in, I don't know. I don't know. So I think they were just,
I don't know where Justin lives, and I don't care.
that's what I said. I don't know.
Don't know, don't care. I'm sure it's out here. I mean, all of our doxes are out here, but still, it's just not my business.
Yeah. Well, I live on
All
Mars.
right, what, baby?
I live on Mars, so there's that.
Well,
I live up on Mars, so there's that.
We got Lazy Deb. Thanks for becoming a new member. Seasons 50K legit from the FBI. The rest has been pledged. That could mean anything. Come on now. This play is ridiculous. Yes, it is. See, Nikki, thank you for becoming a new member. And Ann says Bower Stocks were following people who were stalking the house, so maybe he's talking about that too. Layla, thank you for the $20 super sticker. Seasons here. She says, just because CP and KP don't run to social media for accolades and praise does not mean they are not looking for their boy. That's such bullshit. And it is. It is such bullshit. It irritates the fuck out of me. Rowena says, is that searching like he did with JLR? Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
I couldn't type. I had the sun in my eyes. That's why it's all jacked up. But, you know, I will say this one little thing, and then I'm going to hop down. You know, he made a big deal out of police told them don't do interviews. Well, it wasn't an order. They can't order you. They can't stop you, right? So Chris, being, you know, the devil that he is, calls Seth and says, hey, we're going to do an interview. Would you like to be a part of it? You know, that's so mean and horrible. The horrible man for doing that. And he gets mad about it, you know, and okay, but then they come, you know, Chris and Katie and Seth say, hey, we're not doing a GoFundMe. He says, F you. The police say, don't go search. He says, F you. That day, he says, you know, don't search in the woods. Then he goes, gets JLR, does a whole little, you know, twist and shout with his shoulder. You might want to get this on screen, F you. I mean, come on. But because they chose to do not a YouTube interview, no, a legit news interview, and invited him, he has an issue with it. It's just mind blowing to me. But what do I know? I mean, and that's just what he has said. That's not disparaging. Don't think he did. I said, even after all this, I don't think he did anything to Sebastian. I think the police had to look at him a certain way because of what he was saying on these streets. You know, when you sit there and say, well, yeah, you know, I just don't have the resources to go get him. Yeah, the police are going to ask you some questions, my dude. You know, I still don't think it, even after all this, I don't. It's like, I don't believe that after that one incident, you know, and Sebastian said, you know, that Seth was going to beat him and CPS got involved and everything. I do not believe that he went in to teach his child a lesson, being a parent, and pulled up a video game and turned the blood mode on it. I just don't think he did that. I just don't. I think he thought that would be a good thing to say to make himself look better, that he is this outstanding parent. but he just doesn't know how to parent. He was a parent 4 days out of the month. I'm sorry. It's just is what it is. Little kid, yes. Teenage boy, it's different. You parent different as they grow up. That's just me. I just don't think he did. I just don't think he did that. And so I just don't think. I think it's all elaborate and and of course he is never going to sit there and say, yeah, and that's fine, baby. And I mean, everybody can have their own opinion. I don't expect anybody to agree with me, but but if he, like they said in the interview, well, was Katie upset? No, but then you say she's smashing a phone in your face. But if he says that yes, she was upset, then it kind of ruins his narrative. So we kind of hunt and pick and Rowena got a space Fergini. I do have a space Fergini. Kathy P reviews this guy that's going to go to Mars. I love it when she does it too. He is that guy is so funny. He's sweet. He doesn't grift or nothing like that. But, and after all that, it's like you wonder, like his last words to the police, to the sheriff there were a big F you. And you wonder why they don't talk to you. I mean, I disagree with, oh no, but Kenna, you're fine, honey. You're fine. That's the way I love opposing opinions. That's the way I learn. And I've changed my opinion on things. No, you're fine. But, I don't think they're not talking to him because they think he has anything to do with it. I think they investigated all of them, maybe him to a little bit more because of the things that he was saying. But, I, I think they're not talking to him because he won't shut the fuck up. Because if they do give him a lead, he's going to tell one of the idiots that he's running with. And then they're going to put it out, and then Nick's going to have it on Twitter. I mean, the police owe Katie, Chris, Seth absolutely nothing. Their duty is to find Sebastian. That's it. That's all. It's like we've talked about trust on here. You don't just openly just trust somebody 100%. Well, I used to. But now it's like 50 and you get to go up and down from that. And, I don't think I don't think that, do you not think that they called and checked to see where Chris was, if he was up in that crane? Of course they did. They looked into every single one of them. Of course. I don't know. That's just me. But I think, it's just like in the Coburger, in the Idaho case. Steve Gonzalez, he would not shut the fuck up. So they quit talking to him. And that's just part of it. Their duty is to the victim. That's it. That's all. They feel bad for families, but yeah, pecan, me too. But see, it's after. Look what you just said. That you've known here 4+ years that I trust with my life. Me too. But like I used to, like whenever like you, I'd be like, well, I'm gonna trust you until you give me a reason not to. No. Like that's 100% trust. Like I give people 50% trust, and then you get to go up or down from that. And then over time, then yeah, you'll probably hit 100 if you don't do anything weird, But yeah, there's certain ones of y'all know a lot about me, and I trust y'all. And there's others that I wouldn't. No, nope, and that's okay.
You know what, Indian Taco? I don't think Josh was given a script. I think he just was talking with them just to talk with them. But I do feel like, in my opinion, that there was definitely a list of questions, and they went over that. They'd went over those before. the live
Yeah,
stream.
that was rehearsed.
In my opinion, some of it, I feel like some of it was, and some of it wasn't. I feel like because Sean goes off track quite a bit.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll notice even Tony's like, okay, we got to bring it back in a little bit.
Yeah. You know, and that's okay. I mean, look, and you know what? Look, if I said, "Hey, Queen, I'm going to interview you," trust and believe that you would know the questions I'm going to ask you. Now, I mean, and you would be like, "Hey, well, what are you going to ask?" I mean, I might not ask you every question. I mean, tell you every question, but you know what I mean. I mean, we're going to talk about this and that and everything, but
I
it
just
was
want
just
Nick to
very
be my friend.
leading.
I just want Nick to be my friend.
I know he is your
That's
friend.
all. If I don't get nothing else this Christmas, I want Nick to be my friend.
I know. But you know what? He unblocked you.
Listen, you know what? We got to start. He unblocked me.
Right.
Look, Flutter said, I don't. Well, look, felons can be friends. He's got an ankle monitor and he just needs to get him a couple tats.
Right.
Nick, you listening? Listen, Nick, listen. Lean in, Shug.
Lean in, Shug.
Let me tell you, Shug, lean in. You need some tats. You already know what time it is.
Let me do it. Lean in, Shug. Lean in. Hear that? This is my tippy tap. My tippy tap.
You know what? I'm gonna have to use some of this money, and instead of getting a car, I'm gonna have to go get my nails done so I can do the tap.
Oh, girl, huh?
I got bare fingers. I can't do the tap with the bare fingers. I gotta use the lighter.
No. Look, my husband thought I was insane when I was doing your birthday one, and I had you up on the TV, and I only had to do it like 6 times because I kept screwing up. And he was just
Ball
like,
says unlikely. Nick's black button always coming in here and fucking crushing my dreams, crushing them like a goddamn baseball.
But he unblocked you. He unblocked you. He did. You know, that's a step.
I think he secretly wants to be my friend.
Yeah, he does.
He wants to be my friend.
He does.
He's not on this platform. Off of this platform, in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh, Trina, thank you, honey. I did. But yeah,
Felons are more fun, anyways.
Rowena, we were at the same place years ago as mods. Oh Lord, crimes! I don't even know where that was. Ooh.
Are you tapping, Cappy? What you got your nails did, bitch? Are you tapping?
Oh girl,
my God, I gotta get mine done so I can tap with you, bitch.
Bitch, look, are you jelly?
No, I am because I got bears.
Are you jelly?
Mine are nubs. I gotta get. That's it. I will have them fucking done by tonight for the hive.
Sorry, yeah. You gotta have them done. Queen has pretty nails when she goes get her nails.
Well, I had to take them off for a little while because they were hurt. Like, you know what I'm saying? It just was like on there too long. So
yeah, mine are too long. I gotta get mine cut back.
I take them off for a week or two and leave them off for a week or two, and then get them back done again. You know, but so mine are a little naked right now, but I can still tap.
Yeah. Or you can always just grab something to tap. You can just grab a whatever. A little.
And no, I'm not using my legal fund money to get my nails did. I'm going to use my paycheck that I got from YouTube from my monetization on the 21st. Okay. Since then, just make sure you know, Bob. Just make sure you know. And I know you want to be my friend too. You want to be my friend so fucking bad you can't stand it. And I'm here for it.
He does. He just wants to hug your wings. It's okay. It's all right.
Tap that $35 blunt Zen with a fire.
That's what I was just about to write
instead of to you, I was gonna say it's a $35 blunt, don't you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, tonight it'll be 70.
I wonder, you know what? I wonder if that's the price of it at their shops or something. Whoever said that, I wonder if that's because I mean, some places do sell them like that, but the ones I get mine aren't that expensive.
Well, ain't nothing legal here, so I just Delta 9 gummy it. So there you go. I mean, I can't, ain't that? Oh yeah, I love that song. But no, it ain't legal here. It's legal. Medicinal is legal. It was approved. It was supposed to open in January, but every time they go to get one open, they change the what do you call it? They changed some rule or whatever, so the dispensaries can't open. We do that down here. Yeah. Yeah.
Go see who said in Justin's live last night. You talking about my friend Nick? You talking about and he's a Hive member too. He's a member over here. Somebody gifted him a membership. Oh fuck! Dog already blocked you. Crimes. Why? I don't know why, but they block everybody. Listen. You know what happened? Nick unblocked me and blocked fucking Stitching.
Yeah. Look,
cracks up. Stitching ain't even fucking mean.
She's not mean, but boy, she can ask a question like no other. I'll just say that. Stitching can, yeah, she can. She ain't mean, but she can ask you a question just right up, just with her whole chest. Just ask it. Yep, I love Stitching. He's playing
Yeah,
hard to get.
Butter. He is. He
Yeah.
is.
Well, it's like one of those. You remember, like, when you're in third grade and that little boy pulls your pigtails and then runs? That's what it is. That's what it is. Or, tries to, you swing and then they grab your swing so you
I
can't
don't think so.
swing.
I think he blocked me and said, "You're a blocked bitch." He wasn't trying to pull pigtails and run. He said, "Blocked, gone." He said, "Blocked, this crazy bitch. I ain't listening to her. Blocked."
Look, that weirdo you were reviewing it had me so tuned up yesterday. Look, you can block me. I ain't gonna go to your email. Yeah, I'm sure I'm blocked. I ain't even gonna check to see if I'm blocked because I ain't even. It ain't even that deep.
He
But
said, "Fuck,
boy,
she's not even named on the fucking ReCap because we don't want to listen to that ass." Go blocked. Shit. We don't like doing
crimes.
that. Blocked.
Crimes. I was never a mod for her, baby. She thinks I was, but crimes. I was never a mod for her. She has said that.
Who? Wait. Who a mod for who?
TM thinks that I was a mod for her, and she said it on a live before that I was mad that she thinks I was mad that I left her because she took my wrench, but I never had one over there. Never, ever.
She might have thought maybe on like another channel. Was it like on a backup channel or something?
No, never, ever. I swear on my eyes, I swear on my daughter's eyes. But I think that's funny. But but no, I was never, and I mean, no shade to anybody that is or was or whatever. It's just, I just wasn't. But I just think it's funny. I was like, no, it's not why I left. It's okay. But okay, it's all good. Kush mints. Oh my God. Oh, Captain Ganja. Now that sounds good. Nick's block button. My letters are wearing off due to the insanity. How many Nick's block button? How many times a day do you get pressed? How many times a day does that touch DNA get left on you? Hippie Crasher. I love the names too. It used to be like I always wanted to like name the OPI fingernail polish colors. Now I want to name all the strains of all the good things. 497 today. Baby, I bet, look, I bet your O where it says block in the middle, I bet it's just gone, isn't it? It's probably an O picture you use for your avatar. Yep, poor little thing. If you just don't let him break you. Just don't let him break you. Now tell the truth. We won't call anybody or go real life. When he hits you, next block button, does he like bam? Does he hit you or does he just do a little tap, tap, tap? Does he just, or is it, which does he do? Damn, I knocked over my thing. Is it a little tap, 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 or is it a big whack when he has to use you? About as much as BJ's mic. Fuck. Oh. He's definitely a tapper.
Listen to him.
Oh, he uses his greasy glasses. Oh God. Well, as long as he don't use his flipper teeth. Yeah, I swear to God. You know that toddlers and tears where they put them little flippers on the little girl's teeth? I swear to God, it's like you got Timu teeth. It's just wild to me. Go on, Nick. My name's already in it. It's fine. Spell it right this time. I don't give a fuck. Poor block button. All right, well, I gotta go. I gotta hop down and pull out some stuff and get ready for tomorrow.
Well, I appreciate you coming up and hanging out for a little. I appreciate that.
Well, thanks for showing me the monkey. I appreciate it. I only watch the monkey with you, bitch. I don't even go over there and click on the monkey without you. We're monkey sisters.
I wondered why she wasn't there. What was going on today? She didn't have
He might have been busy, cleaning, bonding, not wanting to exploit her today, all the things. We're gonna have to work on a little gift basket, We really are. We gotta get you in there.
Girl.
We gotta get you in.
I found another image. I added something to it on my community tabs. Okay, we'll go check it out. I swore you were in blue. Who are you talking about, Rowena?
I don't know.
She took mine too.
No. Oh yeah.
Why is everybody screaming in caps locks? This is why. Okay, listen, you guys, when your comments don't show up, it's because it holds them. Just so you know, like it will hold your comments back.
Mm-hmm.
So
and then if I'm
not gonna lie, I quit approving them sometimes because that shit's like it's too much. Fuck, especially when the chat's rolling so fast. It's so fucking hard to stop and do it.
And like some people, I get like they can't see or whatever. I get that.
It's hard sometimes.
And then other people, but now it's like apparently we've had a lot. I don't know. It seems like we've had a lot more visually impaired people lately, and it holds it. So then a mod has to say accept or accept or deny. So it holds it. So then you get, and then people start.
Well, and then they think we're holding their comments or we're deleting their comments.
Right.
We're not.
Right. And then sometimes when you're modding, you're sitting here watching chat, and then sometimes you might be away from your phone, and then they don't get approved, and then you got not the cap lock, but all the other stuff that's getting, it just, if you don't have the cap lock, it just really helps the mods out a lot. Just a little FYI. But I don't know. But I know some people, I think Texas, you couldn't turn held comments off in the studio. I don't know what that does with you. We might not need to do that because sometimes we have to not approve certain things.
Hold on. So can I just say it confuses me how someone has to write in caps because of being visually impaired, yet they can see when they're responded to not in caps.
Yeah, that's another thing. But it might be easier. It's not like I'm saying that people are blind completely, but it might be easier.
But you know what? They might be able to open the screen bigger. You know what I mean? Like to where the screen's bigger.
Yeah.
Or you can adjust the screen too if your comments are being held back, or you know what I mean, or they're not being approved. That's why. Just so you guys know. That's all.
Yeah. Just know sometimes it gets a little, depending on the topic, it can get a little wild up in here. Chats flying, stuff's being held.
She said, "I'm just gonna say it. I don't believe you, cappers."
Not the cappers.
Brady coming in hot with Saturday night shenanigans.
Yeah. He's like, nope.
He said, I ain't having it. Fuck it. All right, look, we've been on here like 6 hours, 6.5 hours. If you guys want to come back on here later to this Hive sidebar, we can, or whatever, If you guys want to talk some shit or something, but I got to take a little break. I got to go get some errands ran. So
yeah, me too. I'm about to go. That's what I was about to tell you. I'm about to go too, and Alabama plays in an hour. So roll tide, baby, roll tide.
Roll tide. All right, baby. Have a good day.
Y'all have a good day. Thank you. Thank you for letting me come up. Y'all have a good night. Bye-bye.
All right, love. We'll see you later. Bye, everybody. We'll catch you guys on the flip side. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Thank y'all for being here. And we will head over to the Hive sidebar later, probably like 9-ish, 10-ish, somewhere there. I will catch you guys on the flip side. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Bye, everybody.